what distraction they threw at me, God has made the pathway for me to achieve. So you can call me all the names you want, but I'm going to answer to only one, Mayor Adams. So I want to thank all of you. Look at this beautiful display of diversity that's here. Look at people from all corners of the city and different ethnicities and faiths and groups. Not people who read about me, but people that I have touched individually, that I stood in hospitals with, that I looked at their families and made their lives better. Look at the display that's here of different languages and different cultures. All of us wanting the same thing. I'm so proud to be here to say to the people of the city of New York, I am seeking re-election to be your mayor of the city of New York. So let me take you back, because many people have selective amnesia. So I want to take you back. January 1st, 2022, when I became mayor, there was this thing called COVID all over our cities. You could walk down avenues in business districts and you see businesses were closed. And people were unsure. We were all wearing masks. People were debating, should our children be in school or not? But as a leader that was unwavering, understanding the most safe place for our children were in school buildings, I stood strong and firm against the naysayers and said we're going to open our schools and we will protect our children, but we will continue to educate them so they won't continue to have the learning gap that COVID put on them and the socialization that they need. We saw leadership and focus. Crime was moving at a higher rate. Businesses were fleeing this city. There was a level of uncertainty. Black and brown unemployment was high. Black unemployment was 4 times the rates of white unemployment. We saw a lot of uncertainty. Guns were proliferating in our city. We were burying young people at disproportionate numbers. We didn't have the housing that we needed. All of these issues were facing us, and we was inherited that. January 1st, 2022, I was sitting in this building with my leadership and said we must forge ahead a pattern and a pathway that people needed to once again believe in the city again. And I saw that before. I didn't just start doing this. I saw it when Mayor Bloomberg came into office, when our center of trade was collapsed and our poverty was matching that collapse. And he turned around the city with real leadership and focus. And I knew I had to have that same leadership and determination and focus. And that's why we're here today asking for not 1 more year, not 2 more years, not 3 more years, but 4 more years.
4 more. All right, just listening in there to New York City Mayor Eric Adams campaign for 4 more years as we saw a major upset in the Democratic primary on Tuesday night. We'll sign away for a quick 2-minute break. More top headlines after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's turn our attention back to closing arguments now for the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking and racketeering case in New York City, as the U.S. Attorney, the Assistant U.S. Attorney Christy Slavic saying, quote, "It's time for justice," in a marathon closing arguments. As they were up today, it will be the defense's turn tomorrow and then a rebuttal from the prosecution before the jury ultimately gets the case. And you can see some of the supporters, some of the family members of Diddy walking out of the courtroom here just within the last hour or so. Let's continue on, though, and bring into the conversation right now TMZ executive producer, friend of the program, Michael Babcock. And Christy Slavic continue to say Diddy didn't take no for an answer. What did we learn today during these closing arguments?
Hey, Andy. My takeaway was that, like we've talked so much about this case, Andy, and it's a very complex case. It's unwieldy. There's been 34 witnesses or victims on the stand. It took a month to get through the testimony. So it feels complicated. But I think the message was from the prosecutors was it's really not all that complicated. At the end of the day, and they went through these charges and they went through and they gave examples and they said, hey, look, on the sex trafficking, for instance, they say not all of the freak-offs had to be coerced or had to be, some sort of pressure applied to these women to get them to go along with it. It just had to have been on one occasion. And then they proceeded to say, on this occasion, that happened. And they gave examples of Cassie having been coerced, allegedly, into participating in these parties, as well as Jane, who, of course, was the alias for one of the other alleged victims. And they said, if just one time one of these women were coerced, that right there is sex trafficking, and he should be guilty. So don't get too wrapped up in this being super complex and not being sure if he has done what he's been accused of doing here. They say, again, if it's just one time, he's guilty. And they even said, Andy, they said, look, we admit that in the beginning, these women, they liked Diddy. They might have loved Diddy. They wanted to make him happy. So they went along with things that he wanted them to do. But they say something changed along the way. And it came to a point where Jane, for instance, in 2023 was, kind of by tricked, is the way they phrased it, by Diddy. And Diddy said, look, I'll bring you on these elaborate and lavish shopping sprees, and I'll take you on these romantic dinners if you come and you do these freak-off parties. So they were very much trying to simplify these charges and obviously asking the jury to return a guilty verdict.
Yeah, the complicated nature and the framework is the force, fraud, and coercion point of it. And it was interesting that she brought up also the blind expert again, saying there was love bombing, and that a term, the blind expert, talking about why these women couldn't necessarily walk away. I do want to talk not only about the message, but who the messenger was, because it was Assistant U.S. Attorney Christy Slavic, and we know the defense has plenty of high-profile attorneys. Why Christy Slavic, and do we know who's coming up tomorrow?
Yeah, it's interesting because James Comey's daughter, as her first name escapes me here, she is the lead prosecutor here, and a lot of people have said that she is a very talented prosecutor who is known for her very powerful and effective closing testimony or closing statements. And I think the expectation was, at least, Andy, that she would likely be the one who was going to deliver the prosecution's closing statement. But ultimately, that was not the case. Why they chose Christy Slavic, not exactly clear, but by the accounts of the people in the courtroom today, it was very effective and it was very compelling, and it was long, but again, very, very compelling for the jurors. Now, tomorrow, it's expected to be Mark Agnifilo, who is the lead defense attorney. He is expected to speak for a little bit less, something in the order of 3 hours. And then at that point, it's expected that the prosecutors, and it's unclear who will then provide the rebuttal, but the prosecutors should have an hour, give or take, to actually rebut what the defense says tomorrow. And at that point, Andy, we are done with everything except the deliberations. Will that start tomorrow afternoon? Will it start Monday? That remains to be seen. But the hope is that they're able to then get a verdict before the holiday weekend, obviously Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, that is so very interesting because obviously prosecutors up today, then it's defense, and they get a little bit of a rebuttal. Do we have any idea what the the defense might present in terms of this, because we saw the video for Cassidy one more time today. We saw the voicemails from Diddy to really get a sense of his voice. Do we have any angle of attack that the defense might bring tomorrow? Because they didn't bring any witnesses forward during the case in and of itself.
No, and I think that itself indicates, Andy, that they feel pretty good about where they are now. Should they not? I don't know, but it would seem to me that they do by not putting any witnesses up there. I think it's going to be a lot of what we've already heard on cross-examination. They are going to try and hammer home that this was not coercion. It was not force used. This was women who loved him. And while everyone out there might not agree, you might not kind of get down with this behavior in your own personal life, but this is what Diddy and the women wanted to do. So I think you're going to hear a lot about that, how they were in love with him. And I also think, as far as the male escorts who were hired, and really here, all Diddy had to have done was to facilitate them traveling from, one state to another state, and obviously crossing state lines, that they were not paid to cross state lines, but were in fact just hired, which would not then, would not, by the letter of the law, seemingly make Diddy guilty of sex trafficking. The trafficking here would be the crossing the interstate travel. So I think that's what you're going to hear tomorrow. Will the jury buy it? I guess we're going to find out here soon over the next few days.
Yeah, we will see what happens. Is, of course, the prosecution ending it with their closing argument saying, quote, "It's time for justice." All right, let's shift gears here a little bit, Michael, because there is a big event taking place right now in Venice, Italy, as the festivities kicking off there for the Amazon chief, Jeff Bezos, Lauren Sanchez. Unforgettable weekend in Venice, Italy. And did your invitation get lost in the mail? Why are you still at the TMZ studios?
Yeah, well, I wanted to do this, Andy, so I am going to be heading, and of course I'm going to come pick you up, and we will head over.
Jet, I hope.
Yeah. I mean, how else would we travel, right? It's the biggest party going now, Andy. I mean, it's amazing. It's like at least $50,000 a head, and that's just for the actual wedding. They've got something like 200 guests, many of those people being some of the biggest stars from sports, acting, music, the business world. I mean, Leonardo DiCaprio, Orlando Bloom, Tom Brady, Oprah Winfrey, Kim Kardashian, Kylie Jenner, Kendall Jenner. It's the who's who, and they are all at this event. And it's not just the wedding; it's a whole string of events. They had the party at Cipriani's today, a nice pool party. They are, and it's actually going on right now, starting at about 7:30 local time. They were all meeting at a dock. They don't even know where they're going. Just Jeff and Lauren. They meet on the dock. They've got to all turn over their cell phones. So Kim Kardashian, the phone's got to go. They lock them up, and they're going to head off for some other sort of event tonight, some shindig. And at some point here over the next few days, they're actually going to get married. And it's about the fanciest party that you could ever imagine.
I can only imagine what's going on there, the price tag on it as well. All right, Michael, thank you so much. Get on that jet soon, and we'll
I'll see you in a little bit, Andy.
Yeah, we'll see you over there. It's going to be a fun one. We'll get some cake, too. All right, take care. All right,
Bye.
Great conversation there as always, talking about two major cases involving New York City, the Sean Diddy Combs trial, but also the wedding festivities for Jeff Bezos. I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. A few Live Now looks as we approach the 6 o'clock hour on the East Coast there in Washington, D.C. at the White House. Of course, the U.S. Capitol building, lots of conversation about those classified briefings, and also the big, beautiful bill. And then up the coast, Lady Liberty, shining bright there as you're hearing from the Diddy case. The assistant U.S. attorney saying it's time for justice in terms of the music mogul. They're calling him a criminal mastermind. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this.
Idell, thank you. Thank you for becoming becoming a level 1 member. Shout out to Idell. Thank you. Usually that just happens on me. I'm really sure.
Question router 4, you confirm. Hey, sir. Yeah, parking out of the zone.
Darlene, thank you. Where's the SWAT vehicle? SWAT vehicle on scene?
I just did it park right there.
Junior, you're not transmitting.
Maybe reset?
It's fireball, but he says that it is, quote, unusual damage. Take a look at some of the video and the pictures that were sent in to us. Again, this is in Henry County, in McDonough, the city there. Again, can't confirm if it was a meteor at this time, but says debris fell through the home there. In the pictures, we can see it fell through the tiles on the roof and then went through and hit the floor inside of that home. Some other video, many people sent us pictures. They sent us dash cam video really telling the story there. You can see it on your screen of what they saw around 12:30 this time as well. Our sister station in Anderson, South Carolina, in that area, they report that the fire departments there were responding to similar things there, and they also say that they had crews on the ground searching for what could be a possible strike, but again, none of that is confirmed. They just said they had several crews there on the scene. Back here in Metro Atlanta, I talked one-on-one with the woman. She was in Calhoun with her daughter, 15 years old. They were in the car. They looked up and saw this. This is what she told me.
I keep replaying it in my head. I just happened to look up and I seen it coming down out of the sky like it was white, and the ball of it was like on fire, like the part that's entering the atmosphere.
Yeah, so many people on the ground here in Metro Atlanta say they felt some sort of shaking. One of my coworkers said that he was outside with some coffee. He felt the ground shake. He initially thought it was thunder, but that was not it. Officials are confirming that it was not an earthquake that took place. Many people that ran through their minds here. I did reach out to the governor's office, Governor Brian Kemp, to see if he was made aware. We're still waiting to hear back, but of course, this is really a big talker here in the area as people want to know what happened. And of course, we want to know any other damage that.
Watching on Facebook, we are just getting ready for a 5 o'clock hit. That's why I'm standing here.
Anything like that, but we've been talking back and forth with the emergency management director about the damage there. We had a crew heading in that general direction to see if they could also find out exactly where it was there, but that's really the only report of damage that we're seeing so far here on the ground.
All right, very good. Eric Perry,
Mic
thank you
check
so
1,
much.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hello,
and
hello.
watch to see
Mic
what
check 1,
comes
2,
from
3,
this.
4,
I
5,
appreciate your
6, 7,
time
8, 9,
reporting
10.
live now from Boston.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, great conversation as always. An unknown
They said
object
check your white balance.
coming through the sky. You saw it on some of those dash cam videos, courtesy of our Fox 5 team. And of course, these reports of a fireball seen falling from the sky. You can see the blue skies and that. meteorite or a earthquake. So not sure what it is. We'll hopefully get answers. Lawmakers likely looking into this as well, and you can imagine some of the concern if there are more to come about public safety. I'm Andy Mack. Let's sign away for a quick 2-minute break.
Share this.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. A lot of rapid fire top headlines that we were just getting to as we bounce around to these major developments, including what's going on in Atlanta right now. Let's turn our attention back to the international front as we're talking about the global economy, the global market. This a post from Edward Lawrence here on Live Now from Fox as we heard from President Trump talking about that trade deal signed with China. He has more details about it, saying a second administration official familiar with the trade deal tells me the administration and China agreed to the framework to implement the Geneva Agreement. It's an additional understanding. So that coming in from Edward Lawrence here on Live Now from Fox, as he also hears a White House official telling him that the administration in China agreed to an additional understanding of that framework. The agreement in London was that China will follow what was agreed upon in Geneva. The Chinese government had been slow walking licenses to export rare earth minerals. Finalizing the London agreement is supposed to speed up the export of those rare earth minerals. The U.S. will then walk back export controls that we added after the Geneva agreement was not followed. So a lot of details there that was just coming down as the announcement made at this event at the White House for the big, beautiful bill. Let's talk right now and take you out to the European Council as that deadline coming up here at the beginning of July as well about those reciprocal tariffs. Let's listen into this here, this live event from overseas.
Of sanctions. And the work to deliver a new one, powerful package is well underway. We have said it along. The full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine seriously undermines global security and international rules-based order. The respect of international law and the United Nations Charter, which was signed exactly 80 years ago today, has been the foundation of our position on Ukraine. And it's also the foundation of our position on the Middle East. The ceasefire between Israel and Iran is an important step towards restoring stability in the region. Now we need to focus on effective diplomacy. And here Europe has a role to play to ensure in a lasting, sustainable way that Iran is never allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon by fully complying with the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Any overall sustainable peace in the Middle East requires a lasting solution in Gaza. The humanitarian situation there is catastrophic and human rights are being violated. The review of Israel's compliance with our joint association agreement has confirmed this. It's an unacceptable situation. Our foreign ministers will discuss the next steps. In the meantime, we need to engage in a frank dialogue with Israel to get out of this crisis and to change the situation on the ground. And of course, we can never forget that Hamas needs to immediately free the remaining hostage. Our overarching strategy is clear: to have real peace in the Middle East. It is essential to make the two-state solution a reality. We need to make progress in this direction. Finally, to reinforce Europe's positions on the global stage, we are stepping up our internal work on improving competitiveness. First of all, with the very good work by the European Commission to develop our network on trade. And our recent bilateral summits with like-minded allies as the United Kingdom and Canada, or other key partners like South Africa or Central Asia, show that the world counts on the European Union to foster global stability and security. And the prosperity of our citizens depends on global stability and security. The upcoming summits with Moldova, Japan, China, and the countries of Latin America, the Caribbean, and the African Union in the second half of this year will give us further opportunities to promote fair and reliable trade, economic security, and to shape the clean transition. At the same time, the more competitive the European Union is, the more we will be able to shape the global economy. So we are deepening our single market and pushing to unlock the full potential of the euro, because the euro is one of the cornerstones of Europe's economic power and global leadership. This is what the leaders focus on today. Thank you very much.
Madam President.
Yeah, thank you, Antonio. Let me start, dear Donald, with commending the Polish presidency as it draws to a close. Your presidency was challenging, but you delivered. You closed 37 major legislative files and reached negotiation mandates on another 18. Those are impressive figures. You advanced support to Ukraine with agreements on our 16th and 17th sanctions packages and new tariffs on Russian and Belarusian goods. You pushed forward on temporary protection, showing to our continent the power of Polish generosity and solidarity. You helped fast-track the SAFE regulation and moved forward with the European Defence Industry Programme to make our common home stronger and safer. This was a focused, efficient presidency that laid the groundwork for Denmark as of July. So, Donald, thank you very much for your leadership and for your commitment to Europe today and always. This European Council came at an important time. It follows a series of key international meetings, the G7, the EU-Canada and NATO summits, and it takes place against the backdrop of serious geopolitical and geoeconomic volatility. So it's an important moment to take stock and coordinate our answers. First, we discussed Europe's defense. Together, we have come a long way since our European Council in March. Our Defense Readiness Plan 2030 sets out a roadmap. The Rearm Europe plan lays out the tools to deliver the necessary surge of investment. 16 member states have requested the activation of the National Escape Clause, and this will allow them a substantial increase of defense expenditure without triggering the excessive deficit procedure. And under your presidency, Donald, we agreed in no time to the SAFE regulation. 71 days. It's a record. It's fantastic. 10 member states have already signaled their intention to take up loans under SAFE, and I expect more to join. But it is not just about how much we are spending, but how we are spending. We're building a genuine EU-wide market for defense equipment with scale, with interoperability and efficiency at its core. This starts with removing the barriers and introducing simplification procedures. We have our Defense Readiness Omnibus proposal. It will enable fast-track permitting for defense industry, environmental derogations, and simplified state aid rules. Now we urgently need an agreement on this omnibus. Finally, we invest in Ukraine. SAFE loans will also allow procuring together with Ukraine and from Ukraine's defense industry. The stronger Ukraine becomes, the more it can defend itself against Russia's aggression, the better it is for all of us. And beyond our borders, we're building security and defense partnerships to achieve strategic depth. 8 so far, including Japan, South Korea, UK, Canada, and soon Australia. My second point is we discussed the situation in the Middle East. Europe welcomes the announcement of a ceasefire. It must be respected by all parties. Restoring stability in the region depends on it, and it depends as well as on Iran's readiness to return to a serious and credible diplomatic process. As you said, Iran must never obtain a nuclear bomb. The negotiating table remains the only viable path forward. At the same time, we cannot lose sight of the humanitarian situation in Gaza, which remains abhorrent and unbearable. Humanitarian aid needs to reach Gaza immediately and unimpeded, at speed and at scale. Europe will keep on calling for a sustainable ceasefire and the release of hostages, leading to a permanent end of hostilities. Third, we discussed Ukraine. President Zelensky joined us per video conference. We agreed to maintain our financial support to Ukraine on all fronts, military, economically, and politically. Militarily, we recently allocated 1 billion euros to Ukraine's defense industry through the windfall profits from the frozen Russian assets. We are on track to reach the target of 2 million rounds of artillery for Ukraine in 2025. And we are ready to front-load the remaining 11 billion of the G7 loans because we know how important it is now for Ukraine to ask for this money. Politically, we must keep up the pressure on Russia to engage in serious talks, starting with a real ceasefire, and therefore our 18th sanctions package aims to do that. We should be in a position to have an agreed package soon. At the same time, we are also accompanying Ukraine on its EU path. Under relentless fire, Ukraine is passing reform after reform. It's impressive. And this is why the Commission defends the opening of the first cluster of negotiation. Ukraine has delivered. Now we must too, because the accession process is based on merit, and Ukraine merits moving forward. Our last session on geoeconomics and competitiveness. I'm almost done. I briefed leaders on the current state of play in our trade talks with the United States. President Trump and I had a good discussion at the G7 summit in Canada. Back then, we agreed to speed up the work with a clear goal, an agreement before the 9th of July. Today, we received the latest US document for further negotiations. We are assessing it as we speak right now. So our message today is clear. We are ready for a deal. At the same time, we are preparing for the possibility that no satisfactory agreement is reached. This is why we consulted on a rebalancing list, and we will defend the European interest as needed. In short, all options remain on the table. To conclude, we had a productive summit at a decisive time, and the path onwards is clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pani premierze.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję za słowa uznania pod adresem polskiej prezydencji. Dziękuję wszystkim z mojej drużyny, którzy ciężko pracowali przez te długie miesiące, bardzo wymagające miesiące.
All right, you're just listening in there to different European leaders hold this press conference, as you heard there from the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen talking about this world economic, the volatility there, the geopolitical and geoeconomic volatility involving all of this. This comes as President Trump was overseas in the Netherlands, most recently talking at that NATO summit. We saw his meeting take place with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky as well. And we're hearing about those new global investments in terms of security, upwards of 5% by 2035, involving countries' GDP. So we're following closely here on Live Now from Fox those latest details. So we're just continuing to detail it, a live picture right now there in New York City at Lady Liberty. So plenty of top headlines, plenty on the international front, and this comes almost 12 hours now after the DOD briefed really about the details of that bunker-busting bomb, the status of what's left of those nuclear sites in Iran. Of course, a live picture right there at the White House here on this day. And we're learning more information about what led into what they're calling Operation Midnight Hammer. The Secretary of Defense reiterated that the report was preliminary and itself acknowledged there was low confidence and gaps in information. He said, quote, "You want to call it destroyed, you want to call it defeated, you want to call it obliterated, choose your word. This was a historically successful attack." They also had the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, talking about these strikes by the B-2 stealth bombers, dropping 14 bunker-busting bombs on Iran. And they described it as a 15 years of study to penetrate this Fordo nuclear facility being built deep underground by Iran. I'm Andy Mack. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break.
What?
Tear gas. Will open the door? I think it's smaller. It's coming from here. It's probably coming from here. Look at the neighbor. They're ignoring her.
Lincoln Edward 2.
I couldn't hear her.
Lincoln Edward 2. Southeast side gun at truck.
She's gonna go get her gas mask.
That's what I figured why she was running like that.
Floor, juvenile. Choking.
Choking. Juvenile.
Apparently the call came out of A Met call?
Yeah, medical aid response for choking.
A Met call that the person was trying to probably harm himself with some scissors. Apparently the mom and dad did come out of the house. We don't know the age of this person, but we know he does have a...
Let's listen in to this report from Rebecca Castor.
This Pentagon test video shows what the bunker buster bombs used to strike Iran's nuclear sites on Saturday are capable of. U.S. pilots dropped 12 of them on Fordow. And in a fiery press conference, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth made it clear Iran's nuclear program suffered a heavy blow.
You want to call it destroyed, you want to call it defeated, you want to call it obliterated, choose your word. This was an historically successful attack, and we should celebrate it as Americans.
Trump officials are pushing back after a leaked preliminary U.S. intelligence report suggested otherwise. But now other agencies are weighing in. The CIA, Department of National Intelligence, and the UN Atomic Energy Agency all say the nuclear sites are destroyed or severely damaged.
The pilots stated, quote, "This was the brightest explosion that I've ever seen. It literally looked like daylight."
Iran's supreme leader is still in hiding, but shared his first public message since the ceasefire. He praised Iran's retaliatory attack on the U.S. military base in Qatar and says such an action can be repeated in the future, too. Should any aggression occur, the enemy will definitely pay a heavy price.
Iran's going to have to say a lot of things right now in order to bolster their image, but we're watching very closely what they do.
The Pentagon also revealed that it was just 44 U.S. soldiers between the ages of 21 and 28 who successfully defended the base in Qatar, America's largest in the Middle East. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much. And we're hearing more about the classified briefing that senators got of the U.S. airstrikes in Iran. And it was delayed several days because President Trump was overseas at the NATO summit alongside the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Let's take you out to comments made by some of those senators on both sides of the aisle, including Democrat Chris Murphy.
Listen, I appreciate the briefing. This briefing should have happened immediately after these strikes. I think there's a real question as to why the Director of National Intelligence is not allowed to be in these briefings. That's a question that we should get answered. Listen, to me, it still appears that we have only set back the Iranian nuclear program by a handful of months. There's no doubt there was damage done to the program. But the allegations that we have obliterated their program just don't seem to stand up to reason. So obviously I can't share any of the details from this briefing, but I just do not think the president was telling the truth when he said this program was obliterated. There's certainly damage done to the program, but there is this significant there's still significant remaining capability for the Iranians.
DIA analysis is accurate?
Well, the DIA analysis is preliminary, but and again, I can only speak to what's been reported openly. But if the Iranians still retain significant enriched material and centrifuge capability, then you can only be setting back the program months, not years.
Did the administration have an analysis or an opinion of whether Iran is going to be more motivated or less motivated after this to build a nuclear weapon?
I'm not going to talk about anything from the briefing. I mean, I walk away from that briefing still under the belief that we have not obliterated the program. The president was deliberately misleading the public when he said the program was obliterated. It is certain that there is still significant capability and significant equipment that remain.
Knowing what you know now, would you have authorized it? Knowing what you know now, if the president had come to Congress to get approval to authorize this mission, would he have had your vote?
No. Ultimately, the only way to truly constrain Iran's nuclear program is diplomacy. You cannot bomb knowledge out of existence. No matter how many scientists you kill, there are still people in Iran who know how to work centrifuges. And if they still have enriched uranium and they still have the ability to use centrifuges, then you're not setting back the program by years. You're setting back the program by months. The only path forward is diplomacy. And I just have not heard a realistic path from this administration about diplomacy. Of course, all of us would love a diplomatic agreement in which Iran promises to hold no enriched material. But that has not been a reasonable predicate for negotiations in the past, and it is not likely to be a reasonable predicate for negotiations in the future. All right, guys, thank you very much.
Senator, you want to come here? Thank you, Senator Graham.
Ask me that question.
Do you think that it was obliterated? Was this
Senator just said
yeah,
it was set
yeah.
back months. He just said it was set back months, not years.
No, I think years. So just listen to me. Operation Midnight Hammer was brilliant, it was bold, it was necessary, and it was effective. They blew these places up in a major league way. Major league setback, years, not months. If you don't, and he just said he wouldn't have done it. You know, I like Senator Murphy, but that's absurd. You got a chance to set back the nuclear ambitions of a religious Nazi by years, and you don't take it. That's how World War II starts. World War III starts. Learn from World War II. You appease religious Nazis, you're going to get more religious Nazi behavior. So I think it's absurd that any member of Senate would say, and you got a right to say it, that this wasn't necessary. You're not going to get religious Nazis to give up their nuclear ambitions by talking to them. You have to weaken them. You have to put them on their knees. And will you ever get there through negotiations? I don't know, but I'm willing to try. Obliterated is a good word for me to use. I can tell people in South Carolina, nobody is going to work in these 3 sites anytime soon. They're not going to get into them anytime soon. Their operational capability was obliterated. There's nobody working there tonight. It was highly effective.
No further strikes?
There's no reason to hit those sites anytime soon.
Senator,
None.
In the coming years, you said it's set back years. Does that mean in the coming years there will need to be more U.S. military action to keep it down?
As long as Iran desires to kill all the Jews and us, you got to put that on the table. So the question for all of us is, that happened, what's next? Negotiations. I don't mind negotiating with the Iranians, but I want to start with a simple proposition. Before I sit down with you to negotiate, will you acknowledge Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state? You don't have to agree with them. You don't have to like them. You can hate their policies. But will you abandon your stated goal of destroying the Jewish state? If they say no, you shouldn't sit at the table. So here's the question for the world right now. What's next? Negotiations. If they want it, change their policy of trying to destroy Israel and come after us and purify Islam, what have you accomplished in the long run? You set them back, but I'm looking to change their behavior. Not invade Iran, not to send American troops on the ground, but to insist that the Ayatollah and his henchmen from this day forward reject the idea that they will destroy Israel no matter what the negotiations hold. Why would you ask the Jewish state, 80 years after the Holocaust, the 80th anniversary was the end of the Nazi regime in May, to sit down with a bunch of people who want to kill you no matter what you do? So I talked to Rubio, I talked to the administration. Try diplomacy, but if you don't get a commitment up front that Iran from this day forward abandons its stated desire to wipe out Israel, if they're not willing to recognize the Jewish state, you're wasting your time.
Are you concerned about this
Senator
report?
Murphy was also just critical of the fact that the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was not part of this briefing. Did that impact
Not at
the
all.
understanding
I
that
mean,
everybody
listen,
has?
you know, I tried. Senator Murphy opposed pre-invasion sanctions to Russia. I've never seen any action by this man that would stop a bad guy from doing anything. I begged him to get on a sanctions bill to tell Putin what happens if you invade. That was too provocative. So it doesn't matter what Senator Murphy thinks about me or I think about him. Here's where we're at. The program was obliterated at those 3 sites, but they still have ambitions. I don't know where the 900 pounds of highly enriched uranium exists, but it wasn't part of the target set.
Are you concerned that in light of
that several years? I mean, when the administration is saying it's obliterated, it suggests that they're not able to build a weapon. But you're saying in several years, perhaps they'll be able to.
That's what I'm saying. They're obliterated today, but you can reconstitute it. Isn't the real question, have we obliterated their desire to have a nuclear weapon? As long as they desire one, as long as they want to kill all the Jews, you still have a problem on your hands. I don't want people to think that the site wasn't severely damaged or obliterated. It was. But having said that, I don't want people to think the problem is over, because it's not. They're going to keep trying this as long as they change, until they change their stated goal. Now, will they ever do that? I don't know.
There's reporting that the United States, that the Trump administration is planning on briefing Congress less in light of this.
Ratcliffe said no one's told him that. No one suggested that. It was a good briefing. I don't know why Gabbard was there, but it was a really good briefing.
To the point that the director of national intelligence wasn't there, are you concerned that President Trump specifically and the administration more broadly are not trusting the advice and counsel they're getting from the intelligence?
That to me, I'm fine with her. I wanted Ratcliffe. I don't care who's the director of national intelligence. I want to hear from the CIA. They're the ones with the assets.
Does President Trump trust the CIA right now?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest, lack of a better term, winners in this whole deal is Ratcliffe. I mean, the president has high confidence in Ratcliffe. I do too. But I think all of them perform well. But the ultimate question is, let's say it's 2 years. Let's say it's 10 years. Let's say it's pick a number. The threat still exists as long as Iran, as a nation state, desires to purify Islam, destroy the Jewish state, and come after us. That's what people need to remember. I'm not taking away anything from this operation. I applaud it. I think the people who did it are heroes. But I don't want the American people to think that this is over. It is not over until the regime decides to change their attitude and their behavior. Now, are they weakened? Yes. Can negotiations work? Maybe. They've never been this weak. They've never been on their back heels. So if there's ever a time to get a deal with Iran, it's right now. But here's what I think. There's probably never going to be a deal with these people, because they'll never give up their ambitions to destroy Israel, purify Islam, and come after us.
Senator, does this mean you're not particularly confident that a ceasefire will hold?
All right, just listening in there to Lindsey Graham as well as Chris Murphy, the Democrat and Republican respectively, talking about that classified briefing on the U.S. airstrikes in Iran, and of course the lack of presence of the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. You also heard there saying that they may have obliterated the sites in Iran, but according to Lindsey Graham, it would be difficult to obliterate the ambitions for a nuclear weapon. I'm Andy Mack. You're on Live Now from Fox. A live look right there at the U.S. Capitol just past 6:20 East Coast time. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's take you back out overseas to the European Commission. But first, I want to talk more about the trade deal that President Trump mentioned during his event at the White House. Fox Business's Edward Lawrence detailing some of the information, gleaning more of what it entails, saying a source familiar with the deal says the U.S. and China signed paperwork finalizing what the two sides agreed upon in London last week. This is not a comprehensive trade deal. He says he is told about that. So very interesting in relation to this. Let's take you right now out to some questions from reporters talking about the geopolitical, the geoeconomic volatility. Those are words from Ursula von der Leyen, the European Council president. Let's listen into these comments on Live Now from Fox.
Vai ter que tomar decisões sobre o que fazer. Entretanto, não devemos estar impávidos e devemos dialogar com Israel e confrontar Israel com os dados objetivos do relatório e procurar que Israel faça aquilo que tem que fazer, aceitar o cessar-fogo, permitir a ajuda humanitária chegue à população de Gaza, assegurar que terminam os novos colonatos ilegais.
All right, you can see they're not speaking English. It doesn't appear that we have a translation right now. One of the previous questions that we were just listening into was in English. So we're going to hang with this for just a second to see if this next question is in English or not, so our audience can understand some of what is being said here. But lots of conversations about world trade, about tariffs, as President Trump meeting with different world leaders this week at the NATO summit in the Netherlands, but also last week for a brief time in Canada at the G7 summit. So lots of talk about all of those things on the world stage. Let's listen back in.
I'll take a question from Andrzej.
Hello, Andrzej Wyrwiński, Polsat News. Mr. President, I have a question about money. Last year, the U.S. spent twice as much as all NATO members combined. 800 million euros is not enough to fill this gap. So do you have an idea how to fill this gap? Mr. President, do you believe that member countries are ready for honest conversation about when we have to find some savings to deliver our 5% commitment? And panie premierze, pytanie po polsku. Mówił pan dzisiaj o tym, że miał pan wrażenie, że udało się przekonać sojuszników do tego 5%.
All right, you're just listening into this, and it doesn't appear they're going to go back into English. We're going to slide away really briefly here on Live Now. So plenty of talk on the international front as we're looking live there right now at the White House, just about 6:30 on the East Coast there in Washington, D.C. at the U.S. Capitol building. Let's take you right now out to the State Department briefing as they were making comments about the ongoing conflict tensions in the Middle East, the fragile ceasefire that continues to hold between Israel and Iran, and also the latest information from the Department of Defense. Let's listen in to Tommy Pigott here on Live Now.
A track record of distributing over 46 million meals distributed to date, all while preventing Hamas looting, is absolutely incredible and should be commended and supported. From day one, we said we are open to creative solutions that securely provide aid to those in Gaza and protects Israel. This support is simply the latest iteration of President Trump's and Secretary Rubio's pursuit of peace in the region.
This is a technical question. Do you happen to know what account that money is coming from?
At this point, I do not. I'll take it back and see if we can get an answer.
And then for something completely different, and I'll stop after this, just are you aware of any RIFs being issued today?
At this time, I have nothing to announce on that front. I'm not aware of anything to that effect.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Tom. I'll keep with the reorganization. So I'm just wondering, so you guys have the July 1st deadline for state reorg, right? There's an injunction by a federal judge that effectively blocks the department from implementing agency-wide layoffs. And there's SCOTUS potentially weighing on this. So can you tell us, if we don't hear from SCOTUS by July 1st, which is Tuesday, is the State Department still going to go ahead with reduction in force?
Well, I'm not going to speculate and tell the future on hypotheticals, but I can tell you we have no plans here at the department to violate a court order.
Right. So you're saying that if SCOTUS between now and July the 1st does not weigh in on this, then the July 1st deadline will inevitably be postponed?
Well, my first answer stands, and I'm not going to speculate further on that. We have no plans here at the department to violate a court order.
One more on this. We understand the Foreign Affairs Manual recently has been tweaked to prepare for the foundation of the RIF procedures. This administration has eliminated DEI, and it said it's bringing back merit-based. However, we understand that some of the RIFs will depend on where a foreign service officer, for example, is working at the moment. And there are critics who are saying that that type of criteria basically ignores the years of knowledge, experience, language skills these officers have accumulated. So can you help us understand how this is going to be completely merit-based?
Well, look, what I can say is from the beginning, as the Secretary has said, this reorganization is about making sure we're able to meet the challenges of the 21st century, being able to move at the speed of relevance, as the Secretary says. It's about empowering people instead of a bureaucracy. And I think it's also important to note the process of this from the beginning, a full transparency in this process, communicating with the American people, with Congress, from the very beginning on this. So the point of this reorganization is, again, to move at that speed of relevancy. Again, I'll stress that I don't want to speculate moving forward exactly on what may happen, but I think it's important to remember the track record of how we got here and the ultimate point of this and what the American people, I think, would expect when it comes to meeting those challenges that we face today.
Could I ask a follow-up, though?
Yeah.
If the point is to move at the speed of relevancy, would experience, language, and previous posts, wouldn't that play into consideration?
Well, ultimately, what we're seeing here is wanting to make sure the State Department is able to meet those challenges. That's been this whole process that's been communicated from the beginning to make sure we're effectively meeting those challenges.
Do you take those into consideration?
Well, I think
language proficiency, for instance.
Well, again, I don't want to speculate on certain individuals or get too specific on hypotheticals. But what I can say, as the Secretary has said, is this reorganization is about making sure we're empowering people, not bureaucracy, that we're able to meet those challenges in an effective way. He has spoken to that routinely. He has spoken to that publicly. That's the point here, and I think the American people expect to see that.
If I may, I also wanted to follow up on something that that Matt raised on the GHF. There's been a lot of criticism, almost universal criticism, from the Arab world, from the UN and others, about the distribution process, 4 limited sites in southern Gaza, no access in northern Gaza, the deployment of IDF troops, monitoring access in violation of certain international norms and the Geneva Conventions. Can you tell us, as the U.S. is about to begin funding, whether they are expanding the sites to more sites so that they can equal what the World Food Program and others had done previously?
Well, look, what I can say is, again, that 46 million meals distributed to date. That's something that should be applauded. We've talked about here in the past different distribution sites that have been opened, but I think this is an example of seeing that aid that has been distributed. And President Trump's commitment, Secretary Rubio implementing that vision here to get aid to the people of Gaza. So we're seeing those 46 million meals, and then we're seeing from there the fact that we're seeing this $30 million approved.
If I may, if you do the math, there are 2 million people in Gaza. If you figure that families have multiple children and that this process has been going on now for nearly a month, 46 million meals don't amount to feeding the population of Gaza.
Well, it's 46 million meals that have been distributed. That is a positive thing. And we call on other countries to support the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation and its work as we have this $30 million that are approved. We're seeing the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation in line with President Trump's call to deliver aid in a way where it can't be looted by Hamas. We're seeing those creative solutions. We're seeing the fact that we have 46 million meals distributed. That is good news that we have those meals being distributed, and we call on other countries to join in supporting the GHF's work.
Can I follow up on that, please, Tommy?
Okay.
Every time there's been a distribution in some of those centers, there's been chaotic scenes, and according to the Palestinian sources, shots and people actually dying, heading towards these centers. Now, the Israeli army is saying it's investigating all that, but it seems to be a pattern from the beginning. So you have no issue with that whatsoever? What's your take on that?
Well, there are two factors here. First, we refer you to the IDF on their investigations. Second, I would remind you that many of these reports, some of these reports, are based in Hamas propaganda. So we have two factors here when it comes to some of these reports. Ultimately, we want to see aid reach the people of Gaza. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has delivered 46 million meals. We've seen that. We want to see that food being delivered. We see the $30 million approved. So that's what the story is here, moving to implement, get those creative solutions in there to make sure that the aid being distributed is not being looted by Hamas.
And just to follow up on that, you said $30 million. Has that money actually been given to the foundation already?
It's been approved. That's as far as I can go on that front. Yes.
Yeah, just to follow on what everyone is asking about, you say you want to see aid get into Gaza. Are you pushing the Israeli government to allow other groups into Gaza to distribute aid? Today, GHF was the only one allowed into the Strip.
What we're pushing for is for other countries to join us in supporting the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation's work. That's what we're pushing for.
Groups who had been established and had methods that were able to distribute more widely before the restrictions of the Israeli government. So are you asking them to also lift these restrictions?
What we're pushing for is for other countries to support the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation's work. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation being able to deliver that aid without it being looted by Hamas. And again, that's about that creative solution that President Trump has said from the beginning. So we call on other countries to support the GHF in this. Yes.
Thank you. Just to follow up, I'm sure that 46 million meals are very good, and the Palestinians appreciate that. But that, as Andrea said, that translates to about 20 meals per person over, a period of a month, because it's been a month since they started this thing. So there are only like 4 centers. So are there any plans to expand these centers to make more opening, more entry points and so on for aid and all these things? Because Gaza used to receive, 1,000, maybe a couple thousand trucks of food a day. So the situation is very dire.
So I don't have anything to preview in terms of future plans here. I'm not going to get into that here. I can say what we've seen in the past is distribution sites opening. We've seen a ramp up of the meals being delivered. And I think, again, the story here is 46 million meals being delivered to the people of Gaza. That is the story here.
Right. But just if I may follow up, very, very quickly. Yeah, but also it has been a death trap. I mean, everybody is documenting that Palestinians are being killed at these centers and so on. Many of them are afraid to go. There's a looming disaster. I mean, are you talking to the Israelis? Are you urging them not to be trigger happy and confronting very hungry people who are so desperate that they're probably grabbing stuff and so on?
Well, I answered your question earlier, but I think it's also important to recognize that Hamas bears sole responsibility for this conflict, as has been stated from this podium several times by spokesperson Tammy Bruce. The fact that we're seeing Hamas act in certain ways, and really in barbaric ways, that they've continually done that. So Hamas bears sole responsibility for this conflict. And again, the story here is the 46 million meals that have been able to be distributed to the people in Gaza during this time, and the fact that we're encouraging other countries to also support the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Yes.
Thanks, Tommy. Sticking on the JHF, do the Americans plan on playing, other than the role of a benefactor here, any other role in terms of management, in terms of security? There were 8 Palestinian JHF contractors that were shot dead, last week? What is the role here, other than here's cash?
Well, look, fundamentally, again, we wanted to make sure we get those resources in a way that helps deliver that food, helps deliver that aid. I have no further details for you at this time. We may have more details in the days ahead. But ultimately, this is about those 46 million meals and trying to get more aid into Gaza in the sense of that $30 million that's been approved for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
Special Envoy Witkoff stressed moving forward with the Abraham Accords. President Abbas wrote a letter to President Trump, basically, congratulating him on the Iranian ceasefire, expressing his desire to move forward with the peace process here. I'm trying to figure out, because there's been almost no discussions between, at least publicly, between the State Department and the Palestinian Authority. I know Tammy always says just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not going on. But where if Hamas is going to be out of the picture, maybe Arab countries don't know where it's going. What is the State Department's vision for future Palestinian Authority involvement in the region? What is the vision? What is the policy?
Well, right now, what we're looking at is trying to get a ceasefire. That is our focus. Our focus now is the ceasefire we need to see. Our focus is getting to that ceasefire, standing with Israel's right to defend itself, its right to protect itself. That's where we are currently. That's where our focus is. And that's where it's going to remain until we reach those goals. Yes.
Hi, Tommy, I'm going to stick on this subject just for a little bit more. You keep saying that the story is the distribution of 40+ million meals, and we're trying to just point out all of the other multifaceted angles of what's going on here, given that the government is about to invest a lot of money into this. So I'm just wondering, like, why, again, to Jenny's question, does this mean the US government doesn't support the World Food Program trying to get into Gaza right now? If not, why not? We're just trying to get a clear answer on why is it just one organization and not the others?
Well, as I just said, what this indicates is the fact that we have $30 million approved for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. That's what this indicates. We've also seen the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, as I was saying, been able to deliver aid in a way that is not being looted by Hamas. The story here, again, as I've said, as you pointed out, is that 46 million meals. That's the story here, and the fact that we're encouraging other countries to step up and support this. The president's been clear. He's been looking for those creative solutions to get aid into Gaza. This is one of those indicators showing a follow-through on that commitment from Secretary Rubio here implementing that vision at the State Department.
And I don't know, sorry, if I could just have one more. I don't know if you've seen, in the last couple of weeks, there was an American security contractor who used to work for the organization. He wrote his experience in ZTO, and he described how the contractors, the Americans going to work for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, were themselves not getting enough sleep, not getting enough to eat. He describes how some of the contractors were picking up food from the ground, food that was supposed to go to the Palestinian people. I'm just going to very quickly read this to you. He said, "We're telling crying women trying to pick up food for their families that they had to go, and they were looking at this food on the ground that they desperately needed, and they couldn't take it." He said it was absolutely horrific. So when you say the story is that they are getting millions of meals out, the other side of it is that there are many more people who are not getting food, and it's not enough food, and the security situation on the ground, other stories are starting to come out about people who are actually there. So do you have a comment on the experience of some of these contractors who you're about to fund?
Well, every single one of these briefings, every single day, we have conversations about the situation in Gaza. Every single day, we have those conversations. And every single day, we've been working in terms of trying to figure out creative ways to get aid to the people of Gaza. Every single day, we've been working on that. The humanitarian situation, trying to address that every single day. And what we're seeing here is that $30 million commitment to this organization. That is what we're seeing. That is the commitment that President Trump laid out in terms of trying to get those creative solutions in there. So that's really what we're talking about here, that $30 million going to the organization, the 46 million meals. But of course, we're aware of what's happening in Gaza. That's part of why the president had this commitment to get aid in there, but also to get to that ceasefire, get to that peace, talking about long-term prosperity for everyone in the region. The fact that the people of Gaza have suffered tremendously under the hands of Hamas. The president has spoken about this continually, so has Secretary Rubio. So that's part of what we're seeing here, that $30 million to this foundation. And we encourage, as I said, other countries to also join in supporting this effort. Yes.
Thank you, Tommy. On Iran, there's been some perhaps mixed messaging on the diplomatic outlook. The president has said he doesn't think a deal is necessary, but Special Envoy Witkoff said yesterday that he's hoping for a comprehensive peace agreement. If talks with Iran do indeed happen next week, as the president said they would, can you say what the goal would be for those discussions?
Well, I refer you to my colleague Caroline. She spoke about this at the press briefing at the White House. One of the things that she said there was the goal of an Iranian meeting is to obtain long-standing peace in the region, and I have nothing further to add to her comments.
So no nuclear agreement would that be necessary?
Again, nothing to add in addition to my colleague Caroline's comments.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, right here. Yep. You.
Thank you. Thanks, Todd. You mentioned Israeli army investigations into some of the food distribution incidents at these GHF sites. On June 2nd, Ambassador Huckabee attacked the press for reporting on some of the scenes of chaos and bloodshed. And he said that all the meals back then initially had been distributed smoothly and without incident. Will the ambassador amend his statement against the press if the Israeli army confirms that there had indeed been chaos and bloodshed at the aid distribution sites?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on the future there. What I can say is, as refer you to my earlier answer about the two dynamics that we're dealing with here.
Secondly, there's been some reporting from Israel today about what happens next, assuming there's a durable ceasefire that endures, including the US and Israel talking about bringing Syria and Saudi Arabia into the Abraham Accords, and that a peace plan could help Arab countries help administer Gaza if Hamas is removed. Are you able to talk about that at all, or describe the administration's next focus for the region?
I'm not going to speculate. As I said, our focus remains on achieving that ceasefire. Yes.
Today in Riyadh, there was a meeting between Saudi Foreign Prince Faisal bin Farhan and U.S. Special Envoy Tom Barrack. Can you give us more details or read out about the meeting?
Nothing to preview here. I'll take back your question and see if there's anything we're able to share.
I have a follow-up about the GHF. You said that there are investigations. Or are you aware that there are investigations from the Israelis? Because you said that they are looting by Hamas, but we are seeing kids dying. So why they are using force when there are kids like just trying to get food that they are in dire need for?
As I said, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is part of why we have seen the president call for creative solutions to get aid into Gaza. It's important to remember, though, that, as I said again, Hamas bears sole responsibility for this conflict. That is fundamental, and what we're seeing here is the president saying we need creative solutions to get aid into Gaza, and we're seeing $30 million approved to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation in order to support those efforts.
There's force used next to kids who are in dire need of food. Why are the IDF using force and like bullets next to kids who are trying just to get some flour?
Well, as I, again, refer you to my earlier answer of the two dynamics here. The fact that there are some examples, and the IDF has said publicly that they are investigating. I refer you to them on their investigation. But also that there are examples, of Hamas propaganda. So there are two different dynamics here. I refer you to them on their question. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tammy. Two questions. The Russian Defense Secretary Andrei Belousov announced that thousands of North Korean engineer corps would be sent to help rebuild Kursk. Kursk is Ukraine territory. Do you think this will be an issue between Russia and Ukraine in ceasefire talks?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time? I missed the first part of your question.
First part, the Russian Defense Minister, Defense Secretary Belousov announced that thousands of North Korean engineer corps would be sent to help rebuild Kursk, Ukraine territories. So do you think this will be an issue between Russia and Ukraine in ceasefire talks?
On the issue of North Korea support for Russia or vice versa, we've spoken to that multiple times from this podium. I refer you to those earlier comments from myself and spokesperson Bruce. As the president has said many times, we hope to see that ceasefire, that long peace. We've been working for that, engaging with that. Ultimately, it is up to the parties in order to reach that.
One more. Do you know how much will the U.S. increase its defense cost sharing with South Korea, and when will you discuss this issue?
Let me take back your question and see if we can get some further details for you.
Somewhat related to that, can I just ask a logistical thing, and just very quick? You mentioned the Quad meeting that the Secretary is going to be hosting.
Yes.
He is still planning to meet with these foreign ministers individually before Quad meeting, right?
I'll see what we're able to read out. At this point, I can confirm the Quad meeting, but I'll see if I can get you more details on that.
Can I go to Africa? What you asked, what you talked about at the beginning. What exactly is being signed tomorrow? Because Nobel Peace Prize winner Denis Mukwege said that this peace process has been opaque, non-inclusive, that this deal rewards aggression. He's been very critical of this. So I'm wondering what exactly is being signed here.
Also, first of all, as you mentioned, tomorrow Secretary Rubio will host the ministerial signing of the peace agreement between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda right here at the State Department. There are provisions on respect for territorial integrity and a prohibition of hostilities, disengagement, disarmament, and conditional integration of non-state armed groups, establishment of a joint security coordination mechanism that incorporates the CONOPS of October 31st, 2024, facilitation of the return of refugees and internally displaced persons, as well as humanitarian access and a regional economic integration framework. So, though I would stress also what was mentioned in my topper, that it is with implementation of this agreement that the economic investment and development we all want to see will be possible.
So you talk about regional framework, but this is just between two countries, and there are a lot of countries involved in this conflict.
Well, I think ultimately, again, to refer you to the comments I just had there, there'll be more information as we approach the day itself, but this is good news. This is good news. This is a fantastic achievement.
I don't think they're going to. They're not going to arrest her. I don't think there's any type of criminal activity going on.
That is criminal activity. That is.
I don't know what the laws are for somebody sitting on the highway.
You know. Kirsten!
How did this all start?
I'm mad at you.
A wreck?
No, you covering everything per usual. I see you.
I'm just trying to be quiet.
So
There's
I
other
appreciate
people
you.
streaming.
It's good to see you.
This is in North Houston.
Shout out to Kirsten.
I don't know what she would be getting arrested with.
Oh my God.
Or they just want to make sure she's okay, like physically. I don't think they want her hurt at all. Yeah, they'll transfer her to the hospital, and they'll probably take her to Northwest. At least over here. Here you go.
How you been, Kirsten? I appreciate that again. Democrat,
It's
Republican,
obstruction on the highway.
At this
I'm
point,
not
Grandma
sure.
doesn't care. She's armed, annoyed, and ready to
She's
feel
just casually having a
fine
conversation.
until someone fixes the damn Social Security.
Yeah, I mean,
You
she
ain't
definitely will
playing.
get an insurance claim for sure.
Yo, DB, you're wildin', bro. Yo,
No, this is in North Houston near Spring.
is she going to
Well, in
jail?
Spring.
Possibly, yes. I mean, I want her to be okay, though. I do.
What
but
crimes
this is
has she
impeding
committed?
traffic. You
No,
know,
I'm not zooming in
She has
anymore.
a weapon. She's
I
armed.
can't.
A lot of no-nos here, you know?
I mean, she didn't leave the scene of the crime or scene of the wreck. She's still here.
Jazz, you are so sweet. I appreciate you, Jazz. No, I don't want to say she's protesting.
She's still blocking traffic. Yeah, I don't know what the laws are, y'all.
I'm shocked they haven't made a move.
Oh yeah.
Clearly.
I mean, we've been here for what?
We'll be here
She's
for all day.
I mean, then again, why did a fire department or some cops leave us?
Do y'all know if that was her daughter that came or just a relative? I was told that she doesn't even have kids.
Yeah, when did this start? Were you guys
Yeah, Nazette, that's a good video you posted on Discord. I'm gonna show that.
1:30, 1:40.
I got here like an hour ago. Yeah, I can actually check it.
Tweet it out.
I got a notification.
I'm muting myself.
Okay, so one of the persons muted this stuff real quick. We're gonna get audio back. Hopefully she's okay. I feel bad, y'all. I do feel bad. I do. Okay, there's a video here that I really want to see. This is really good. Good stuff here.
Oh, there's ants.
Oh, yes. Check.
You did all this, what you get out of it? You got dirt on my feet, got ants. Got my feet hurting.
Why you mute? Because I was saying something
Then again, it's already
that I don't need to say with thousands of people in here.
Oh, he's just sitting in the goddamn road. Yeah, woman.
Yeah, this isn't
Damn, look at
spring.
the crash.
It's actually really humid out
Guys,
here.
look at that. Look at that.
Is anybody new here?
Oh, he should just
Look at that.
sitting in the goddamn road.
New. Okay, so basically, this lady that's sitting on the highway, it's just her.
Look at that.
And then there's an 18-wheeler to the right of me. She got into a wreck. I don't know if she like intentionally or she was having an episode at the time of the wreck, but she got into a wreck with the 18-wheeler.
Yo, you know what? Looking at this now, it's like if she is traumatized. It could be. Now, I don't know. I'm speculating. But that damage from an elderly woman, if that's her car, I heard it's by a truck, so I'm assuming that. I want to be correct here, but she could be like, man, who pulls out a big ass barrel gun in the middle of the damn freeway with a car looking like that? Now, I'm not trying to, look for reasons to be on her side. What's happening is wrong, of course, but I just now seen that damage. And you need to look at the extent of the damage from an elderly woman. She could be in her 80s, 90, She looks scared. Yeah, man.
It could get worse than this.
Look at that.
I just don't understand why they haven't done anything. Yeah, she's definitely in a crisis.
And look at the
right
bags.
now.
What is the point?
It's inflated.
They probably searched the car already.
You know what? This is possible.
Okay, sorry.
It's possible. It's possible.
I don't know.
They're blown out.
Yeah, look at the front.
She's definitely negotiating right now.
As an elderly woman, she looks old. With respect. But yeah, it's looking like that. It is looking like that. It is.
Like the movie Straw? Yeah, that's what everybody's saying.
My question is, how did she get a revolver?
Thank you for sharing my live on Facebook. Yo, you guys are incredible. I see a lot of people sharing my live on Facebook and Twitter. That means so much to me, and I just want to say thank you. I see your tag. I see when you do it, so that means a lot. So thank you for whoever shared and hit that like button. It means the world to me, and I'm so grateful for that. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
The news channel's here. You want to listen to him?
Every now and then she grins and smiles and laughs. She probably thinks whatever they're telling her.
Look at Carly says.
Okay, I'm gonna be quiet real quick.
Thank you, Carly. I appreciate that. For welcoming people, I appreciate that. You too, Wilson. I see that too. Thank you.
So y'all can hear what's going on.
Yeah, she's probably having
But I'm getting off on some live. That's kind of fun.
Are they about to move in?
Uh-oh. They're negotiating with something. They're doing something, y'all. I don't know what's going on. Someone said she's 80.
She's 80. Well,
honestly, don't
allegedly,
know.
we're listening here. Not confirmed. It's not confirmed.
I'm gonna check Twitter. Let's see if there's any news of her yet.
We just try to fit come back out wide. So fast, you know what I mean?
Guys, let me get this subscriber count.
Not the guy honking, trying to be on camera. Okay, motorcycle. You want to see the motorcycle?
Well, I want to see this lady.
That was unnecessary.
Somebody pull him over.
Oh,
Wait,
Gam.
hold on. Wait.
That was unnecessary.
It'd be funny if they actually pull him over.
It's starting to rain again. I guess we're... Someone's playing a trumpet.
Why are people making noise knowing that this lady got a weapon in her hand? I don't get it. Why is people doing that?
That blue Hyundai.
Knowing that this lady has a weapon in her hand. You went and boom, boom, and like, dude. What is wrong with you people?
At least you're a little bit north of here.
Damn. People are ridiculous.
Right, you don't have standoffs in the middle of 45.
All the noises might panic her. I don't think so. I think there's been enough
she don't know that.
police out here.
No,
Yeah,
she don't know that. It could be
this is in Northeastern.
little noise and boom.
Y'all are in the traffic. How long have y'all been in it?
I'm at 14. It was 13.
Y'all, we have 1,500 people in here.
No, they got. They just trying to prevent doing that. But I'm telling you, flash bang guys.
Do y'all hear this guy behind me?
You got that photo loaded up.
This old lady's pissed.
I'll toss you that pretty quick and bring it back to me and then come outside.
I ain't seen nothing but cops. Yeah, it's nothing but cops around here. It's all the way down and the highway shut down. I'm getting drenched by rain.
I'm just going to knock and zoom in that car.
It's not on 1960, y'all. This is Cypress Wood. It's a little north of 1960.
She's correct though. That she's right because there was a confusion in the address originally, in like a report.
Yeah,
people were getting confused, but it's not Cypress or it's Cypress Wood.
It's in her right hand. She's just, it's just laying on her chest.
Oh, 1949.
Can I like?
That's like a.
Oh yeah, right here.
That mother got the skinny tip.
Y'all, this looks like some movie from 1973.
Yeah, she got her finger on the trigger.
She got that.
She has her
shit
finger
loaded,
on
look.
the trigger. That's crazy,
She got her finger
y'all.
on it.
What is she? Can y'all like read lips? Somebody read lips.
Somebody, yo, can somebody see this? Can y'all read that? Can y'all read that? Yeah, I gotta zoom that in. Hold on.
She looking at her nails like she need to get her nails done.
I'm gonna zoom it in. Can somebody read lips?
She doesn't look 80. Yo, she kind of looked familiar.
What could be more important than this? What could be more important than this?
I just want to know what her motive is.
Who is this guy? Get this guy out of my. Get out of here.
I think there's something else going on in her life. She has a revolver in her hand and her phone is on the trigger. Her finger is on the trigger.
Oh, here they go.
Where exactly is she sitting? In the middle of the freeway. The I-45. Thank you, Amy. DB, Trump voice. Some say she's blocking traffic. I say she's doing more for border security than the entire Biden administration. The very second and possible.
Is what pointed towards her the weapon? Nah, it doesn't look like it.
I appreciate that. DB's popping
Looks
off.
like it's faced behind her.
No, it's a video. This is a video. The middle is a video. The middle one is this is a video. So basically on that camera, right? You see the square at the bottom? It's screen selection.
I can never be a news broadcaster. I don't have this. I don't have the voice for it. I feel like you have a particular voice to be a noise broadcast news. She's tired of all the BS.
What are you gonna say what you did today?
I ain't got work on Saturday. Oh, God. Chilling. I ain't got shit.
You could be a newscaster. You sound pretty good. I don't know about that, y'all. I think I'm okay. There's a lot of work behind that.
I don't know if the camera's gonna say the same.
Are you with the news station?
Wait till you get to
Independent.
Wait, what?
Oh, you are independent. Okay. What's your name?
Joseph.
Joseph Rulli? Oh, okay.
Bro, they better make those fast.
I feel like she's talking about the wreck or something.
No. DP again, thank you, man.
Y'all tap this train. I know, I wish I could read lips too, but I don't know what she's saying. And there's rain going all over my phone. It's getting a little worse. I think once but she has a hat on, so like I feel like she wouldn't even care. They already called her family. Her family came, supposedly, from a trusted resource. She doesn't even have kids, and she said she wanted her kids. Oh, he covered up his camera, y'all. It's raining. Oh.
They better go up to her and like, they put her back. Exactly. She need a hug, man.
At this point, again, it's going on 5 hours. We don't know when this will be wrapped up, but of course we will keep you updated
It's
on our
frozen.
developments on air and online at Houston.com.
No, it's still live. It's still.
Oh.
Yeah,
she's just sitting there. I thought it was frozen, y'all. She's just standing there. Yo, that's kind of creepy. Wait, let me turn my enhancement off, y'all. Sorry. There we go. I thought she was... I don't know. She looks kind of mad, y'all. Maybe, I don't know. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry.
Our show right here.
I forgot my charging block at home.
Oh! Hold on, chat. Give me a second. Again, guys, this is in Houston, I-45. Let me get that footage back for you guys. Give me a second. Okay, she paused her live. We're gonna go back to the original live here. Hold on, guys. Give me a second.
But yeah, the freeway is still shut down in both directions on the main lanes here in North Houston. Y'all can kind of see it where it's shut down. This lady caused a wreck with this 18-wheeler right behind this camera right here.
If you guys just tuning in, I have two perspectives. You're looking at the left video and the right one. I'm trying to work on a horizontal video if I can. Just give me a second, guys. I'm getting more details and updated reports, okay?
She got out of the car, grabbed a lawn chair and her weapon, and has been sitting here since. And she's just sitting here. She's been sitting here since 1:30 Central Standard Time, and she has not moved.
That information is correct. She has been there since 1:30. She has.
All you need to do is taser, rubber bullet. She's fine.
I think
it's the way she holding his gun. She's standing like.
She
like.
Because like the way I would think about going about it is like tranquilize, you know, because sometimes you can.
What do you say?
Sometimes
What highway? I-45 north. Actually, this is I-45 south. Southbound lane, but both lanes, northbound and southbound in North Houston, are shut down.
And that's safer.
She's talking to the police, y'all. They're negotiating with her.
How is she? She'll be fine.
I mean, true, but like
I don't think they would arrest her. I don't know. I don't know what the criminal charges would be.
Where's my daughter? Hey, Forrest on the lawn chair, man.
But her daughter.
I saw her lips. She was saying, "Where's my daughter?"
They keep coming and going. I thought they said they brought her. They brought the daughter here earlier.
She was here.
Did they?
How much battery life? I have 21%, y'all.
Oh! Shout out to Yanni. Guys, I got the video footage of the crash. The dash cam. The dash cam.
The daughter did leave, yeah.
The dash cam.
That she's asking him what kind of charges is she gonna have.
Hold on.
Nah, I don't think she would have any. I don't know what she would have though, if you want me to be honest with you.
I'm gonna show it, guys, in like 1 minute.
Oh, here comes the undercover. Oh shit. Dang. Yo, car broken. That's what you get for being nosy.
Just pull over.
That's what you get for being nosy, Pookie Bear.
And that cop was right there too.
Y'all saw that? Oh, that 18-wheeler said, get out of my way. Y'all, these 18-wheeler drivers look a little crazy. What is she holding, y'all? A revolver.
Hold on, guys. I'm doing like a million things. Hold on.
He's been here for over an hour. I got here.
Yeah, I got here like an hour ago. I think I got here like an hour ago.
Yeah. I don't remember when I got here.
Well, however long this live's been going, so I don't know how to even tell. 10.k views. Oh yeah, just under an hour. No, she wrecked. So she was driving on the main lanes and she swerved left.
Yeah. And then another thing.
She swerved left. And her.
There's still some people out there that don't know this is happening.
Houston, Texas. I-45, guys.
She's trying to come get me. And she's been stuck in gridlock traffic since she left.
Okay, I got the video. Let me know if you guys are ready.
On the freeway. On the other side. They still need police to get over there and because.
And it's rush hour traffic in Houston. It's bad enough. You don't need
Mustard. She says, I'm guessing depending on which entering the stream.
Do something about this.
You gotta go to the bathroom. You see that? Mustard, what?
Yeah. This is why I don't leave the house after.
He's right there, y'all.
I'm trying to get back before 4. Yeah. My route right now is still cool.
Mustard, thank you so much. It looked like she purposely crashed. Mustard, you crazy.
Her name is May.
That's her name, May? All right, chat, give me 1 second. Let's look at this video real quick of the incident that happened. And, all right, let's see. All right, DB says, is it just me or does Nova resemble a young Michael Jordan? You rock the MJ look, but it's the heart, the humor, the hustle you bring under the pocket really makes you. DB, you guys got jokes. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Michael Jordan, it's the bald head, bro. I had to shave it, though. I had to shave it off. Okay. So this is it, guys. All right, let's take a look at this. Thank you, DB. I appreciate that. And Mustard, she's crazy. Oh! But wait a minute. What the heck? Why would you? What? Yeah, but why?
Aviation brethren out there, but they do tend to be a little optimistic on the effect of whenever they do these missions. So we have a process in place where we look a lot closer at any battle damage assessment.
Okay, and just lastly, Hal, I would venture to say that headset and Payne
in these two press conferences we've had since the strikes on Saturday night have been extremely transparent, extremely forthcoming, images, media material showing how this was all done, and including the response to the attack by the Iranians at the base in Qatar. Lucas Tomlinson tweeting this: the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Kane, says 44 U.S. Army soldiers defended Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar with 2 Patriot air defense batteries when Iran launched a ballistic missile strike on the base. The oldest was a 28-year-old captain, so I thought that was interesting. Anything else to note, Hal, that you've been watching in all of this?
Well, it was interesting. It does say that they evacuated the base. That's a pretty extreme force protection measure to get that many troops off the base like they did. The other thing I noticed, really he gave that brief, was a level of detail on the strike itself. I mean, they literally, they'd seen where they covered up the air vents. They literally put those massive explosions down the air vents into the facility. I was having visions of Star Wars when they were talking about how they dropped those bombs down the air vents to blow up the underground facility. It was just it does say something not just about the professionalism, the training, the capabilities of the air crews, but also.
Did you see the headshot of her?
Hold on, she's talking about somebody.
Yeah, no, I know, Chad. I saw it. I mean, it's okay. So everyone knows when driving, when going left, you can't go left. You're on that. You can't. So, to look, or you don't make any U-turns, or if that was even the point of a U-turn, I don't think you can, because you need to go past the ramp, past the wait a minute, you can't. I don't know. But why would she do that?
Must be really good at reading.
They said she wants her son free.
That's not happening.
Oh, guys, that's not me. That's the bot saying that you are posting links. That means you have to put a space after your period. Don't connect it after a period. Add a space. The bot's going to think you're putting a link in the chat. Okay?
She's saying drop something, like drop their gun.
They're not going to do that.
Look, they're going to do that. What are you going to do if I drop it? Oh, not the gift on her.
Hey, Elisa, that's
yeah, they said KPRC's live.
I probably would, really.
I
know exactly what type
what
of
happened? Oh no.
Let me know if I need to move
about this she ain't piercing none of them officers, bro. They tripping because
exactly. You can't do a U-turn.
I'm trying not to get so.
You can see it clear.
This guy is going crazy.
I'm honest, what makes this fun is how she's on a lawn chair. Not
just pulled up the lawn chair.
Not in her car, not barricaded, in a lawn chair.
You said a fofo bulldog.
I'm sorry for the background noise, y'all.
I know my weapons. I seen it clearly earlier. It had a little bitty.
Will someone else go live once your phone dies?
I think I found another.
I set out on a journey to create a product that would help people update their homes. As a single mother on a limited budget, I wanted to find a simple solution that could help homeowners and other women like myself update their homes and not just be stuck because they couldn't afford to tear everything out and start over. We made that happen with the All-in-One Paint. Well, I hope you try a free sample, and you can get yours by going to allinOnePaint.com. This 8-ounce sample will paint your front door, your vanity, and you can try the paint on us and see what you think. I think you'll love it, but let us know.
You know I love my little Amore very much, but recently I found something else that I love. New puzzle game, Royal Kingdom, from the makers of Royal Match. It's new, it's free, and we love to play it whenever we have a moment, because the more puzzles we complete, the quicker we expand our kingdom and unlock new kingdoms to explore. And there are never any ads to get in our way. I think it's fair to say that we're killing it. Isn't that right, Amore? And she kissing me. Shall we take a look at our friends' leaderboard? I'm beating you. I'm beating you. I'm beating you. What? You took my #1 spot away from me. What's that, Amore? You want a wee-wee on his phone and ruin it? And then we can take our rifle play?
Yeah, like you can't say gone.
That's what's happening.
I'm just curious. That just make her cry. Just mess her eyes up and stuff.
We're going on the beach, but it's not as bright.
My bad, Jakey.
Oh, I just got banned.
It's raining out here, so I'm trying to.
It does, don't it? Let's go.
Welcome if you come from the TikTok stream. I think she just had some issues, but she might have had.
She got
Said I
banned.
took the pit bull puppies and fostered to the vet today for shots. Susan S. or Biscuit. Said Ozzy.
That's why I don't fuck with TikTok. That's why everybody keeps telling me. Y'all always telling me to stream on TikTok. I will never do it. I would never stream on TikTok. Shit is trash. Yeah, Wilson, but appealing it takes time, and this is happening now. I have dealt with TikTok for so long. I'm over it, man. And they're strict, man. Those battles you don't win with TikTok. Barely, rarely you win those battles.
Yeah, it's over 3 hours. She does have her finger on the trigger, as you can see on my zoomed in video from my other camera. How many followers? Well, you have to have a certain amount of followers to do it.
I've done it before.
Okay, just go to make a post here, and it should say live.
Oh.
There you go.
Okay.
Everybody, please hit that like button. I would appreciate that, guys. We are way behind. If you can,
Well, if
I would
y'all are watching
appreciate
the
it.
TikTok stream, she's about to go back live on her Facebook.
So
So
please,
if y'all know
guys,
her
hit that like
Facebook, y'all
button.
could catch her there.
Were they on there?
Yeah, some people were saying they're coming from TikTok. Yeah.
Please, guys, hit that like, hit subscribe if you're brand
But
new.
y'all are welcome to hang out here as well. Appreciate everybody.
Oh my gosh, what's happening?
She moved her arm or did something. Every time they move.
But now my heart's got me.
Yeah, I think they might be about to go to make a move in. I'm not sure, everybody. If they do, I'm gonna zoom away from the close-up, unfortunately, in case something does go wrong.
Yo, this lady is standing on business. She's standing on business. Amy says, in the ambulance, I picked up an old guy who had crashed his car. Weirdest part, it was winter. And he wasn't wearing socks. He had Alzheimer's. And had found the car keys. Poor family, he was 175 miles from his home. So this sounds like that. She could be suffering from something, huh? I mean, possibly. But Alzheimer's, dementia? Amy, that's a good take. I appreciate that.
Where did I say SWAT?
I don't know.
I'm like, where they been at?
Thank you, Amy.
Right, we're SWAT been for 4 hours.
Okay, so SWAT is here. Right, that's the sheriffs? Yep, that's the sheriffs, yep. Oh, chat. Yo, they might just move in on her, man. They might just move in. Whole bunch
So
of shields.
SWAT just pulled up on scene, Harris County SWAT.
Yep.
So I'm sure they're gonna turn around and go up the exit ramp to get back onto the freeway.
Mustard! Dude, like 17, 18 days.
Oh, it was approved.
Yo, Mustard, you're a whole different. Yo, you're different, bro. I swear to God.
No, that's what I'm like.
Yo, Mustard, you're so different. Yeah, this is live. Yes, it is. It's live. they're,
Hey, Frankie,
they're
you do have to
talking
have a
to
certain
her.
amount of followers to go live on Facebook. If you're under a
They're
page.
talking to
I'm
her.
not sure about as a individual personal account.
Thank you, Mustard. Let's say thank you to Mustard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's GG's for that, baby. I love it. These are just slow.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. If you're traveling for the 4th of July holiday weekend, you're going to want to listen. We have some vantage points there over some of the nation's airports. We call that our airport quad box. Take a look at that. Atlanta, LAX, Philly, St. Louis. We're going to St. Louis in moments here. Well, with the 4th of July holiday next week, people are gearing up for those summer getaways, and U.S. travel agencies say they're seeing a jump in the number of people planning to fly. Well, let's go out to our Fox News multimedia reporter, friend and colleague there, Oliviana Calmes at St. Louis's airport. She joins me. Oliviana, good to see you. It's almost 4th of July week here. What should travelers know?
Hey, Andrew. Well, it is warm here. I don't know how it is where you are, but it's making a lot of folks want to get to those summer getaways and schedule those 4th of July vacations as well. And we know that summer travel is already just going very well. TSA reported that they saw a 3.1 million number of passengers screened just in the beginning of summer, which was this past Sunday. So we're looking toward that trend continuing. And some people are calling this revenge travel 2.0, because right now we're looking at a post-pandemic trend where people spending money on bucket list vacations or taking longer trips. Now, I talked to some travelers here at the St. Louis airport, which was, pretty calm today, but definitely picking up. And they tell me that they'll be planning to go on more trips this summer, especially if they can get a good deal.
Is busy with travel. Compared to other years, I have a lot of bachelorette trips, a lot of family vacations.
Yeah, normally I buy the ticket early just because the prices will go up and stuff like that. So it's always better to get it early.
This time you didn't, though? And it was higher?
Yeah.
You heard it from him. Buy early if you can. And as far as airfare goes, you might be in luck because according to travel site Hopper, prices are down 3% since last year, with the average domestic flight sitting at $265. And Hopper says that's the lowest level in 3 years. AAA saying they will see a record number. They project to see a record number of travelers for this 4th of July holiday, the days leading up and the couple days after that, in the air and on the roads.
AAA is forecasting a record-breaking 72 million people are expected to travel between June 28th and July 6th. That's almost 2 million more people than AAA projected last year over the same time period. And by car, it's 1.3 million more people traveling by the road this year.
Now, there was some concern about inflation and tariffs making people hesitant to buy flights or get on the roads, but it's looking like it's going to be a busy travel season this summer. Andrew?
All right, Oliviana, if you're traveling, I hope you stay safe, don't have any headaches there at the airport. I'm getting out of town myself Saturday morning, so same for me. Oliviana, always good to see you. Talk soon. Okay, in the meantime here, let's take another quick commercial break as we approach the bottom of the hour. Still so much more to get to on this busy Thursday. We'll see you after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We're now at the bottom of the hour. Well, as you know, here at Live Now, we have our eyes on the 2026 midterm elections. Who's
A better wireless experience starts now at Carolina West Wireless. Get the best value for unlimited data guaranteed. Just bring your current phone bill and we'll beat it. Seriously, we'll beat any deal. Plus, we'll pay off your current device, up to $800 per device or $2,500 per account. Why settle for less when you can do better wireless? Switch today and experience local support, unbeatable deals, and wireless that works for you. Visit Carolina West Wireless today.
With all-in-one paint, you become an instant home makeover expert. I suddenly love Shiplap. All-in-one paint's designer-curated colors make choosing the right one easy. I think I'll paint this one spruce. All-in-one paint bonds to pretty much any surface, so it's easy to update anything in your home that needs updating. Walls, furniture, cabinets, your husband's ugly chair. Nailed it. Become a design expert and transform your living space with all-in-one paint. Visit allinonepaint.com for your free sample today.
And that is a really positive ending to all of this. For now, we are live in North Harris County. I'm Bryce Newberry, KPRC 2 News.
No, I am so sorry.
All right.
I
didn't know we were going that fast.
Yeah. This is gonna. I'm changing.
So now, friends,
I think it's time for me to change not only my internet service, but I'm changing my whole streaming platform. I'm not fucking around no more. That was so fucking ridiculous. Like, how that happened was like, okay, boom, you're not gonna stream that. Like, right when it ended, she went up, she put the gun down, and she got up. Bro, like, it was ridiculous. Like, I'm watching it, I'm like, yo, they cannot see this. Bro, I want to see if my Facebook picked it up. Probably not. Facebook is fucking like, yo. She just got up and they just hugged her. Like, I don't know, whatever she was telling them, they were sympathizing for her. And I don't know, they showed her a lot of love and remorse. I don't know what she said to them.
Hey, Mike. Thank you. We're expecting a presser in 10 minutes. Okay, all right. Thanks, bye.
Nah, you can't see it on my Facebook neither. I'm looking at it right now. Oh, wait a minute.
Hey, do you guys want to take the presser live?
Is it on my Facebook?
Okay. We're setting up for it right now. So just keep an eye on our shot, okay? Okay, thanks. Bye. Okay, friends, I'm gonna try to bring you the presser here live on Facebook also. Like, you know, if you've been watching, I've been having some battery issues. So if you're on the TV, guys, you can get the KPRC2 Plus.
They're gonna tell us what happened. They're gonna tell us why she went through this, why she did this, what happened. So they're about to do it. They're about to start in 10 minutes. Oh man, that was so frustrating, chat. I am so I am so mad. When I tell you how mad I am, trust me. starting today, fucking new internet. New fucking, this company, after I get off stream, I'm calling Spectrum and I'm cursing. This Streamlabs shit, say goodbye to Streamlabs. It's done. 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 That shit pissed me off, guys. I am so sorry. Like, I'm so mad, bro. I'm not even streaming on Facebook because of that. She surrendered, yeah. Don't forget your parents after you move on with your lives. Oh, yeah, Cindy. Yeah, absolutely. Cindy, look at Cindy H's comment. Right. Right, Cindy H, right. You couldn't find me on Facebook? Don't worry, Mary. I'm on YouTube. I'm here live now. Everything is fucking with me. Like, everything, bro. If it's not Facebook, it's the internet. Or Streamlabs, dude, I'm over this. I had enough, bro. Like, damn, yo, I pay $100 and something for what? What am I paying for? A maybe? No, I want to pay for reliability. Damn, bro. Fucking up my whole. This is my career. This ain't a job. This ain't this is a career. And I'm relying on an internet company. Like, come on, bro. Y'all trash. Spectrum is ass. I'm calling them right after this. I'm done with this. I'm done.
So you can see while we wait here. There's not much to see up on the road, but hopefully they're going to get it reopened here really quickly. Northbound, look at that. Northbound has reopened. Woohoo! That's a good sign. Northbound lanes, traffic is moving. Traffic is flowing again. Wow, I wonder how long all those people have been waiting. So traffic, but on the southbound side is still blocked. They've got to wrap up some of the stuff here. But northbound, wow, everyone's going fast. They're trying to get out of here now. Well, don't go too fast because we don't want to have any more wrecks, okay? Southbound, there's the vehicle about to be towed away. Again, we believe that was the vehicle that she was driving in when the crash happened that led to all of this. Law enforcement getting out of here. All right.
This super chat is for internet bill. Yo, you think I'm kidding? Yo, I'm done.
I'll keep you posted here. Hopefully we
matter of fact, you know what, Wilson? Good call. Any super chats or cash apps in this stream right now is going straight to a fucking new internet because I had enough. I had enough. I had enough. I had enough.
There's the car. You can see the airbag is deployed, it looks like. Wow. So they're towing that away. That tow truck driver's been waiting for a while. Yeah, Stephanie, I don't know. We're gonna find out from the sheriff's office soon. They probably took her into, custody of some sort so that they can get her to the hospital and be evaluated after all of this. But we'll find out hopefully in an update here very soon. My mic is still on? Sorry, Matt's checking on the mic. It's off? Okay. They are gonna take this live if we can. Okay. All right, so they're still clearing, but there goes the sheriff's office right there.
Thank you, Mustard. I appreciate it.
All right. Hopefully they get this all back reopened.
Guys, I am so sad. I'm sorry, y'all. So for the curse, I'm just so sad right now. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, y'all. I'm so sad.
Look at that. Nice to see traffic going again, northbound. Nice to see that. It's still closed southbound, but we're close. You can see we're all set up right here for the press conference. Lots of cameras are here, the mic right there that they'll stand at to tell us what happened. I'm gonna wipe the lens so that y'all can see okay. All right. Hello. How are you?
Good to see you again.
You.
Hey Siri, turn on the Dreo turbo mode. Siri, turn on dynamic wind motion mode.
With Dreo, staying cool is a breeze.
Sometimes you gotta give it all you got to finish strong. Now you're cooking. Beef has 10 essential nutrients like zinc, iron, and B vitamins to support your well-being. So when we say PR, we mean protein rich. The nutrition you need, the fuel you crave. Together, we bring more. Beef. It's what's for dinner.
Later, that happened. Like, she got up from her seat, they started hugging her. I didn't get that. Like, I didn't share that experience with you. So it's like, I am trying to control my anger, and it's so difficult because this is what I do, baby. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, I share every experience with you guys, whether on Avicity or Nove Cross, where that's even more transparent. So it's like, I didn't get to fucking, yo, that was ridiculous. That was, you know what I'm saying? So, yo, Rumble, yo, son, I am so mad. I am so mad. Like, yo, that was so ridiculous. Amy, thank you so much. I appreciate the 10, Amy. Amy, thank you, Amy. Amy. Manti, thank you so much. We got to get new internet. I'm done with this. I'm done, y'all. All right, they're about to do a press conference. I'm done complaining like a little bitch. I just need to scream my lungs out. You know what I'm saying? Cause damn, it's like watching a 9-inning baseball game at the World Series just for me to leave at 8th inning. That's wild to me, bro. That's like me going to the gym, preparing to do fucking 40 sets in total just for me to do 6 and leave. Like, I just missed the grand, you know, but for me to do 3 sets and not pull off that last one, you know what I'm saying? So I'm mad, y'all. I didn't get that for y'all. I am so angry. I am so sorry. Like, we got the presser coming up. It's okay. We're going to find out. Again, Amy, thank you so much. I can't even think. Mary, thank you so much for the $19.99. I appreciate that. Guys, you don't have to send shit. Right now, I did you guys so wrong, and I'm sorry. Thank you. Cindy! Oh, my God, bro. I have the audio, guys. It's here. It's just muted. Just give me a second.
A lot of people were,
All right, here it is.
We're looking for cups. Yeah,
Cindy,
if everyone
thank
just
you
hangs
so
out here, we're
much,
about to get a conference. We're going to get a press statement from officials so let us know exactly what went down.
Did they shoot her? No, they didn't shoot her. She gave
From my
up.
understanding, she was involved in an accident.
Dang, y'all get
people
really,
were saying she
y'all get really
purposely
pushy when I
crashed
go
into
on
an
mute. I was just having a
18-wheeler.
conversation trying to get a little bit more details. And so we're going to get a press conference here in just a minute from the sheriff's office. They're all ready. I'm sorry. I had to mute to have a little conversation. I can't put everything out on Facebook Live, okay? It's back on now. I promise the audio will be on for the press conference, and you'll be able to hear everything that you want to know. And if you have any questions, put the questions here in the comments, and I can try to ask, okay? We're just waiting for the press conference right now.
Cindy H, thank you so much.
You'll be able to hear. We're just waiting. You didn't miss anything.
Thank you. Happy to see it wasn't you hiding in the mall. Wow. You motherfuckers. You.
Thank you. I saw some of you sticking up for me in the comments about why I was muting. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate that.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Tony.
Traffic southbound. Ooh, I think it's moving again. Someone just asked. I see the sheriff's office clearing right there. There goes the last one, I think, up on the lanes. So, looks like we're getting close here to people finally being moving again. But boy, I'm sure there's a backup. So just keep that in mind.
Lou Rose, thank you for the half a honey bun. And Cindy, thank you so much. Mary Keith, thank you so much for the $19.99. I appreciate that. Cindy H, thank you. Cindy H, Lou Rose, thank you. Guys, I don't deserve that shit, bro. I literally failed y'all. Please, it's okay. Just enjoy this press conference. Let's just watch. I just want to shut up.
If this press conference happens before 7, you can watch it on KPRC2 Plus. We got it on the live stream coming up, hopefully. But I'll keep it here on Facebook too, so you can watch. As soon as they come up to the microphone, KPRC Plus should take it over. Keith and Daniela are anchoring in the studio right now, so you'll be able to see them.
All right, everyone in the chat, call it right now. What you think what happened? The press conference is literally about to start any second. So in the chat, what you guys think what happened? No, I had withdrawals from not seeing you in your live, non-biased, neutral footage. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. It looks like I'm going to have to do better here. T-Mobile has home internet service now. So does AT&T. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to look it up. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I don't know. I got to do my research. Guys, yeah, I'm open to recommendations. At this point, oh my gosh, that was ridiculous, man. All I know is that I need 1 gigabyte because I have a whole production studio that feeds off of one internet provider. So I need 1 gigabyte service, or that's a 100% guaranteed. I need that. So I don't know. I don't think Verizon is in my area. Fiber optic cable. I'm trying to get that. I don't know why Verizon is not. Maybe my area is too ghetto. 8 gigabytes.
That's the dog. It's I'm still on live. Hi, how are you?
Oh my God. Is that the longest video you've ever done?
Yes, it is.
Oh my God! Hey, friends.
Yes.
What's up with it? Hey.
She just got here, so she's getting ready. We don't have sound yet.
I almost didn't come out. Like that traffic was horrible.
They finally opened, and hopefully. They said 10 minutes, about 10 minutes ago. So.
Verizon doesn't like the hood. Yeah, they don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't like the hood.
Wow. The lady, she got up and she hugged him.
Oh, that was so awesome. She just, like they said, Precinct 4 earlier, they said everybody needs a hug.
Yes.
And I think that's the case.
Yes. When she got up and she gave him a big hug and then,
Bro, what?
Walked away.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
They're defending you because people are spelling your name wrong again.
Oh my God. That's hilarious.
Great work, everybody. Shakira, take 5.
Perfect.
Let's go over the middle section.
Hey, what are you playing?
Switch.
Royal Kingdom. Royal Kingdom? It's a new puzzle game that just came out.
I love puzzle games.
But what about...
Switch.
Annoying ads? Nada. Really?
You see that energy? That's why she's Shakira, boys and girls. Let's take her to the top. Download Royal Kingdom and play today.
Talking about? What you mean? Thank you for the 10, Rose.
Well, for a while, it kind of just went quiet here, you know what I mean? Like, everyone...
I have that. I know. I have a backup.
Wow.
But it's not that it goes down. It just goes down, stays down, and then it goes up after, like... It depends, man. It depends. I have a backup already. Damn, dude. I'm gonna figure this out, guys. I'm gonna wait till after the stream. I'm just done complaining. I'm done complaining. That's soft energy. I don't want to do that while I'm streaming, and you guys want the best coverage. So I got you guys. I'm gonna focus on the internet later. Throttling your service. I mean, probably, but. Yeah, she was bad. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. She a little bad.
Hey, Sammy, so there was like a 5-hour standoff on 45. North and southbound lanes were closed. A woman was sitting in a chair after causing an accident, holding a revolver. They negotiated.
Guys, I'm so deleting this live. I think I'm gonna delete this. This stream I might delete, but not the other one. Because I'm talking so much shit that I usually don't do. I'm just so mad. So say what you want in the chat. I don't care. This might get deleted. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
Okay, I think we might be getting closer.
We're waiting to have a press conference to get full details on everything.
You can see we're all ready.
It should be soon. Everybody's staged.
They want us to do a look live for 10.
I would assume so.
Oh, LaRose. LaRose don't know. Guys, shout out to LaRose. She's popping off. Just like Mustard. Why are they going crazy? Her and Cindy. You know what? Hashtag in the chat, LaRose. Hashtag in the chat, LaRose. Hashtag in the chat, Mustard. Hashtag in the chat, Cindy H. Everybody, please. Everybody, please. So basically, a woman was sitting on the freeway. She was going through something. A truck hit her car, but it looks like she turned into it while it was heading in a straight direction. And
plugs into the camera with this cord here. And we plug into this backpack, and it uses all the cell phone signal from all over in like.
Don't give them the secret sauce. Dude, why are you doing that? He's giving out the cheat code. Optimum.
My name is Rainao. I'm an artist from this beautiful island. I had my first connection with music before I was born. Since then, I search everywhere for music, and music search everywhere for me. That's my life project. Cuando yo hablo de mi país, yo me emociono. Puerto Rico es magic, tenemos que cuidarla.
Another day, another dollar. Although the dollars are harder to come by without enough skilled welders. It's time to stop playing the welding game and start changing it.
This is what we've been waiting for.
As soon as they come up to the microphone, KPRC Plus should take it over. Keith and Daniela are anchoring in the studio right now, so you'll be able to see them.
All right, everyone in the chat, call it right now. What you think what happened? The press conference is literally about to start any second. So in the chat, what you guys think what happened?
No, it's big.
No, I had withdrawals from not seeing you in your live, non-biased, neutral footage. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. It looks like I'm going to have to do better here. T-Mobile has...
They should just go out there and get her ass and drag her ass.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to look it up.
By her ear
I think I'm gonna do
out of
that.
the street.
I got to do my research.
And if she
Guys,
pulls the
yeah,
gun
I'm
up,
open to recommendations.
just
At
shoot
this
her
point,
and be done with it.
Yo, oh my gosh, that was ridiculous, man. All I know is that I need 1 gigabyte because I have a whole production studio that feeds off of one internet provider. So I need 1 gigabyte service, or that's a 100% guaranteed. I need that. So I don't know. I don't think Verizon is in my area.
Oh, you're broadcasting what we're saying. What I'm saying. I just heard what I was saying on stream.
8 gigabytes.
That's the dog. I'm still on live. Hi,
did great
how
on
are
that
you?
live video.
Oh
That
my
was-
God.
is
See
that
ya.
the
I'll
longest video
listen.
you've ever done?
Yes,
Could
it
have-
is.
Like, hey friends,
Yes.
what's up with it? Hey.
She just got here, so she's getting ready. We
Oh my
don't
God,
have
I
sound
almost
yet.
didn't come out. I almost didn't come out. Like that traffic was horrible.
They finally opened.
Yes.
Hopefully. They said 10 minutes. About
I don't.
10 minutes
I don't
ago,
hear you,
so,
but I hear myself
Doesn't like the hood,
coming
you
back
know.
Yeah.
over the stream.
Yeah, they don't like the hood.
I don't hear you.
Wow.
That
The
was
lady,
great.
she got up and she hugged him.
Oh, that was so awesome. She just, like they said, Precinct 4 earlier, they said everybody
I
needs a
just,
hug.
yeah, I
Yes.
just
And
said
I
I'll,
think
I'll listen.
Yes. When she
Heard
got
it
up
again.
and she gave him a big hug, and then
Bro, what?
yeah. They're
Going with the hostage negotiators told her to find the
Nah, I'm gonna give you guys the best video footage ever. Here it is.
She's been transported to the hospital for help. I'm happy to know that no one was injured. There was no force used to take her in custody. None of our deputies were injured, but I am greatly appreciative of the community for their patience and this traffic nightmare that occurred. We had to shut down the freeway in both directions. Thank the public so much for your patience, and thank you all for spreading the word, asking the public to stay out of the area while we conduct business. I'll take any questions at this time.
What goes into the decision about how long the freeway is going to stay shut down? I mean, a lot of people were stuck for a lot of hours.
The question is, what goes in that decision? So there is no decision to make. Life is the utmost important. There's no price to put on life. If we'd had to stay here multiple hours, we would have to save this person's life. The good thing is someone's mother, grandmother is coming home tonight. But maybe not tonight, after she gets some help, but they're not injured, they're not dead. We didn't have to use force to take her into custody. So she's able to get the help she needs, and that's a win. That's a win for everybody. I also like to thank Precinct 4 for their efforts out here. They initially secured the scene till we got here to relieve them, and we couldn't have done it without them. So thank them as well.
So can you tell me what the hostage negotiators told her to find the way to surrender and give up?
So we started out with our crisis negotiation team. They just built a rapport, communicated with her, listened to her. She listened to us. They collaborated, and at some point, she felt we found something that she was willing to grasp onto to stay alive. And that was the most important thing that occurred here today. We saved a life. She lived another day to get help.
Did she mention why she did that?
I have no idea.
As stated earlier, she has some mental illnesses that she's dealing with, so there's no rationality as far as what's taking place. Maybe there's meds, but there is history of some psychosis with her, so that's to be determined. I don't want to speculate. There is the issue of the crash that initially occurred. Everything else would be up to the investigators that take on the report. Yes. So both vehicles was traveling southbound on the North Freeway. It appears that she intentionally hit the 18-wheeler, from what I was told, but that's still under investigation.
And she was armed the whole time? Was she waving the gun around? What was happening?
Yes, she had what appeared to be a .38 revolver in her right hand. She persistently kept it to her face, her throat, her head, therefore making it very difficult for us to approach her and take the gun away. So it was a very delicate situation throughout the whole ordeal. And I commend our CIT negotiators to bring this to a very successful conclusion.
It appeared she was talking and maybe smiling during some of the conversations that she was having. Like, was she responding and actually?
She was very much engaging in conversations. She would sometimes say she's going to surrender and then not. So she was in and out of sorts. And that's normal for someone that's in a mental crisis. Yes, from what I'm told, the crash was intentional. Therefore, we may have to deal with that for some citations or something. But the other driver was not injured at all. So the measures we took to negotiate with her is to provide shields for our negotiators to where they wouldn't be injured, because she would not use a phone. So they have to be a face-to-face negotiation, which is our last resort that we want to use. And we have to stop traffic going both ways, because a stray bullet could very well hit a passerby or you all that was standing here observing the situation.
Was it her daughter who came to do some of the negotiating as well?
Yeah, we use what we call a third-party intermediary negotiator. We allowed her to speak to her daughter to let her know her daughter was safe. That was something that kept her here with us from doing something foolish. So once she realized her daughter was here, she was safe, she was going to be allowed to see her again, it got better at that point.
At the end, we saw her get up and she actually hugged the law enforcement officer. I mean, what does that ending mean to y'all, and did she say anything?
That's a great experience, because that tells me that that negotiator and her formed a bond. He was very sincere with her, and she poured out her heart to him. And it saved her life today. So that was very positive, and maybe she can grow from that. Thank you all. Appreciate your patience.
All right, so you guys heard it. So this woman was having some type of mental crisis going on. He said it looks intentional that she drove left into this truck that hit her. But again, that's still under investigation. Now, while her going through this mental crisis, this mental health issue here, while on this freeway, I-45, she was on and off, saying that she will surrender, she wouldn't, she will, she wouldn't. And that was going back and forth until she was able to comply and to say, hey, okay, I'm ready to surrender, and she did. Now she's being taken in, she's gonna be evaluated, of course, but they really are glad that this situation happened the way it did, because it would have gotten worse. And I kind of agree with him. He explained this so well.
Mental illness.
Yeah, look, he said at the beginning. See? He said it at the beginning.
History of mental illness.
She has history.
Who has history of mental illness. She's been transported to the hospital for help. I'm happy to know that no one was injured. There was no force used to take her in custody. None of our deputies were injured, but I am greatly appreciative of the community for their patience and this traffic nightmare that occurred. We had to shut down the freeway in both directions. Thank the public so much for your patience, and thank you all for spreading the word, asking the public to stay out of the area while we conduct business. I'll take any questions at this time.
Yeah, she history, of course. Guys, okay, so the super chats, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to hear this.
Helping your lean security team slash attack dwell time and improve analyst productivity. Unifies and coordinates all tools within your stack. Includes essential capabilities like NGSIM, NDR, SOAR, TIP.
Woke up at 5 a.m. and do double and triple jobs like my mother did. I fight for the restaurant workers in the Bronx, for the teachers in Queens, for the bodega owner in Brooklyn. That's why we gave them a panic button, so they could stop being arrested and stop being assaulted. I fight for a NYCHA grandmother in Harlem watching over her grandchildren. That's why we made sure we had in NYCHA high-speed broadband so their children can have remote learning and they can have telemedicine. I fight for everyday New Yorkers who just want their city to darn work for them. And that's what we're doing. And I fight for small property owners.
That will be taking these payloads to space today. Falcon 9 is a reusable two-stage rocket and the first orbital-class rocket capable of reflight. Since first taking flight in 2010, Falcon 9 has launched more than 400 times, including nearly 350 reflights, proving reusability is essential to sustain more advanced and deeper space exploration. Reusability allows SpaceX to refly the most expensive parts of the rocket, which in turn drives down the cost of access to space. And speaking of reusability, this is the 5th flight for the first stage booster supporting today's mission, which previously flew NASA's Crew 9 to the space station, RRT-1, and 2 Starlink missions. And after it completes its mission today, we will once again look to land and reuse the booster on a future flight. Now, this time the booster will return and land on our drone ship. Just read the instructions, which is currently on standby in the Atlantic Ocean. The first stage, which is the tallest portion of the vehicle, provides 1.7 million pounds of thrust thanks to its 9 Merlin M1D engines. Named after the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars, the 9 in Falcon 9 actually refers to those 9 engines. The second stage is powered by a slightly modified engine called the Merlin Vacuum or NVAC engine. Now, this engine has a larger nozzle, which allows the second stage to perform more efficiently in the vacuum of space. The first stage gets us out of Earth's atmosphere and into space, while the second stage takes the payload to its targeted drop-off orbit. Now, the large barrel structure with the pointed nose cone at the very top of the vehicle is the payload fairing, and it's composed of 2 halves made up of carbon composite material that come together to protect the payloads until we're in the vacuum of space. We'll be attempting to retrieve the fairing halves once again with our recovery ship, Bob. Both halves of the fairing flying today are flight proven, with one side flying for the 20th time and the other for the 12th time. And there you can see on your screen the Blue Ghost lunar lander there, integrated to Falcon 9's second stage in preparation for launch. And you can't see it, but there is a second...
Aussie dollars?
July 1st, they go up $2 a pack here. That's what I'm saying. I just noticed right now. They probably did already in California. Because usually a pack right now is cheap when they pour something.
You know what? The cigarette company ain't making no more money.
They're not. The vapes they took over.
Oh, they're gone too. The vapes are leaving. But cigarettes, guys, the cigarette company, that's why they keep on going up higher and higher. That they're gonna just trying to get the Marvel company or whatever company and Philip. They're gonna say, you know what, no more. We're not gonna sell cigarettes no more. That's what they want.
No, they government taxing big on those cigarettes.
That's what they're not. The company's not making no money.
Yeah.
The taxes are making the money.
Yeah.
They're making probably like $2.
That's why they're trying to raise the price.
Yeah, they're gonna end up. Company's gonna go down. Cigarette company. $7, $7.25 with tax.
Yeah, probably $12 now for a pack of Marlboros. Just cold turkey here. Oh.
Sometimes it's hard to get.
Welcome back to Mind the Game, brought to you by Uninterrupted and Wondery. This is another conversation with Luka Doncic, centered around the study he commissioned through his foundation called Inside Youth Basketball. Stick around to the end of the episode where I'll
New Orleans and Pensacola, Florida, you would think they've got to be warmer than the city of brotherly love. Their max temperature so far this year, 95 and 96. So Philly's been hotter. That's impressive, right? I would think that's a mind bender. Let's take it up a notch. Let's go back to the wintertime and talk about what happened during the winter this year. And when we start looking at that, they've actually had more snow or just as much snow as Philly. Here's some visuals to show you that side by side. There's Philly earlier this week where you had the fountains and everybody finding any way to cool off. And then you have on the right-hand side, New Orleans, January 21st, where those conditions were not what you would expect for New Orleans. They had snowball fights. They had people ice skating. I remember Brandi Campbell, she was in New Orleans during that event, and they picked up 8 inches of snow. Outside of New Orleans, they had 10 inches of snow. I was in Tallahassee for this event. I couldn't get to Pensacola. On a normal day, that's an easy drive. We were told, oh, get over to Pensacola, Tallahassee, you only got about 1 inch of snow. We couldn't get there because I-10 was closed. That's how much snow they got. Notice that in comparison to Philly. Philly's hotter than Florida. Florida's getting more snow than Pittsburgh. Not Pittsburgh, Philly. Make that make sense. Truly is a mind bender. Up next, though, we're going to be focusing in on the tropical turmoil that's brewing in the Pacific yet again. And don't sleep on the Atlantic. Things could be stirring up. And could that impact your 4th of July? We'll be talking about that as Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ.
That is so cool! Oh my god! That's so cool!
Plus, just check this out. This was an epic boat ride in Florida over the weekend. Not one, but 2 waterspouts that were spotted on Sunday. Up next, I'm going to be speaking with a mother-daughter duo who actually captured these videos. Let's take a moment to take this in. Look at the beautiful rainbow, but if you look closely, you're actually going to see something else. Lightning strikes across the sky. Woo! It's impressive. This storm was right after, or all of this took place after it rolled through the Denver metropolitan area. That was just yesterday. Quick reminder, if you see it, you can share it. All you got to do is scan the QR code on your screen there. I've seen a lot of rainbows. I've seen a whole lot of lightning. I haven't seen a whole lot of rainbow and lightning all at once, just like that. You think you got a better video? Let's see it. Send it to us, and we'll share it with everybody here on Fox Weather.
Here from the statement itself, and not many people know where that was taken or shot. I mean, that's the kind of question is, okay, we heard from him, we don't know where.
Beautiful scenic drive. Benjamin Bloom said Heather said hello Amber. Amber said WYO and Long Island Dave. Elizabeth M said lurking. Amber said Heather. Busted tin of biscuits. Said I would imagine those would be easy to find out there where you're at. One scuba doo. Said hello Amber smiling face with 3 hearts people hugging. D.I. Lasso D.O. Said LOL MC. I respect. Amber. Said scuba doo. Richard Bishop. Said Susan S. Has anyone seen Desert Rat? D.I. Lasso D.O. Said oops. D.I. Lasso D.O. Said LOL MC. I re-upped last night, but didn't get the biscuits. Richard Bishop. Said 10 to 4 copy that, sir. Benjamin Bloom. Said shh. Amber. Said 195 likes, keep them coming.
195, let's go.
Said got a strong T-storm located to the west on Uvalde.
To the west.
A little slow though. Long Island Dave. Said too much going on. Susan S. or Biscuit. Said Richard, I haven't seen him. Richard Bishop. Said hi Amber. Douglas Erickson. Said this is better than regular TV, it's nice to chit-chat banana. Geo 79. Said hello Amber. Susan S. or Biscuit. Said LOL L.I. Dave. Cal Tim. Said found another one-wheel riding truck driver Bobby, but he is not as good as you are. Amber. Said
Really?
good evening Richard and Geo. Long Island Dave.
I wonder if he stole that idea from me.
Sir Handel. Said Sunland Park, North Texas. Amber. Said hi Calton. WYOBT. Said Wade. A copycat. Edward
Copycat.
S. Said nasty weather up ahead on my weather app. Richard Bishop.
Nasty weather behind
Said
us that way,
Gabriel
too.
Geo 79. Cal Cal Tim. Said hi Amber. One Scuba Doo. Said howdy Dave. D.I. Lasso D.O. Said Cal found a ripoff. Richard Bishop. Said howdy Cal Tim Scum.
Well, I forgot to charge it up while I was back there getting loaded. I forgot to stick the charge to it. I could have charged it up 100%. Dang it.
WYOBT. Said probably a more accurate term.
What's that? Rip off or copycat?
Cal Tim. Said he is actually a tow truck driver, but he drug out the one wheel in a video. Sir Handel. Said road work. Buddy Reed.
Is it a one like mine or is it one of those unicycles?
Busted Kid of Biscuits. Said 197. Benjamin Blue.
97, let's go.
Said Richard Bishop. Said evening scuba Doo.
I could have been a tow truck driver and I turned it
Cherokee
down.
Dad. Said hi Geo. WYOBT. Said ooh I like the way you think buddy. Ozzy Baywatch. Said 200 boom popcorn yellow stripe smile popcorn yellow stripe smile.
Boom, you guys and gals, ladies and gentlemen, are freaking
Said someone will remind
awesome.
you to charge it at the next stop.
Thank you.
WYOBT.
Thank you so much
Said boom.
for over 200 thumbs up right here to
Said
Ride
like
My Game.
yours and he is in Central Oregon.
Really do
Cherokee Dad.
appreciate it.
Said hi
Snatch
Amber.
some salt from the
Edward
salted
S.
crew, butter
Said
up
El
that
Paso
popcorn.
getting the snot beat out of it.
Enjoy the
D.I.
rest of
Lasso
the
D.O.
ride. Now we do
Said I drove
love
past a
the
Pepe's
Misfits
tow truck
around here.
yesterday.
How much do we
Elizabeth
love
F.
the Misfits?
Said frickin' bunches.
Freaking bunches. Elizabeth
Said hello,
timed that one
Cherokee
out,
Dad.
man.
Benjamin Blue.
She hit it right on cue.
Said this is better, you're great Bobby. One scuba
Thank
Doo.
you.
Said hello Richard, have a coffee. Zachary Daniel. Said hey guys. Rick.
Zachary, how you doing?
Said Bobby it's fun until you get called to a fatal. Buddy Reed.
Yeah.
Said click it, lick it, or ticket. Richard Bishop. Said hi Elizabeth M. Cherokee Dad. Said hi Zach. WYOBT. Said well done Misfit. Sir Handel. Said how much do we love the Misfits? Frickin' bunches. Amber. Said okay for 61.6K in Ragtown.
61.6. Let's go. I think we're just about
Busted
40
Kid
away.
of Biscuits.
I think.
Said a guy over on my side of town has an electric unicycle. Sucker looks fun. He was sitting on it zipping around.
I'd like to have one of
Zachary
those.
Daniel. Said hi Cherokee Dad, how are you?
Actually, I wish
Rick.
that's what I had gotten
Said
instead of the
Elizabeth M.
the
Said
one wheel.
hand waving.
I
Richard.
wished I'd have got one of the electric
Douglas
unicycles.
Erickson. Said can you throw me out the window LOL, I need some air.
Dang it, man.
Deborah Warner. Said hey Richard, a storm just went through, had rain and wind and thunder, didn't last very long, but the sun came out and it's gorgeous, I think it's on your way. Benjamin Bloom. Said 179 here. Cherokee Dad. Said down Zach, mine and Rose's kids lost a cousin yesterday. Sir Handel. Said watch for water on the roadway.
I see water on my windshield. Whoa, man. What are you doing?
Benjamin Bloom. Said monsoon here, Bobby.
Dang it, man. Monsoon in Minnesota? Minnesota monsoon? Don't be shaking the can, son.
Bridges are going to freeze when temp is at 32F.
They might freeze at 82F, man. You don't know. You don't know that, see. You ever been to El Paso? Flooding one day and freezing the next. Or flooding during the day and freezing at night. There we go.
Zachary Daniel said, I'm sorry to hear that Cherokee Dad, but he is in better place watching over you. Rick said, oh Lord.
You like it when I tell the truth, don't you?
Carl Johnson said, good evening, Bobby.
Good evening,
Thanks
Carl.
for following.
What?
LOL. Sir Handel
Look at that, man. It's soaking wet on the westbound side. And it's dry over here.
Desert type climates like New
Wow.
Mexico and West Texas.
Can you actually see the rain over there?
Said, I wonder what boots and thighs taste like. LOL, banana.
Wonder what?
Cherokee Dad
Boots and
said,
ties?
yeah.
Dang it, man.
Said, always gotta have the last word. LOL.
Slow that whiskey jug down.
Benjamin Blue
The last
said,
word? Yeah. You know it. You freaking know it.
WYOBT said Al.
Like, that is insane. We started to see the little like spinning on the second one, so we watched because we wanted to see it actually connect. It happened within 20 seconds. Like, it started to spin in the water and then it was completely connected by like 20 seconds. It was insane.
Yeah, everything you're seeing is probably about a 5 to 10 minute video, you know, like bits of that in about 10 minutes they were there, and then overland and kind of dissipated. Maybe within like 15 to 20 minutes they were completely gone.
It shows you just how quickly it can form, and then you guys actually had a great visual of it playing out for that long. We know yesterday there was a lot of activity as well. This is kind of the season that these storms pop up. And Jenny, I got to ask you, I mean, as a mom, you're having a great day, right? You guys are making memory out on the water. Was there a moment, though, and maybe you were a little bit concerned that, hey, these water spouts, are they going to be coming towards us?
Yes, they actually are still, all the kids, we had 6 kids on the boat, so they were all making fun of me because I was the only one that was like, we need to get out of here, and the kids and my husband are like, let's get closer. So when the news contacted me, they're like, well, you were the scared one.
No, I love it. You know, if you're from Florida and you see this, you kind of want to lean into it. It's a moment, and when you realize, hey, I'm safe, I actually kind of want to get closer. I thought, Madison, I maybe even heard one of your friends saying, hey, can we drive through this thing? That may be not the best case scenario. But
yeah, that was her brother and sister. They both wanted to. Yeah.
Okay.
Got a lifelong Floridian, so she's a 3rd generation. So
nice. Well, it was an amazing moment. Thank you for sharing that with us and sharing those videos. Jenny and Madison Scheid, again, thank you for being with us here tonight as well on Fox Weather.
Thank you.
And now let's get into the tropics, where we're looking at what was happening last year during this time frame, eerily close to the exact date. You're looking at, this is July in the aftermath from Hurricane Beryl, right? The second named storm of the 2024 hurricane season. Remember, that was historic in so many ways, a Cat 5. Well, where do we stand now, right? We had Andrew, that's falling apart. Now let's get into what we are looking at in the Atlantic Basin. New, just coming in, a new area to watch, right? So we had it quiet. Notice where it is at. We zoom in. Right now, the thunderstorms are in the extreme western portion of the Caribbean, likely to move across the Yucatan, flare up over the next several days. This is the Bay of Campeche, right? This is kind of that area early in the season where you could see a lot of spin. Notice that possible development area, 10 to 20%, very limited. Right now, when you're scanning these thunderstorms, there is a decent amount of rotation that's at the mid-levels. But at the low levels, where you'd actually have that core of this system that would drive it if it was tropical, it's not there. Will it be present in the Bay of Campeche? We're going to be watching extremely closely. Another thing we want to talk about is a stalled front that is likely draped across northern Florida and the southeast. Look at the time frame, July 4th through the 8th. It's important to note, with these systems, low but non-zero chance for a tropical system. So right now, this is far out, and there's no true signal that there will be a tropical development at all, but a stationary boundary is likely, which means everywhere that's in green, likely to see widespread showers. So we're bringing that to your attention because July 4th, a lot of people are outside, of course, and that's predicated on, is it stormy outside? We will talk about if it's tropical or not as we get closer to that event. Let's take it out into the EPAC, where we have a lot more going on, a lot more confidence in Invest 95E. Look at that red. Remember, the colors tell you everything. Yellow is low. That's what we saw with that area to watch. Orange is moderate. Red is high. It's a strong chance of development. Notice that's over the next 7 days. This right here is not a forecasted cone. This means anywhere where we're looking at now, this could develop in here, and from that point on, that's the starting line. We'll talk about the finish line of where it could navigate to, but why is there confidence ahead? Look at all the warm water that's in place. They're in the upper 80s and lower 90s. So when you look at that departure from average, you're seeing some blue spots. You're saying, oh, wait, isn't that cooler water? No, that's that upwelling. We had Major Hurricane Eric from before that caused that. But when we look at this, it's very difficult to talk about where this goes next when there is no core and there's no true name to the system. So you see some outliers that actually go on the eastern side of Mexico. Most of them, though, stay out in the Pacific and skirt along the coast here from Acapulco, Oaxaca, all the way up towards Puerto Vallarta and those spots in western Mexico. Regardless if it gets named, regardless if it makes landfall in Mexico or stays off the coast, likely to bring rain to those areas that were just impacted by Eric, and that could trigger more landslides and mudslides. And so that would be a major concern for these spots of Mexico, especially Acapulco. We think about what happened there with Otis in 2023, extensive damage. They just took a major hit from Eric as well, the consecutive nature of all of this and all of that rain. Now, with this, if it does get named, we're already at Flossie. And so it shows you how quickly we are rattling through the names here for the 2025 EPAC season. We are way ahead of schedule, roughly about a month ahead of schedule for that. I'll show you that here, right? So we already got through the E-name. E-name should be in July 23rd. We've already surpassed that here. We are eyeing the F-name. So actually, if this comes to fruition, we could almost be a little more than a month ahead of schedule. It kind of shows you the contrast from the EPAC to what we are seeing in the Atlantic. Either way, when we start looking at this tropical frequency, you do start to see it pick up. So I know it has remained active in the EPAC, likely to continue to see this activity in the weeks and months ahead. Of course, we're going to be watching the tropics very closely, but that's not it. We're going to bring it back stateside, and we'll talk about what's happening in Heartland, Minnesota. This was yesterday where they had the tornado sirens. They were blaring because of these type of visuals. Tornadoes, several of them tearing through. A risk for that area tonight and again tomorrow. More on that. Plus, heading out west, the wildfires continue to burn. This is out of Pine Valley, Utah. Explosive growth out of these wildfires, and it remains warm and dry. More after the break.
Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story with a professional website that reflects who you are and what you have to offer. Customize every element of your website to meet your needs and achieve your goals. Create a unique visual experience that enhances your product and amplifies your message. Expand your website with content that pushes your business forward.
Amazon Freight can scale with you. Transparent pricing, simple booking, and 24/7 support. All powered by Amazon's trusted transportation.
Show a video that highlights the effects that weapon has. Of course, nobody was down inside the target, so we don't have video from the target. First, on Monday, as the president has stated, on Monday morning, we began to receive indications and warnings that Iran intended to attack U.S. bases in the region. That morning, building on the work that CENTCOM Commander Eric Kurilla had done, and on the orders of the President, Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar and around the region, we assumed a minimum force posture. Most folks had moved off the base to extend the security perimeter out away from what we assessed might be a target zone, except for a very few Army soldiers at Al Udeid. At that point, only 2 Patriot batteries remained on base, roughly 44 American soldiers responsible for defending the entire base, to include CENTCOM's forward headquarters in the Middle East, an entire air base, and all the U.S. forces there. The oldest soldier was a 28-year-old captain. The youngest was a 21-year-old private who'd been in the military for less than 2 years. So let's put ourselves out there for a second. Imagine you're that young first lieutenant, you're 25 or 26 years old, and you've been assigned as the tactical director inside the command and control element. You, at that age, are the sole person responsible to defend this base. Listening next to you is your early warning operator whose job is to notify you of imminent attack. There's 5 people inside a vehicle and 5 people outside of a vehicle around these, a total of, as I said, 44. By the way, you've sat in the Middle East for years, deployed over and over again, extended multiple times, always being prepared, but unsure of when that particular day will come that you must execute your mission and not fail at doing it. In this case, these Patriot crews were deployed from Korea and Japan as part of our U.S. forces there to ensure that we had the most capable missiles in the CENTCOM area of responsibility. As the day continues, you start to hear more and more chatter in the information space about an impending attack. And as the sun starts to set in the west, you get orders from your higher headquarters to make sure that your missile batteries are pointed to the north. There are just a few other teammates. It's hot, you're getting nervous, and you expect an attack. Outside of those Patriot vehicles, your hot crew, which is 1 NCO and 4 additional soldiers, turns a key and relinquishes control of those missiles to that young lieutenant inside the vehicle, and you wait. You know that you're going to have approximately 2 minutes, 120 seconds to either succeed or fail. And then at approximately 12:30 p.m. on Monday, that's 7:30 p.m. in Qatar, as the sun sets in the west, Iran attacks. As the targets were detected, round after round of Patriot missiles are ejected from their canisters by an initial launch charge. Then the main solid rocket motor ignites. You can feel this in your body if you've ever been around a Patriot taking a shot. And round after round goes out and guides against those missiles coming inbound. We believe that this is the largest single Patriot engagement in U.S. military history. And we were joined in this engagement by the Qatari Patriot crews. I'm not going to tell you how many rounds were shot, but it was a bunch because of classified purposes. And we're aware that there's reports of something getting through. What we do know is there was a lot of metal flying around. Between attacking missiles being hit by Patriots, boosters from attacking missiles being hit by Patriots, the Patriots themselves flying around, and the debris from those Patriots hitting the ground, there was a lot of metal flying around. And yet our U.S. air defenders had only seconds to make complex decisions with strategic impact. These awesome humans.
Taking the time and spending money on their bucket list vacations or taking longer trips. Now, the travelers I spoke with say they plan to travel even more this summer, especially if they can get a good deal.
I think this summer is busy with travel compared to other years. I have a lot of bachelorette trips, a lot of family vacations.
Yeah, normally I buy the ticket early just because the prices that go up and stuff like that. So it's always better to get it early.
This time you didn't, though? And it was higher?
Yeah.
You heard him. Buying early does pay off. But as far as airfare, you may be in luck. According to travel site Hopper, prices are down 3% since last year, with the average domestic flight sitting at about $265. And Hopper says that's the lowest level in 3 years. I also talked to AAA. They say they project a record number of travelers in the air and on the roads in the days leading up to and the day after July 4th.
A record-breaking 72 million people are expected to travel between June 28th and July 6th. That's almost 2 million more people than AAA projected last year over the same time period. And by car, it's 1.3 million more people traveling by the road this year.
Now, they do tell us those same tips, come to the airport early and also think about parking, because you don't want to be without a parking spot, needing to get to your flight, of course, and looking toward travel trends as well. A lot more people are trying to get those budget flights and spend a lot of that more money on their experiences once they get to their destination, Steve.
It seems like a good start already to the summer travel season. Oliviana, thank you for that update from St. Louis. And let's talk more about this overall, right? We're about a week away from 4th of July. So starting this weekend, millions of Americans, they're going to be taking to the skies or your favorite road, right? We just heard from Oliviana talking about a record number with all of this. So when we see this, this is the airport delay for tomorrow. These are your major airports, the big ones that you want to look at. I mean, they don't get any better than that, right? Green at every single one. So whether you're flying through or if you had to connect into these major airports, you are looking good. Notice this. This is actually on 4th of July. We're doing a look out a little further into this. Some of this could change, but the overall pattern, we're talking about warm and dry up here into the Pacific Northwest, cooler areas along that I-5 corridor down in the desert Southwest, and even up into the Northeast, where we could expect some rain. Well, that goes from the monsoon season all the way through. And if you look at this, this looks like that same type of movement that we have seen over the last several days attributed to that high pressure. So you're looking at those storms for the plains and the Midwest and down into the Southeast. So keep that in mind. Notice these are the stats throughout the day today. So all of this to be said that if you're traveling domestically, but what about if you're traveling internationally? We do want to keep you updated with some of those major events. We've had some deadly storms that have hit Paris, toppling trees and flooding the streets there. Then the rain also caused Parliament's roof to spring a leak as the Prime Minister was speaking as well. That was another aspect of all of this. You're looking at the intensity of that rain. I mean, it's brutal. It's the kind of rain that you want to absolutely avoid. So I bring this up because we are in the summer travel season. We've talked about it domestically. If you're traveling internationally, the Fox Weather app, free to use, and go to the plan tab. And when you get there, you can put any spot in the world, and we'll be able to get you that updated forecast as you get closer to your vacation. Let's bring it back and focus stateside on those spots that have been very active. That's into the northern plains and the upper Midwest. They're looking at potentially another round of storms tomorrow. And this comes right off the heels of what we saw this past weekend. It's just been brutal. Remember last Friday into early Saturday, we had deadly tornadoes, and then we had a derecho, that long, damaging wind event.
Ben Kane recounting that just incredible narrative that this was 15 years in the making of the bunker buster bombs, the targeting, the precision for this very mission alone. And you heard him say it there. So we're going to step out of that. We'll get into it a little bit later on, though. I'm Andrew Kraft. We have so much more to get to. So let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, I know you have a lot of questions about what is in the big, beautiful bill, specifically when it comes to Medicaid and Medicare. Also want to get to one of these other main Supreme Court rulings that we got today regarding Medicaid payments and Planned Parenthood. We'll dive into that as well, as we're being told that the Supreme Court most likely will end their term tomorrow. We're expecting several rulings on some key issues. So a preview of that as well. We'll see you all in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We have a live picture there at the U.S. Capitol. I want to hear from our colleague, Fox News Capitol Hill correspondent Aisha Hasni, as the July 4th deadline to pass the big, beautiful bill is approaching. President Trump spoke about it at the White House today. Let's listen.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Flanked by everyday workers, the president talking up his big, beautiful bill today.
We'll deliver a record tax cut, a record spending cut, a record investment in border security.
And revealing a new trade deal with China, although with very few specifics.
We just signed with China yesterday, right? Just signed with China. In the China deal, we're starting to open up China, things that never really could have happened.
But his administration is still talking about his strikes on Iran, doing damage control today on an unfavorable but low confidence damage assessment.
There is broad consensus emerging already that Iran's nuclear capabilities were indeed destroyed.
The FBI now searching for the leaker in the intelligence community and on Capitol Hill, as the White House plans to limit sharing classified information with Congress.
What would you say to lawmakers who say they have oversight privileges, they need this information? This administration wants to ensure that classified intelligence is not ending up in irresponsible hands, and that people who have the privilege of viewing this top secret classified information are being responsible with it.
Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche even threatening to prosecute congressional members if they're found to be leaking. Some Republicans casting doubt that it came from the Hill.
This was a report that was low confidence. A lot of times we don't even see low confidence.
Senators keeping their lips tight after receiving their first classified briefing on the strikes. But both sides agreed. Anyone who spills the nation's secrets should be punished.
I mean, one's in prison right now.
Right, I know.
Yeah, for the gold bars in the mattress.
The law applies equal to everyone.
And some new clarification on the president's comments about a new deal with China. Some background from administration officials. They say that the administration and China have actually agreed to the framework to implement the Geneva Agreement. So this is not a comprehensive trade deal. At the White House, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
Aisha, thank you for that. Wrap up in Washington today. We do want to, though, look under the hood of the big, beautiful bill as it is pending in the Senate with the July 4th deadline fast approaching. For passage, though, the White House and Senate Majority Leader John Thune are confident they can get that done before the July 4th deadline here. But we want to talk specifically about some of these Medicaid core tenets in the legislation that were taken out, breaking some rules, according to the Senate parliamentarian. Well, why? Let's talk to Tom Savage, our friend there at the American Institute for Economic Research. Tom, good to see you here. So I want to start with this. Jake Sherman there at Punchbowl, he has this. He says this is massive news. The Senate parliamentarian has struck a whole bunch of critical health provisions from the reconciliation bill, including the provider tax framework. If you could, and I know this is somewhat arcane here, when talking about Medicaid and Medicare, what is the provider tax framework?
So it starts out with Medicaid, and Medicaid is uniquely funded. Medicaid is funded by a joint match of federal and state dollars. And so you have traditional Medicaid, which is what the program was originally designed as. And that matching rate for the federal government ranges anywhere between 50 to 70%. Now, when you had the Affordable Care Act come in, it created the expansion group, which were a number of people who were previously ineligible to enroll in Medicaid because their incomes were higher. But the federal government reimburses states at higher rates. And so right now, that reimbursement rate is 90% federal funding, 10% state funding. And when it was originally passed, it said the federal government would cover 100% of the expansion group. And so states rushed to expand Medicaid and prioritize those folks in the expansion group to the detriment of those in traditional Medicaid, the poor, single mothers, things like that. And so when you're talking about provider taxes, states want to maximize that federal matching, those federal match dollars as much as possible. Okay. So what the provider tax essentially allows is that the state will tax a care group, a healthcare provider, and then have those taxes count towards Medicaid spending. and thereby inflating the Medicaid spending and increasing the amount of federal money that's coming into the state. And so it's kind of a money laundering scheme.
Oh, wow. I want to put up the Senate parliamentarian. Her name is Elizabeth McDonough. You see her there. She's been the parliamentarian in the Senate since 2012. And I think a lot of people are asking themselves, some of these kind of outside bystanders to this entire process, what empowers the parliamentarian to strike pieces of bill text that don't corroborate or correspond to some type of number? And we can get into this. Obviously, she's unelected. Some Senate Republicans are calling for her firing over this. And let's put this tweet back up from Jake Sherman. These are some of the core tenets with regard to the Medicaid question that she has struck. You see there the immigrant Medicaid eligibility, also the expansion of FMAP for certain states, providing payments for health care furnished to certain individuals, spread pricing in Medicaid, prohibiting federal Medicaid, and the CHIP funding for gender-affirming care, and others here. The Senate parliamentarian saying you can't add those in. Why not, Tom?
So essentially, the one big beautiful bill is what we call a reconciliation bill. And that is a bill that allows Congress to push budget items through an expedited process. So not through the normal budget process, through an expedited process. And members of Congress have been huge fans of this. We've heard time and again, it seems like it happens almost every year, where they are running into the 11th hour to pass something, and it's one of these reconciliation bills, right, where they are doing things in the 11th hour. But of course, our legal system, you have to think of it as processes, not outcomes. It's focused on processes. Given that you have these expedited bills, there are guardrails of what you can and can't do, and that was the basis for the parliamentarians striking down those certain provisions, which of course it's a disappointment to see, because closing that provider tax loophole would really help Medicaid spending and ensure that it doesn't get, the folks that really need it don't get crowded out, and that these systems don't end up bankrupting not just the federal government, but the 50 state governments as well.
Okay.
And so really it's kind of at the fault of Congress trying to rush things through at the 11th hour. Think of a student trying to get that paper submitted by 11:59 p.m. Whereas if they had gone through the normal budget processes, they would have had a lot more leeway there. But I was reading that if members of the Senate rewrite the provisions to fit within those guardrails, the parliamentarian, especially the provider tax provisions, it can go through.
Oh, so I have to ask this. There's been a lot of back and forth. I've been asking so many lawmakers on here, reporters who cover Capitol Hill who come on here, whether or not Medicare and Medicaid are on the chopping block. After what you have seen, after this has been pending in the Senate for so long, what's your assessment? Is Medicaid going to be cut in the big, beautiful bill or not?
Well, whether it happens this bill or not, it is going to happen sooner rather than later, and it's going to happen before Medicare. Think of President Trump's promises in the campaign trail. He's not going to touch Social Security. He's not going to touch Medicare. Now, as I mentioned before, Medicaid has that unique funding system, state and federal government contributing. The federal government contributes a certain matching rate. All the federal government has to do is adjust that matching rate and say to the states, okay, you guys have to pick up a larger portion of the tab. But then the onus is on states to then they either have to raise taxes, take on more debt, or cut funding from other state spending programs to cover that gap. But it gives the folks in Washington, those politicians, some plausible deniability. They can say, listen, we just told you guys had to foot a little bit more of the bill. We never said you had to make cuts to anything else. And it allows them to kind of wash their hands of the backlash from those spending cuts. So if something is going to be targeted, it's definitely going to be Medicaid. I hope to see especially that provider tax provision get reworked and make it into the final version of the bill, because that would really help the solvency of the Medicaid program.
Yeah, we did hear from Majority Leader John Thune today. He admitted that the parliamentarian rulings may push back the vote. We'll have to wait and see on that. He said, though, he's prepared, quote, these are speed bumps along the way. We anticipated those, and so we have contingency plans. He says, obviously, you have to adjust the timing and schedule a little bit, but we're moving forward. Tom, while we have you, because this is Medicaid related here, I want to put up this tweet from the Associated Press, show you some just file footage as well of the Supreme Court. Major ruling today there in Washington. I want to read it here from the Associated Press. They report this, that states can block the country's biggest abortion provider, Planned Parenthood, from receiving Medicaid money for health services such as contraception and cancer screenings without facing lawsuits from patients. That was the gist of this ruling today. This was a 6-3 opinion along ideological lines. Justice Neil Gorsuch wrote the opinion. He joined and was joined by the rest of the court's conservatives. They say this was not directly about abortion, but it comes as Republicans back a wider push across the country to defund the organization. It closes off Planned Parenthood's primary court path to keeping Medicaid funding in place. And the Associated Press describes that key path as patient lawsuits. So I have to ask, so the gist of this, Tom, the ruling is that now, after this ruling, patients cannot sue. You do not have a right to choose your own provider. Is that the crux of it?
So it's a complicated situation where our legal system, again, you have to think of that foundational idea. When the founders were drafting the Constitution, our system is about processes, not outcomes. And so they were looking at the process here of Medicaid funding, and specifically the issue at play here was that when federal Medicaid funding goes to states, states are allowed to determine who is an eligible provider under Medicaid. Now, Justice Jackson, I had read in her dissenting opinion, had said this might create concerns for the system at writ large. But overall, the court had said, if Congress, if there needs to be specific provisions, that has to come from Congress. And federal administrations cannot just use these terms and conditions in federal programs to push through policies that otherwise would not fly through Congress. So, regardless, I agree with the court that it's not just singularly about an abortion issue, but it's about the relationship between.
Probably not with the camera. We're gonna be real quick with the phone. To hook up the yellow box and that, it will take me like a good 5 minutes. But if something like a chase, I'm jumping on the phone. Good night, good night, everyone. I love you guys. Buenos noches.
The top of my head, but for South Carolina specifically, but I know that states get on average 35% of their budget covered by federal dollars, and more than 60% of those federal funds go to Medicaid. And given these things like the provider tax loophole and other issues and other ways of states trying to maximize Medicaid spending, maximize Medicaid enrollment, I know there are quite a few options for providers out there. And so I can't imagine that while I don't know the ins and outs of the legal system there, I'm not a lawyer, I'd imagine that, I would imagine that Planned Parenthood is not the only shop in town, whether somebody's going for services that have nothing to do with abortions. But again, that's a really thorny legal question, and it gets back into that. What is that relationship between the federal government and the states, even if these terms and conditions are coming in with federal funding? Of course, the federal government always tries to say, well, even though these terms and conditions might come off as unconstitutional, you never had to take the money in the first place. But simply signing over, simply getting people to try and sign over these, sign over these rules, doesn't necessarily mean the federal government can get away with it.
Okay.
And so, I think that's an interesting question you raised, and we'll see how that plays out in the future and if there will be further court cases to address that.
Just lastly, let's talk about entitlement reform in general, the 30,000-foot view here. Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. I don't want to ask if they're on the chopping block, but is there an expiration date, so to speak? Are they on solid footing right now or no?
Unfortunately not. It's bad news. And then just last week, we got the Social Security and Medicare trustees reports. So we talked a little bit about Medicaid and that over-ballooning the federal spending. Now Social Security and Medicare Part A are set to be unable to pay full benefits by 2033. So that's less than 10 years from now. We don't have a lot of runway left. And that timeline has really gone up, especially with that provision exempting federal workers from Social Security and Medicare getting repealed and allowing them to take it. So now the total benefits that have to be paid out are increasing, and so those promised benefits really it's really on shaky grounds, and that is something we cannot ignore any longer. Actually, my colleagues and I at AIER have worked on a number of solutions there, and of course there's no silver bullet to this stuff, but we're working on a series of educational pieces on how to get out of this entitlement crisis mess that is not just coming. It's already here. The Social Security, the Wall Street Journal said that the Social Security iceberg is looming closer. Well, we've actually hit the iceberg, and we're already taking on water, unfortunately.
All right, Thomas Savage there with the American Institute for Economic Research. I know we went a little long, but that was, I think, extremely informative for our viewers, some of whom could be on Medicare or Medicaid. Of course, some of them, I would imagine, maybe a lot of them have Social Security. Tom, good to see you.
I wish I had better news for you, Andrew.
Well, have a good weekend. Talk soon.
Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, in the meantime here, wanted to get that on your radar. We are in the season of Supreme Court opinions and rulings, and that was one of them that came down today, 6-3 there, having to do with, like Tom said, kind of a fight between the states and the federal government on Medicaid funding, especially for Planned Parenthood, and so you saw there the ruling. But in the meantime, remember, we are anticipating a whole slew of rulings come tomorrow. We're hearing from the court that it could be their final day. I want to put up some of these rulings for you and just go over some of the big ones. There's a lot of policy ones that we're anticipating. Live picture there at the White House. Let's put some of those up here, especially this one.
Adam, David, Ida, Lincoln. First name connect, Adam, Ida, Mary, Edward. Date of birth is 7/26 of 91. Myself and George 22 are almost arrived on that vehicle. Copy. They're going to be on Millbrook, south of Shaw. Copy.
Can you make a note that Nissan was last seen 5 minutes ago heading northbound first from Tulare?
Responding to Sean Millbrook for a vehicle versus pedestrian. Land with 81, not 91. 5-3. 5-3. they can cancel. I'll take care of it.
43583, cross the shot, Millbrook. What's the vehicle versus pedestrian enforcement?
Loaders is advising you can cancel.
Copy. Event 1089.
Units follow 3 Baker 1 at Flat 7th.
Processing Southeast 671 Prairie City. First transmotor is at Walton and First.
Although about 33 years old, 5'6", 130 pounds, skinny build, last wearing a dark shirt, dark color shorts that are around his ankles.
Copy. 3 Frank 21 to 3 George 20. It's going to be a smoke shop off of First and Belmont.
I copy. We're at the intersection, watching the Yemen smoke shop. We're into a 17 Honda to Fresno for Sabria. Fresno and Teddy Double units still.
Charles 2-3.
Confirming Charles 2-3.
Upper. George 1, I copy. 307.
307.
That one on all, looks like the Northeast unit just arrived in potentially the mail could be there wanted. Can we advise Northeast we're going to basically lower it? They can let us know when they're done investigating. We'll raise back to a 1.
I copy.
3 David 2-1, time out.
David 2-1, go ahead.
Transporting 1 female from my location at CSI. Mileage is 875.
Every time is 1802. Three possible stranded motorists, explain in 99, motorists be advised.
Sorry. George 2-3 present 1.
George 2-3.
Can you put me on David 2-3? Call Edward 20. Is there a double unit? Fire Frank 2-4, that 1 came out might be related to mine. On 3.
Everyone, can we start you towards the area of First and Belmont? We're looking for a location of a DCB subject that's possibly in a silver Nissan.
One copy, where arrived. The description of the SUV?
21. The vehicle is not in this area, just an FYI. Break. 3 George 20 to Air 1. The vehicle was last seen about maybe 5 minutes ago, heading northbound on First and Tulare.
One copy, what's the vehicle description?
It's going to be a silver Nissan, last 3828.
Copy, do you know the model by chance?
It's going to be an Altima.
Air 1, copy. Air 1 to Fresno 1, what's the year on it?
2004.
Air 1, copy. One last 4.
5 on your left for 1070, 1070.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Take a look at this live picture there in New York City. Well, in Lower Manhattan today, Sean Diddy Combs thought his, quote, fame, wealth, and power put him above the law as he led a criminal enterprise for 2 decades, using, quote, power, violence, and fear to carry out brutal crimes. That's what a prosecutor told a jury today at the music mogul's sex trafficking trial during closing arguments. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen with more details.
Prosecutors spent hours summing up the sensational month-long trial of Sean Diddy Combs. They say the music mogul actually ran a criminal enterprise, sometimes using his employees to commit arson, kidnapping, bribery, and sex trafficking. Much of the case centers around Combs' former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, and another who went by the alias Jane. The jury saw evidence like photos of guns found in Diddy's home, shocking video showing him dragging Ventura through a hotel hallway, and this voice message he sent to Jane.
I don't have no time for no games, baby girl. Me and you could be mad, I could have a spat, we could have whatever. Then after that, you better get on your job. That's really, that's all it is.
Prosecutors say fear and intimidation allowed Combs to abuse the women for years, subjecting them to the now infamous hotel sex marathons called freak-offs. 34 witnesses were called to the stand, some under subpoena. The defense used lengthy cross-examinations to try to undermine the case, arguing while there was domestic abuse that Combs did not commit federal crimes. Diddy did not take the stand.
I'll tell you, worse than not calling anyone is calling people who are not all that helpful to you and may backfire against you. So it could have just been merely a function of they don't have anyone who might support this man.
Diddy's defense team is expected to make their closing arguments tomorrow. The jury will likely begin deliberations Friday or Monday. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thanks so much. In the meantime here, let's talk about someone who has been guiding us through this trial each and every day through 34 witnesses over several weeks. It's, of course, Nima Rahmani, former federal prosecutor and legal analyst. Nima, good to see you here. It's getting close to the end, I would imagine. Let's talk, though. I want to get into the prosecution's closing arguments. How compelling will the jurors find the arguments being proffered by the prosecution in closing, do you think?
I thought they were very compelling, Andrew, and some arguments were better than others. And it's not what Assistant U.S. Attorney Christy Slavic said, but when she said it. And it's interesting that she started with rack.
They've kind of separated themselves from the top, on with Haterade. Kind of what you're going to see as this race goes on. Everybody's going to get a little bit spread out. Some guys back here, they still want to just knock out on each other. Watch this battle back here between Brooks and Eads. Brooke in the grass, never mind, he gone. There's some rocks and grass there, and that car don't really run too well in it. X-Back's right there. Well, this is still a good one. Back and forth battles. Man. How's everybody feeling tonight? Got Eads right now. Back here in the back. Racer X. Got Thompson right there along with him. Still up front though, man. Arch is still going to be hanging on to the lead. Here comes Birdman. He drives that thing on the inside. Trying to run him down. Not a lot of places to pass on this track. It's a very technical style track. So you're going to have to be, I'm going to say, have to be a little aggressive on trying to pass here. Get a chance to talk to a lot of the drivers. I know they were out there going, I don't know, track man, we wipe it out, make it up. I don't know, no hill. And when I talk about technical tracks, I talk about in the sense of there's a lot of elevations here. There's a lot of turns, a lot of, shifting up and down. Get a battle for the lead, man. Arch is under man pressure right now. Birdman looks to the inside. Not going to be able to get it done. Yeah. What's going on, Performance? How you doing? Performance Media. How are you, man? What kind of media do you do? Birdman has to get back, man, and see if he can. That's what I'm talking about. We're so hard to pass here. You saw right there. He was on the inside. Oh, man, we got contact in the back. You got to be kidding me, Briggs. I'm glad those are ghost cars. If not, they'd have been obliterated. Well. Whew. Lloyd, spinning around with old Briggs back here. We just might as well just stay back here and see what's going on, because these guys are having a field day. Well, I'm talking about, the bad thing is I don't have a replay button here. And like the controls I got with iRacing, man, I can catch all the wrecks. Uh-oh! Hillbilly around. Saw that one live right there. There's Briggs right in front of him, right on board with him. Tell you what it looks like going through this field here. Just see, I mean, just how technical this track is. I mean, this is a prototypical road course here. Probably, it actually almost looks like a real race, real road, but I don't know if it is or not. Some of these tracks like this have actually been converted. You know, like the Nürburgring, it's actually supposed to be like a real road. Briggs right there in 9th after spinning a little bit earlier. Miller been able to pull it back up in the 8th. Got Haterade up front. How loose these cars are. As planted as they are, they will get loose. Cormac, Brooks, Hensley. Got the Candy Man out here. Candy Factory Machine. Got to appreciate all our sponsors out there, man. I tell you, got some great sponsors this season. Big Shifter Racing, man. Top Hat Comics. Got Waltz Radiator and Custom Muffler. Japanese. Dodo's Japanese, that is. It makes seafood and steak. Second Main Bar. A Perfect Blend Coffee. Candy Factory. Conrad and Hinkle Food Market. Bull City Cider Works. Pearman Alignment. Amber Johnson. Make a Move Real Estate. Check her out. She's in the welcome area, by the way. Bridget's Kitchen. Brad Piece. Port and Repair. Good old Conrad. Evan Brook Marketplace Antique and Artisan Co-op. City Electric Supply and the Top Hat Comics and Army Navy Store. That one right now. So the top 3 kind of broke out. Kind of what you're going to see on a track like this. Patience, tire wear, I feel like. Up that left front this time. Usually you did the right front. But there's more right-hand turns on this track. Not a lot of left hand. Like there's more rights. A lot of lefts. Okay, my bad. Now there's right hands. Yeah, you go right here, Ronnie. Birdman closing in for the lead, though. Closing in and being able to pass. Two different things here. Get off on that grass, you'll get a little bit spun out. Car does not like that grass and dirt. See Birdman sizing him up. That's a good passing zone right there. It's a real good passing zone. You can see it. Birdman takes it to the inside. Art said, not today. Art says, I'm not holding on to this one. Josh Arch, man, right now. Oh, he's battled off the charge, man, of Birdman right now. Woo! It's a heated battle for first. Birdman, Josh, back and forth. Oh, some air right there. See that? I just see, man, Birdman, Josh Arch, not letting him get around. Uh-oh, they're closing the gap between each other here. McCormick, Briggs, Haterade. Briggs takes the inside and spot away. It's McCormick back to 7th. Haterade says, I'm going to try it again. He got a little sideways there, a little loose. Gatorade's giving him pressure right now. Oh, almost got loose. All right, we're looking for the bottom of lap 25. It's going to be our stage caution tonight. Yeah, approximately 11 laps pit. We'll have to see. Andy right now. Fed up. He's going to close the gap in between these two. Good battle here. Gatorade might get him. He drove it on in there. Well, thought he was. Wasn't able to get him through the twisties, though. Wow. We had to back out of it. He's still going hard on him. It's a battle for 7th and 8th here. 2-car battle about to turn into a 4-car battle. Whoa, McCormick got sideways, pushed Eads out to the outside. Miller says, I'll take that spot. And well, I thought Miller was until he lost talent right there. Man, Miller lost a little skill. Eads still up in the 9th. They're heavy battling back here. There's good old Floyd. That's like saying Floyd. Floyd's a good guy. Lippy, sunglass man. I wear my sunglasses everywhere. Driving like he's got sunglasses on. Go clear. Pit stops. Lap 10. There's Hillbilly. Be my friend. We're your friend, Hillbilly. Everybody friend. Racer X in the back here. I don't know what he's doing. Meanwhile, Birdman's been able to take it up. What happened to Josh? Pitts? Something must have happened to Josh, or he pitted one. Not quite sure, but he's way back in 9th. Oh, he pitted. Okay, so he got full tires. I was wondering there for a second. All right, Hensley on pit road. It's like fuel's going to be the issue. Tires a little bit. Till he spins you out. Holla King and Hollow Queen. Well, would that mean what's the one between what's the one after King and Queen? What would be the sons? Are they like ancestries or something? I don't know. Hollow ancestry. There we go. Hollow heirs. That's it. Hollow heirs to the kingdom. Birdman coming on pit road. Gonna bring pretty much everybody in except for Nate. Nate likes these pit strategies. I don't know if I want to stretch it too much. Run out of gas halfway through this one, man. You're about done. Hollow Jack. Andy? What happened to Andy? Andy. Lefty right now is up at 13th. Oh, we got a penalty. We got Floyd. Floyd right now. Good old McCormick. Everybody made their pit stops. They can go. Well, I appreciate it, Ron. Yeah, man. All right, Briggs wanted to lead that lap. Because I'm watching it on the living room TV with her. Oh, okay. Adrian Worthy. Well, what's up, Adrian? Okay, so I was wondering who Adrian was last week. I appreciate y'all out there. 25 today, by the way. I'm sticking to that number. Briggs out front, he's coming on pit road. Haterade, he's coming on pit road. They're the only two that hadn't made the pit stops. But Josh Arch back out front. God. Only about a half second. Okay. So you didn't want to go follow the hollow thing. You didn't want to put Hollow King. The heck with it. I'm gonna just put Adrian. Forget about it. That's right, Miller Leather Lap. He did, didn't he? Still out there, pimento cheese man. Miller man. Good guy. He got me some shirts. And no more hollow gesture. Yeah. Don't feel bad, man. That's me too. How far is Man Oak Miller gonna push this thing? Push it too far, you're gonna run out. Here he comes in pit road. That'll push it over there to Arch. Now Arch the last couple of weeks has been on me about his last name. I've been calling him Ark. And evidently it really irritates him to hear Ark for some reason. It's kind of cool name though, by the way. Fire Ark or Arc Fire or something, I don't know. But his name is Arch. But I'll still mess with him every once in a while. But I know it irritates him. I hope you're listening, Josh. I can't give you a hard time, man. Oh, Lordy. Doing good tonight, though, man. Old Josh, he's out front. He's got that city electric machine. Electric supply machine. He's looking good. If he can hold off Birdman like he's doing, man got some skills. Credit. Well, Arch right now, man, out front. Good old Jonathan right now. Yeah, pit road's in a tunnel. That is kind of cool. Pit road in a tunnel. Well, I say, I don't know if this is a real track. Now, that might be something I need to... Give me a second, y'all. All right, let's look this up real quick. What was the thing called? Edgar Norwood or something like Edgar Norwood. Norwood. I don't think it's actually a real track. I don't think this is a real track. Not in real life. Now, I was looking it up. It's not a real track in real life, so it is a real track. I just kind of looked it up and it didn't come up with anything. Josh falling back though. Birdman takes it up. Looked it up, I didn't see it. When I get up here, oh, Ronnie, I'm not coming up with anything. When I type that in, I don't know. All right, if I didn't give him a hard time. I've been on them with, yeah. Hey, look, I have heard drivers talk, and let me tell you, that's why I don't have to drive a chat and whatnot.
Bondi here, U.S. Trade Representative, and he's working around 24 hours. We have them one after another. Countries come. Everybody wants to be with us because we have the hottest country in the world. A year ago, we had a disaster on our hand. We had the coldest country, I think, by far.
Dead fish.
And now we have the hottest. The King of Saudi Arabia. When I was there, we brought back 5.1 trillion between Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. And all three said, great leaders, they all said to me the same thing. You know, it's amazing. In 4 months at that time, now it's getting to be close to 6. But in 4 months, they said, you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's not even close. And they thought we were dead a year before that. They said, I thought you were dead. The country was dead. And it was pretty close to it. But we have the hottest country in the world, so it's great. And Trade Representative Jameson Greer is very busy because, where are you, Jameson? Everybody wants to make a deal and have a part of it, right? I know you and Howard and Scott are working overtime, making deals with other countries. Remember a few months ago, the press was saying, do you really have anybody of any interest? Well, we just signed with China yesterday, right? Just signed with China. We have everybody. We're not going to make deals with everybody. Some we're just going to send them a letter, say, thank you very much. You're going to pay 25, 35, 45%. That's the easy way to do it. And my people don't want to do it that way. They want to do some of it, but they want to make more deals than I would do. But we're having some great deals. We have one coming up, maybe with India, very big one, where we're going to open up India. In the China deal, we're starting to open up China, things that never really could have happened. And the relationship with every country has been very good. And we also have OMB Director, who's very busy also, Russ Vogt. Thank you. Thank you, Russ. And also, I want to give a very special thank you. This is a hell of a group we have here. This is amazing, the quality of people. But actually, I like these people and most of those people much better than the people I just named, okay? But a very special thanks as well to Speaker Mike Johnson, who's a great, legendary guy. He's going to go down as a legend. A great friend of mine, a fantastic Senator Roger Marshall, wherever you may be. Roger, thank you very much. Thank you. Bernie Moreno, great win Bernie had in Ohio. Bernie, great win. That was a tough race. They said that was not winnable, and he won by about 5 points, so that was pretty good. So much for not winnable. Mike Lee is here. Mike, hi, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Tim Sheehy, another tremendous win. Way to go, Tim. Young, handsome. That was another race that wasn't supposed to be able to be won. They said, well, we have a very young, handsome guy. I said, does that matter? Looks don't matter, do they, Mike? Looks. Anyway, great job. You can't help it. You can't help it. Great. That was a great race, along with Representatives Paul Gosar, Greg Murphy, Tom Kaine, Jen Kiggins, Rob Bresnahan, who's where is Rob? Stand up, Rob. Let me see you. Good. He's done a fantastic job. And Ryan McKenzie. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you all. That's great. It's a big group of people. We're here this afternoon to share the stories of an incredible group of patriots.
I know you set up that mic, but they need to be slapped.
Whose future we are defending with the one big, beautiful bill. This is the ultimate codification of our agenda to, very simply, a phrase that's been used pretty well by me over the last 10 years, but maybe even before that, make America great again. Very simple, make America great again. When Joe Biden used to get up and say, we will stop this horrible MAGA, we're going to stop MAGA, we're going to fight it, we're going to, I said, Joe, loosen up. It's called Make America Great Again. It's okay. Remember that he got up so angry. He was so angry. He said, make America great again. But we'll deliver a record tax cut, a record spending cut, a record investment in border security. We've done so well on the border. You know, last month, we had 0 people that crossed the border. 0. So Christie and Tom Homan and some of the people, what a job you've done. But you know, people forget about that. They don't care. The border's been fixed. I wanted to talk about the border 2 days ago at a big group. Sir, they don't want to hear about the border. Why? It's fixed. You know, it's the second time it happened to me. In 2016, I won on the border. I fixed it in about 3 months. It was beautiful. And they wouldn't let me talk about the border. Sir, nobody wants to hear about the border. But we're going to talk about it anyway. Right, Tom Holman? We're talking about it anyway. So we have a big number of dollars that's coming here because we want to keep it that way, and we want to keep it fixed. And a record number of deportations. We're bringing criminals out by the thousands. Nobody can even imagine. They let people in that were murderers. 11,888 murderers, gang members, people from mental institutions, and insane asylum. You know what that is? That's insane asylum. That's a mental institution on steroids. During the campaign, I talk about the late, great Hannibal Lecter. Do you know who that is, Hannibal Lecter? Silence of the Lambs. I'd talk about it, and the fake news would go crazy. Why does he keep mentioning? Well, because we won in a landslide. That's why they don't want to have Hannibal in our midst. And today I signed this bill into law. Almost every major promise made in the 2024 campaign already will have become a promise kept. That's very important. Promises made, promises kept. And according to the Council of Economic Advisors, these reforms will protect or create more than 7 million jobs, add 3.1% to economic growth, reduce taxes for the typical American by nearly 15%, and increase take-home pay for the normal family of 4 by at least $13,000, and that takes place immediately. That's not bad, right? Look, I'm looking at that guy back there, right? That's pretty good. And if we had a person over at the Fed that would lower interest rates a little bit, that would be helpful too. It's hard to believe. This is on top of, you know, we have to fight this guy. He's not doing the job. Each point that he keeps it up is the equivalent of $300 billion. $300 billion. So if he loaded 2, it would save $600 billion. We have to work hard with cuts on that, right? That's a lot of cutting. And this guy could do it so easily. We don't have inflation. Well, we might have inflation. Yeah, and if you do, you raise the rate a little bit. That's okay. But we're going out because Biden gave us a lot of short-term debt. And given the short-term debt, he did us no favor. So I think what we'll do is we'll probably just extend the short-term debt and then go out, because I don't want to tie it up for 10 or 15 years at a high rate. But every point is it's really more, is $300 billion. So if we got it down to 1%, we're talking about almost $1 trillion in saving just with the stroke of a pen.
$1 trillion.
No work, no missing anything, just like an accounting situation. Oh, Doug Collins, I just see Doug. Did I mention you, Doug? I don't think so. I'm glad I saw you. I'm glad that somebody's going to be in big trouble with you. They didn't write your name down, Doug. Somebody's in, I got you. So we think of that, though. We save, and all you have to do, it's so simple. I'm explaining to this guy, and Biden extended him. That wasn't good. I'm explaining to him, you can do so much for our country. You could save $1 trillion just with a stroke of a pen. Just the utterance of a sentence that we're going to be cutting. It's a shame. It's a shame. We're one of the highest.
I hope so.
We should be the lowest. You know, with the United States.
He's very easy to see. Actually, I think he's a burn victim.
I've never seen. I got a call the other day from the people in Congress because we're doing our bill. I didn't even tell you this, Mike, and they called. They said, there's something wrong with the numbers, sir. I said, what's wrong? I don't know. They're not balancing out. There's something really wrong. I said, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, we don't know. I said, what's the problem? We're taking in much more money than we have.
Why do I need help?
I said, so far that sounds good.
Why do I need help with what?
How much is it? About $80 billion. I said, do me a favor, check
with my bills.
Tariff line.
This is my day job.
They called me back an hour later. Sir, we've taken in $88 billion in tariffs. Isn't that a beautiful thing? $88 billion. I thought I'd tell these little stories. Go off script and tell these little stories, Scott, right? Because it does
this
make
is
it
my
a little
day
more
job.
interesting.
Appreciate the hell out of all of you. Sunshine, sunshine, sunshine. Sunshine, are you from? Where are you from? I think I know who you are, but I want you to say it so I can know. 50K, guys, 50K, we did it. All my people, I told you guys, if you come from where you guys are, where I think you guys are coming from, let me know. Let me know. All my people from Diddy, if you're from Diddy earlier, drop where we were watching today so I could give you guys your flowers. You guys are out of here? All right, brother. Be safe. Yeah, I heard about something. Nice to meet you, brother. Likewise. Be good.
Got a bunch of keyboard warriors, man, in the back there talking, folks. I ain't hearing back there, man, arguing. Sound like a bunch of kids, man, riding their bikes. Mine's faster than yours. I got a Huffy. Yeah, well, I got a BMX. Don't worry about it. Got the rich guy coming around. I got the diamond. Yeah, you're gonna complex for missing the fits. All right, here we go. Stage here, winner tonight, Birdman. He's looking to put this thing in victory lane. Take over the points lead. Take a pretty commanding points lead, by the way. I could have done ate all these donuts back here by the time we got these face laugh through. I could have had me a lunch back here. Ain't got to try. Miller back there talking about turn right. He got no problem trying to turn right and left. Good Lord, I hear him back there, boy. They going at each other. It's funny listening. I heard Cliffy say he's a lot smarter than all the guys back there. How smart you got to be to wear sunglasses all the time? No! Green flag, we're racing. I tell you what, let's see who makes it in the first lap. Oh, here we go. This is where it gets interesting. Racer Exit Company in there. Josh Arch trying to get up through there. Everybody's trying to get what they can get. Woo! Crazy. Crazy. Now, myself that one of them GT, what's it called, supercar V8s. Josh coming through the field. Here we go. Briggs up to second. Former got a penalty. Them restarts are crazy. If you ever watched any of the car V8 series, them guys get wild on them starts. Side by side for 5th right here. Here, Billy. Couple laps down, unfortunately. Haterade right there behind him. T. Brooks. Right in front of him, Greg Cowan. Hensley along with him. Billy's racing. Whoa, Haterade, he got that thing out there drifting. Hang on sideways. Back here, Miller. Hensley right in front of them. There's X. That's Floyd. That's a battle between them two, I think. Let's see, the Miller. Miller's a couple laps down. Actually, now Miller's up to 8th. Still a wild race right here. There's Andy Eads. Josh right there along with him. There's Miller.
Maybe the flu. I was thinking it was allergies, but it got kind of worse. Headstream, we haven't done that since I broke my leg.
Also with us is James Benson, a 3rd-generation auto worker from Belleville, Michigan.
Maybe I got
Gregory
the
Chu has just tipped $9.99. Keep up the good work.
Project Zomboid for me. Yeah, people who play games make a lot of get a lot of fans, especially if you're a lady. People don't want to watch a greasy dude do it. They want to watch a lady play games.
He has been one hell of a great Secretary of State, right? Stand up, Mark.
Oh, that's not good, Aaron. Oh, that's been sick all week. Oh, that's not good. But yeah, so I was just thinking about that right now. I was watching the chat move, and chat's moving pretty good. I was like, how come this person I know, has 100K subs, but their chat never moves? They did a video where they got lambasted very recently. Reaction content does, but I don't know. I kind of do reactions all day. Did they find the rat? The rat for what? You're only a virtual Avi and a voice change away, Wolf. That is right. Right. I could. Well, actually, a lot of them. There's this guy named Rev, whatever his name is. Anyways, seems like an interesting gent. He uses a female avatar and keeps his regular voice. So, woman, deep voice. I know a DJ that does the same thing. Female body, deep male voice. I'm just like, Apparently, it's quite popular for people. Why? I don't know. You could find those RL in LA. I think you could find those IRL in major cities. They're anime femboys, maybe. I don't know. I don't understand it. Maybe because I'm old. I don't know. Maybe they want the daddy voice with the mommy body. I don't know. To me, it's weird. But, you know, I don't judge people. If that's what they're into, that's fine. I mean, I do judge people because I'm human. But I try not to judge people as often as I do.
So they can buy a new farm equipment. And by the way, the expensing is good for everybody, not just farmers.
Yeah, kids these days, I don't know. Maybe they just want to goon off to it and they turn the volume off. I don't know. Yeah, that's another thing, right? Some of these terms. A goon used to be some guy that you would get, you know, be like the mobster and his goons, right? But now it means someone who's jerking it. Or like, hey, that's a baddie over there, like a bad guy. Now it means some whore. Like, and then when someone says bet, they're not actually offering money. It means like, okay. Like, I just think kids at a certain point go retarded and they don't understand what words mean. I don't know. Gay used to mean happy. Yeah, there's some other word that used to mean a cigarette. I don't know, man. I don't get this. Here's my slang. And where does this slang come from? It's that damn rap music. That's I'll tell you. No, I'm just kidding. I know where the hell it comes from. It comes from something. Somebody gets it in their head. They says the word wrong, and they're like, "Nah, man, this is what it means now." Oh, okay. All right. Reminds me of like Back to the Future, where Doc's there, and Marty keeps being like, "That's heavy, man." And he's like, "Is there something wrong with the future's gravity where everything's heavier? Like, why do you keep saying that?" Oh, that's right, Dark Horseman. That's right. Good shirt. Good message, too. Oh, yeah, or like old school prison guards, they used to beat your ass if you misbehave. Now, if you say that they're goons, it means that they're going to come and jerk off on you, I guess. Which is weird and gross. You know, I'll say something here, and Yuffie's like, "Don't say that. It means something different nowadays." I'm like, God damn it. Sick no longer means ill. It's time to get ill. I don't know if people have used that one in like a while, to be honest. If you have a hat that says goon on it, they probably just mean people are going to think you're jerking it. I think that car's fine over there. It'll buff out. It'll buff out. But like, I deal with all these college kids, and I'm like, "Hey, can you get this done?" They're like, "Bet." And I'm like, "What are we betting?" Like, "No, I mean like, okay." I'm like, "Why don't you just say okay?" I don't know. Yeah. That's just dope, man. Off the hizzle. For shizzle my nizzle, no, now means YouTube redacted. Yes. Yeah, like you bet. Like, you know, you bet I'll get that done, right? But now it's just bet. It's not even you bet. Radical. Tubular. Cowabunga. Wolfie's younger than most of history that shapes major events today. Not 9/11. I was in high school when that happened. That was crazy. Hey man, that's wheat bread. I don't know. We'll start yelling out random things. We'll just start saying everything in binary. 1011010110. You can't say that. This is a family channel. Mint. I mean, Mint at least was like, you know, something was in mint condition. I guess that's closer to understanding. How dare you? Oh yeah. Beep 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 beep. I think it's SOS. Should be 4 short, 4 long, 4 short. Is that right? Or do I have it the other way around? Oh yeah, Riz. I'm gonna Riz you up. That sounds like you're gonna go jerk off on someone. I'm like gooning, which doesn't sound like that. Oh, 3 short. 3. I thought it was 4. Beep, 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 beep. Fuck it. From here on out, I'm doing the whole show in Morse code. Whenever someone donates, I'm going to translate the Morse code.
I don't think we can ever allow history to forget it. What they've done to us is so sad. We're going to fully fund the final sections of border wall, impose a new...
Oh, again, I don't remember it fully. Like, I didn't remember it was 4 or 3. I thought it was 4 though. But wicked pussy? Why would I say that, Tweaker Time? That's the other thing, right? Like, I'm watching these YouTube videos. Get out your ham license. I don't have one yet. One day. Oh, pisser. Oh, I thought you misspelled pussy. I was mistaken. Hey, you really like cats. My mistake. But, you know, I'm watching YouTube also last night. And, like, the amount of words that these people, like, self-censor. They don't say banned. They got, oh, that was TikTok. They got to say banana. He's been bananaed. Like, why can't you say banned? Why happens if you're talking about a radio band or a rubber band? Like, who the fuck is going around, like, honestly hitting people for common language words? Right? They don't say teenager years, right? One of them, it was like, there's all these people that go on VR chat and they find all these sexual predators on there because I guess it's a cesspool. I've never been on it. I want to go on there and screw with people, but I don't have an avatar made yet. Yeah, they've been unalived. You can't say bomb, I guess. That might get you hit. People are like, oh, I can't say that word. It's like, why? Just say it. Who gives a shit? Like, oh, I'm starting to get my channel terminated. Like, okay. Like, so instead you make yourself sound like an idiot? I don't understand.
And Joe, we will end this invasion once and for all, and we're always going to remember the memory of Katie, that beautiful, beautiful 20-year-old daughter of yours. Where's Joe? Is he around here? Joe?
Yeah, they don't say that. SA for sexual assault. Like, how are you supposed to do a news story? Like, how are you supposed to do a news story when everything you're talking about gets banned or blocked? You know what I mean? Like, the hell's the point? If I wanted to say, you know, like a child got, you know, am I supposed to say child of age of bleep, SA'd, like...
A gay person is not born gay. They become gay. That's their moral. In their eyes, they are morally correct.
So you believe that morals change?
No, I believe that people change.
People change.
And therefore, things change in their life. You, on the other hand, I'm asking you specifically,
right?
What do you believe? Do you believe in interracial marriage? Or in a culture, like cross-culture?
People want to marry.
I'm asking not people. You, as a person, do you think that's right or wrong for cross marriages, for interracial marriages?
It's not fundamentally wrong.
I'm asking you,
what's wrong with my
you
answer?
believe? You, as a person, not what is not fundamental. Listen, bro, I'm a very intelligent person. I have 2 master's degrees. You can't bullshit me. He's bullshit. I was the first ring interrogator when I was in the military. So I know how you answer the question. Answer the question directly. Yes or no? Do you believe it is right to have interracial marriage?
There's nothing wrong with people marrying people of other races. what you're asking is, would I personally
No,
do
that's
it?
not what I
I
said at
would
all. That's not what I
personally
said.
do it.
That's not what I said.
Wait, but what if it was a black girl who was willing to
If you
convert
see a black girl
to Judaism?
yeah.
If there was a black Jew,
a black girl that want to cross over to Jewish, we want to convert to Judaism, or to Jewish, to become Jewish.
I probably wouldn't marry a convert, but if there's someone whose parents converted, and then they're a black Jew, yeah, I would potentially marry a black Jew.
So if a black woman wants to marry you and she becomes Jewish, you wouldn't marry her?
Probably not, no.
That says everything.
Nah, I respect his honesty. I respect your honesty, brother.
That's everything I want to know.
Perspective.
You just answered my question about the interracial marriage thing. Thank you very much.
I want someone who grew up Jewish, so when I raise my kids, they know like the customs and the way to. Because I'm gonna want to marry someone who was brought up as a Jew.
So you don't want to have to teach her and the children.
Right.
Yeah, that makes no sense, bro. Because all religion is about being taught.
Okay.
So why wouldn't you want to continue? Think about it, because if everybody that's Jewish right now was to die off, there'd be no more Jews.
True.
This is why you teach people and convert people. That's what conversion is all about.
Jews don't convert, for the most part. Jews never
Bro,
encourage
you know that
conversion.
when someone become Jewish or Baptist or Catholic, it's called a conversion, right?
You know,
conversion is changing from one thing to the next, bro. Stop using words.
Judaism is very unique. Judaism is very unique. So Christians go out and they try to convert people.
If that's the case, no. If that's the case, then Christians don't convert; they get saved.
What?
If that's the case, then Christians don't convert; they get saved. They don't consider it called a conversion. They consider being saved.
Okay.
Y'all all have your own words. At the end of the day, it's still the same thing. It's still being converted, bro.
There's a difference.
Bro, it's still being converted. At the end of the day. Look up the definition of the word.
Do you want to be Jewish?
Absolutely not. If I want to be Jewish, I will be Jewish.
Right, so you don't want to be Jewish, so there's never going to be an Orthodox Jew that comes over to you and tries convincing you to be a Jew.
Actually, there have been.
Not an Orthodox Jew. Maybe
Actually, there have
maybe
been.
a conservative Jew, maybe a Reformed Jew.
Now he's saying what happened in my life. Actually, there have been.
There's different types of Jews.
I know this already. I just told you who my adopted parents were. I think I would know them. And like I said, there have been.
Okay. It's against the laws of our religion.
Probably against what you know of.
Meaning my sect of Judaism won't go out and convert.
Your sect. Do you know what the word sect mean, bro?
Yes.
I don't think you do. I
definitely do.
I don't think you do, bro.
I completely respect your point of view, but I just find it so interesting.
Why?
Because, I grew up in the Bronx, and
love the Bronx.
Analysts say
Irish,
plentiful supply
so
is
like
expected to keep prices down in the coming months. These are the cheapest gas prices at this point of the summer since 2021. And despite all the doom casting from liberal pundits, oil prices on Tuesday were lower than before the Israel-Iran conflict began. As President Trump continues to unleash American energy, our country will have even more efficient, reliable, and affordable energy to protect our national security and fuel our people. Later this afternoon here at the White House, the president will host a One Big Beautiful event in the East Room to rally Republicans to get the One Big Beautiful bill across the finish line. At that event, he will be joined by everyday Americans from across the country who will massively benefit from the common sense policies and provisions within this bill. This is the largest tax cut for working and middle-class Americans in history, and it's going to put more money into the pockets of hard-working.
So we can stop the violence against ICE officers. Let's make this country safe again. And without that bill, it's going to be a hard road. We got a lot of people to look for, a lot of people to arrest, a lot of national security threats we know are in this country. We need to find them. We need more money to do that. We need more agents to do that. For God's sake, let's pass this bill and get this done.
Whoa!
He got so angry he didn't even shake my hand or look at me. Just But he's right. He's right. And we have no money for the border if we don't pass this bill. We have virtually nothing. And so we're going to get it done for you, Tom, and for all of the people that have worked with you. It's been amazing, the job you've done. And just in finishing, look, this is the largest tax cut in the history of our country. They want to give you, the Democrats want to give you the biggest tax increase in the history of our country. They have things, whether it's border or economic development or no tax on tips and Social Security and no tax on overtime and all these different things. There are hundreds of things here. It's so good, and we're going to
Hundreds, so good, large.
$7 trillion in this bill, and you're not going to feel any of it. And your Medicaid is left alone. It's left the same. Your Medicare and your Social Security are strengthened. We're not cutting. The Democrats are going to destroy all three of them because it's not sustainable. They'll end up cutting your Medicare, Medicaid in half. So we're going to do a real job. It's so important. So if you can, call your senators, call your congressmen. We have to get the vote. I want to thank you. You have been unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. You have worked round the clock for months. And, you know, I shouldn't say this, but we don't want to have grandstanders where one or two people raise their vote. We don't know. And they do it to grandstand, that's all. Not good people.
Grandstand. People standing with the grands.
Grandstanders. We have to get our country back.
That's when grandma's standing up on a fence.
Be stronger, bigger, better than ever before. We're going to make it
grandstand.
Than ever before, and that's despite the bad hand that we were dealt 6 months ago. We were dealt a really bad hand. We were dealt a sick hand. It's unbelievable, you know. When I came back yesterday, as you know.
You know, sometimes when you have a sick hand, they cut your body open, they stick the hand inside your torso, and then sew it in to help with blood flow. Because the more you know, the better.
The amount of money that they spend to $1 trillion a year, and that's for world safety. But they all asked me the same question. They said, how could you have allowed this to happen to your country?
Is that better?
I said, I didn't do it. But they said, how could you allow people to pour in? They don't understand it. They all have borders. They have fences, they have walls, or they have just strong people standing there. You can't do it. And they said to me, you know, it's amazing that they allowed these things to happen. And it's amazing, too. I agree. You know, as a business guy, I always like to understand where the other side's coming from. What do they want? What do they get? And, you know, you can make good deals based on understanding the other side. I never understood the other side in this case. Why would they allow people to pour into our country unchecked? You know, I can see people wanting people to come in, and you let them come in. You have a vetting process. You let good people. We're letting a lot of good people in, but they're coming in legally. But why would you allow people to come in that you can look at them and say, big trouble, big trouble? Why would you do it? It's nobody understands. And a lot of people say voting, but, you know, we've got to strengthen up our elections because the voting is crooked as hell. Got to strengthen it up. But it's not that. It's either they're stupid and they're not stupid, or they hate our country. But we love our country, and we're going to stop this madness, and we're going to get this bill approved. And all of the things that I've been talking about now for 2 years on the campaign trail, and we won, remember, we won every single swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won everything. We won every, it was a landslide. We won something that nobody talks about, districts. You have thousands of districts. We won 2,750 to 505. Think of that. That's why when you see a map, the whole map is red. That stands for Republican, by the way, because it stands for a lot of other things too, but it stands for Republican with a little piece of blue on each side. But that's why, think of that, 2,750 districts to 505 districts. That's what, this was a slaughter. But it gave us a mandate to do some great things. And I want to thank John Thune, and I want to thank the Speaker, and I want to thank Marco.
That is the Burger King
here,
Indian.
Everybody here.
They fight against the king.
Been so incredible. Pam, you've been unbelievable as the Attorney General. We appreciate it. Not easy. Not easy. And we're coming back faster than anybody ever thought possible. I told you what they said to me on just trips by very smart people. But we're going to make this, we're going to do this very quickly. It's happening a lot faster than even I thought possible. And we're going to be celebrating very quickly, and we're going to be celebrating for a long time because we're turning our country around. We're getting our country back. And we're ruling with common sense, you know, whether you're conservative or liberal, or as they like to say, progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore. Progressive, I think it's a beautiful word, too.
She's got to bang that guy next to her.
Liberal.
That's her
It's too nice a
problem.
word. I don't know how you can be progressive when you're turning the country backwards. But no matter what you are, it's all about common sense, and I think that's the way I've ruled. I do what's right. I want to have borders. I don't want to have transgender for anybody that happens to leave the house at a young age, the things they do. I don't want to have men playing in women's sports. That's got to be, you know, they say it's an 80-20. I think it's a 97-3 issue. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. There was a long-distance race the other day, or at least reasonably recently, and they had a top man and they had top woman, but it was a woman's race, and the man entered. He happened to be transitioned. Isn't that lovely? And he entered the race, and he beat the champion woman by 5 hours and 14 seconds.
Oh.
5 hours, that's a lot. Think of it, you're waiting 5 hours for your beautiful daughter to come in. Come on, baby, let's go. You can do it. He won by 5 hours and 14 seconds. It is crazy, and it's so demeaning, and they don't want to change. I see it the other day. Guys like Schumer, our great Palestinian senator, this guy, no, he's changed. He used to like Jewish people. Now he's totally against Jewish people. It's the most incredible transformation I think I've ever seen. But who would allow this to happen? In other sports, the same thing. Try the weightlifting numbers someday. You want to see some big differences. In a million years, the women will never catch these numbers. It's not going to happen. And it's very demeaning to women, and I don't like it when it's demeaning to women. So we're turning the country around fast. We love you all. Thank you very much, and good luck. Thank you.
And illegal, it was understood that you could not stay around, that you just had to leave. That's part that makes everything that's going on right now so shocking, that Trump's done a lot of things that by any rights should have just completely disqualified him from any kind of higher office, and yet he's still there. It's like he has no shame at all. I say it's like he has no shame at all. I think that's exactly what it is. He does have no shame at all. No shame.
Dude, you have long hair and a giant bald head. You have no reason to talk about shame.
There's no sign that he's just going to resign. So
You look like a clown.
hopefully we will get enough votes in the House to impeach him, and then enough votes in the Senate to convict him. Because I just absolutely think that's our only.
You got a
easy way
crazy
out.
woman here burning sage.
So when people talk about impeaching Trump, that's not just a bunch of words. I think it's exactly what needs to happen. Now, the only way to make that more likely is for everybody hearing this to make sure that when the midterm elections come along, that you think about who you're voting for, because
You live in California, you jackass. Like,
somebody, and then it's the Senate who decides whether or not we're going to convict them. So this forthcoming.
so for anyone that hasn't been paying attention, the squad tried to get together and be like, "We need to impeach Trump," again for some reason. Right? We need to impeach Trump, and even the Democrats are like, "This is stupid. This is a waste of time. We're not doing this again. It made all of us look stupid. You're stupid. We're not doing it. No one cares. Nobody gives a shit. Right? We're not doing this whole hullabaloo again. The whole Trump impeachment thing was a giant waste of time, and that's what they're saying. Like, and again, even the left saying It's a waste of time. He didn't do anything. Hakeem Jeffries and, Cortez are out there blowing each other. And,
so it's not used very often, and that's why you don't hear about it too much. So it's been kind of exciting to have the president and the rest of America actually see what the airplane can do, what it's capable of, what it really allows the country to expect in terms of national security.
We've been following the Trump administration's effort to build what they call the Golden Dome. They say that they want to build the Golden Dome in an effort to protect the country from the offensive weapons of the future. Since the B-2 came about in the late 80s, is there going to be a point at which this thing has to be retired? And
If you go and you rate everybody out there and get everyone's opinion for one group of fucking people who don't like him anyways, who cares? I don't like the service from my president because he said the F word. I'm upset. It's fucked, retards. No one cares. Kind of why I'm just tired of everything. I'm tired of all these like, oh, I'm a political analyst. Oh yeah, you don't know a fucking thing. Great. I'm from the news, trust me. Yeah, you're also a moron. I go on a TV show and talk about stuff I have no fucking idea what I mean, and then I tell the rest of the world. I don't know why people keep saying I'm retarded. Because you are. So terrible. Yeah, Elizabeth Warren out there in #1. Let me tell you the truth. This is going to be a shocker. I want y'all to think about this very closely. Okay? If all of you stop making politicians money, no matter which side, there's a good chance they'd be okay with turning you into Soylent Greens. I don't care which side anymore. Yeah, that's Beach. Fran Beach. Fran Beach is who he is. I'm an Indian, por favor. Watch as we go and we do Native American chants, dressed up as natives with a burqa on in #4. Because that wasn't weird at all. Just saying. You'd be like, why do you have such a negative opinion today, Wolf? Why are you usually so happy and uplifting? Today you're blackpilling people. I'll tell you why. Because, day in and day out of watching the same shit all the time, there's a certain point where I just don't give a shit. And then I gotta tell it as it is. So. Oh, that mic's gonna stink by the end of this. Did I imagine the dude clothes shopping? It's called Goodwill. He gets the Goodwill bins. Which, by the way, does anyone here know about the Goodwill bins? Talk about people who are mentally unstable. That's some crazy shit. After anal rape, left-wing activist felt guilty and responsible. His migrant attacker was deported. Oh wow. No big thing there. General Electric announces a $500 million investment to relocate from China to Kentucky.
Well, that's good. Did I see that Carmela is looking for life in jail? He'll make a good little bitch? Probably. Probably. Again, his whole thing was trying to get blown out of proportion by people saying, oh, well, you know, it's... People are going out there saying, oh, well, you know, it's self-defense. He stabbed that poor white boy in the chest with a knife. And now, after looking at the case and people talking about it, apparently witnesses said that there was no actual hostility between the chameleon and the other gentleman, the other child. That there was nothing that actually prompted the fight. That he just stood up and stabbed him. So, you know, there's that. Apparently there was no conflict. He just stood up, pulled a knife, and stabbed the other kid in the chest. There was no pushing. There was nothing. It's almost like that was a lie made up by people to make this kid seem like a martyr. You want to go look in the kitchen and see? But you know, it's almost like that was just a bunch of bullshit. Because now that it's going into Discovery and people talking about it, well, it looks like it might have all been bullshit. Just like this guy here wearing all pink and satin pants running around a hospital. Oh, nice. Maybe that's a B. Maybe that's a number. I don't know. Thanks, baby. You're welcome. We got Jersey Mike's. Jersey Mike's just opened in town. We got Jersey Mike's. I'm not saying which community is screwed up or not screwed up or what, but I will tell you that boy murdered another boy in cold blood and it's with a knife. That's all there is to it. It has nothing to do with race. It has something to do with a moron who brought a knife and stabbed someone else because he was a fucking psychopath. That's what it comes down to. Because he was nutty as squirrel shit. I mean, if we really want to talk about, you know, races, remember the Asian guy that cut the other guy's head off and started eating the pieces in Canada? Just saying. I'm starting to be more impartial again as I used to be. You could say whatever you want. Free country. You could think what you want. You could do what you want. You can dance without your pants. Whatever. But I will say it sounds like that boy stabbed another boy in the chest in cold blood. Which I think I said when it first happened, and everybody was over there shitting their pants in anger, yelling and screaming about, no, he was a good boy. He never done nothing wrong. Well, apparently he's fucking nuts and stabbed somebody. That's what happened. I mean, again, you can all say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. I'm not going to say it, but you can say it. That you can. So he's going to be taking life in prison, it sounds like. As he should. People are trying to say he's able to graduate. No, he killed somebody. Do not pass go. Do not collect a diploma. Go right to prison. Well, there is to it. I don't even know why we made such a big court case about this. Why was he Obama's new son, right? It was a hate crime? Could be. It's up to the courts to decide. Maybe he hated him for being a twin. Maybe it creeped him out. Maybe a double vision. Maybe he was high on Ritalin. I don't know. I did. Yeah, he did graduate. The other kid didn't get to graduate, right? He didn't get to graduate. He died. I guess he graduated the pearly gates. The cat has come to my studio. The cat has left my studio. Can you close it? That's good. Yeah. Just enough so you can't push the door open. I got to keep the cat out of here because all the computer parts, I don't want her to get hair everywhere. Well, again, they've lost power. People aren't, they had their big day of hullabaloo, and that was it. Cat Jody ran out of the room. She only sometimes hops up in my lap when she wants stuff, or she's feeling a little bit lonely, but that's not today, apparently. So I got a sandwich here. I'm going to go eat. I'm going to turn on some audio. I'll be right back in a minute.
Guys joining. Mama B, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you.
I'll still be here on mic.
Thanks for sharing live. You guys are amazing.
Gonna eat my dinner.
Yes, Mario. W Mario, man.
You're on
He's
AC.
the active sub right now. I appreciate you guys. Almost 10 shares. You guys are amazing. 10 shares. Shout out Super P. W Super P.
Yeah, there's still more coming.
It's a sandwich. It's a Jersey Mike sandwich.
Thank you for sharing the live. You guys are amazing. Y'all both be safe tonight. We appreciate you, Felicia. We love when you guys are
Felicia.
positive. We love when you guys are positive. I saw that. I saw that. How many protesters tonight? It's still building, you guys, so let it build, but I believe there's about
5?
roughly 40 right now. Maybe like 35, but Fran, keep it positive, please. The chat would appreciate positivity, and I would too. I don't want to banana anybody, so please be positive in the chat.
And again, doesn't say ban, banana anybody.
Please be positive.
You're not cute. You sound like an idiot.
Let them hear you. Yes. W Anonymous. Let them hear you. Yes. Okay. If you guys are wondering where we are right now, we're at 4310 Southwest Macadam Avenue, south of Moody Street, southwest of the Portland waterfront. I did not mean to stutter. User 6.
Hey, love bugs. Morons! Morons everywhere!
Bubble.
Which one's not the loon?
Hey, Helen, welcome. They said move. They said move back. Oh my goodness. That's funny. Hello. Right? It's just funny. Black eyes. Move back. Oh shit. That's funny. Oh shit. That's not funny. Oh my goodness. Why is it tripping today? The thing's charged. I don't know why it keeps lagging. It has to be this spot. It has to be right here. Thank you, Helen. It's bad. Mine's in green. It's them feds, y'all. It's them feds, y'all.
There might be a chase.
Oh, they're hitting the satellites. They're hitting they messed up the service, y'all.
Your phone doesn't work off a satellite, dumbass.
The hell is wrong with you? Then leave.
Anything happened last night? Last night was peaceful.
The feds fucking up the Wi-Fi. Thank you for the daily harmony. Hi, everybody. I think the feds is fucking up the Wi-Fi, y'all. Hi. Y'all, the feds is making my life mad.
It's not the feds, it's your shitty servants.
Thank you for the hand heart.
It's your Obama phone. Go check out Drew with the flu.
Thank you.
Someone hit the side of that building, or that, I don't know. What would you call that? Wall? Half wall? Sitting area? What is that? Number 2.
You can see the skid marks where it left the road. More skid marks right there.
I think it's a sitting area that's supposed to be like a half wall that goes around. Now there might be a chase. I'm looking for that right now. I told Tio, but Tio does what Tio does and doesn't get back to me when I ask him things. A mausoleum. Yeah, he hit it pretty good.
Like a front patio area.
You know, it kind of looks like King Cobra.
This is actually an office. It's actually an office. It's D. Piazza and Reed.
I think that guy has more going on for him than King
This
Cobra.
is an office. You can see computers and stuff.
I think that guy's making toxic mead off of drippings from a AC unit. What's up, Pedro?
Yep, look, there it is. Oh, you guys are right. The hazards went on automatically. Dude, come on now. You almost got hit by that tow truck. Trying to block traffic. There we go. There we go. She's blocking traffic now. Making sure nobody pulls up.
All right, chat, let's speculate how much it's going to cost to fix it. Put in your amounts now.
For everybody just joining, my name is Lance. I'm Sacramento's #1 live streamer. We are here in Sacramento on E and Alhambra on a vehicle accident. We stream every day, so if you're new to the stream, make sure you subscribe. And also, there's a pinned comment. Go ahead and hit that pinned comment and sign up.
$8,000 worth of damage.
So you can get notified when we go live. So you can be notified when we go live. With the vehicle hit right here. This is a house, but it's been turned into a business with DPIZI and Reed Construction. So that's what it struck. And now he's lifting it up. But you can see where it left the roadway. You can see the skid marks where it left the roadway. So it was making a turn. It was coming, what is that, north? It was going north on Alhambra and then tried to turn west. And
Well, good thing it's a construction company. They can fix it themselves.
Skid marks.
But
And it left the roadway, struck this right here, and then came to rest over here. Hey, Stormy, welcome in. Where's the checkpoint at, 6 Strings?
hey, XD.
Now, they weren't trying to avoid no object. They was going too fast. It was going too fast. Just joining, this is McKinley Park over here. Where was their checkpoint the last time Sacramento police had one?
I don't know.
Because they normally used to have them at the same location. I love cops. Where was the last one at?
It was in your mother's ass.
Okay, well, move on then.
Huge, giant. I don't know. I don't speak Spanish. Where's your sub? Your sub sandwich? Hi, commentator. Thank you very much for the 2 coffees.
AI commenter has just tipped $10. Where's my sub?
Do you mean subscription or do you mean sub sandwich? Let's see. I got $10 in the PayPal, and that was from.
Are we done?
Let's see. Am I going to be able to guess who that 10 was from? Oh, wait, I do know who that was from. I think that was from Tamalama. Alright. That one already went through. That automatically went through, I think. I believe, anyways. At 640. I mean, Yuffie's died because it was a, the CPU cooler went out. So that's that's not a big deal. It happens.
This is McKinley Park.
Box
here.
11 chase feed in feeds. Okay, thank you. Oh, we got a pedo van being run away from the cops.
Somebody could have turned in front.
There is no audio on that stream, though, unfortunately. There we go with the pedo van flying across. They were going to pit it, but they're afraid a bunch of kids are in the back of it. Just kidding. It's a joke. Joke. It's a joke. A little chase music because there's no audio apparently in that video. You know what I'm worried about is that ladder flying off. A lot of those people don't secure the damn things. So there's no audio over there, so I will do all the commentary that we usually have. We are flying overhead over here in Los Angeles, US 101 and exit 33 of Los Sin Road. The Argora Hills, Malibu, 75-mile-per-hour van going over there. More than that van has probably ever done in its entire life on those shitty tires that were probably bought by the lowest bidder. Did I see that crazy guy that body slammed a little boy? I did not. TL, find that. Thank you. He's got what looks like to be a stain on the roof from not painting it or paying attention. The front looks pretty beat up. Definitely someone's work van. Oh, I tell you, he's really flying down the road at 63 miles, 62, 50, 55. He's actually in the speed limit. I guess they're going uphill. That poor little van's engine's doing all it can. And of all the vehicles to steal, who the hell's going to steal the van, right? You steal stuff out of the van. I've seen that happen a lot in California. Oh no, that Ford Chevy van. He's going to bring his Chevy to the levee. He's going to figure out the levee was dry. Maybe that's not paint. Maybe that's a light? Nah, I think it's paint missing. I don't know. My screen, it's this big. So, I can't even see my camera's on. You're holding it in my hand like an idiot. What the hell? So on my screen, it's all like this big. So, because I have it on the other monitor. I have all the other OBS shit going. Now they're going downhill. He could finally start increasing speed. Oh, nope. I mean, it could be a cable company. Or any other install company. Could be vinyl siding. No, man, I don't want to go get deported. Not today. Not today, Satan. Yeah, but even a small ladder like that, even if you're doing like installs, sometimes you gotta go and get pretty high up to run the cable from the pole over. People are probably calling him non-stop. Well, he's gonna catch them all, but it's gonna be STDs in prison. Only the back of them risk. Gutter cleaner? Ooh, maybe. Yeah, but some sort of install, right? Some sort of home install. Van. Reaching speeds of 70 miles an hour, which isn't really a high-speed chase in California. Not until he hits like 80 or 90. Still technically around the speed limit, depending on the road. He stayed within the lines. He's not wibbling or wobbling too much. Teal, do you know what he's wanted on? He's wanted for prolapsed anuses. That is what he's wanted on. Tio said he was jealous it wasn't him. I don't know what that means, but it's kind of freaky.
Driver's seat appears to be alone up there. Not clear if there's anybody in the back of this van, but you can see there's a ladder on the top of that roof. He's doing about freeway speeds with about 4 or maybe even 5 black and whites right behind him here. Lights and sirens, code 3, as they continue this hot pursuit after several pit maneuver attempts. Once he got off the freeway, he made at least 2, there was at least 2 close calls where they almost were able to get him.
So they tried to get him
out of those pit attempts and is now back up the 101 freeway. There he is, right there, with California Highway Patrol coming up around his left side there.
Garbo is just a tenor today for timing out Pigger.
And information coming into our assignment desk now. Apparently this originated out of the city of Oxnard. Oxnard PD was pursuing this road rage suspect. That is the one.
So it's his company van.
Obviously an agitated individual behind the wheel of this work truck. Unclear about the circumstances surrounding that road rage incident, but it looks like he is talking on his phone. You can see the driver there with the sunglasses on, speaking
He's
into his phone.
currently giving his resignation.
We will see what other intel we can get here, but he is still doing about freeway speeds here, 80 miles per hour up the northbound side of the 101 freeway, passing Lindero Canyon Road.
Cable guy. Cable guy. So road rage incident that they multiple pits they tried to do.
All of this traffic in the right lane here. Traffic very, very light though across the main lanes of the freeway. Really has lots of freeway to play with here. I mean, just incredibly light traffic considering we're on the tail end here, approaching the bottom of the 7 o'clock hour. So he's got lots of freeway to use here, and we'll see if they maybe use some of this wide open space to their advantage as well.
Well, this one is apparently getting road rage incidents. Road rage incident and now road rage incident. Good bump, and that ladder could go flying off any minute now and injure some poor person. Though it did survive after 2 or 3 pit maneuvers, is what he was saying. After 2 or 3 pit maneuvers, he's still there. Still cracking. You're just making it harder on yourself. Pull over. Again, he's going down the road at a high speed. Doing high-speed road things.
Once again, if you're just joining us on abc7.com and our 24/7 streaming channels, continuing to follow this police chase up the 101 freeway, California Highway Patrol. Continuing this pursuit that started out of Oxnard, came into LA County briefly, turned around at Valley Circle, and is now again going back in the direction this chase came from. Again, CHP taking this pursuit over a short time ago, and a handful of units right behind that white work truck with only the driver on board as far as we are aware, at least nobody in the passenger seat as far as we can tell. He's doing about freeway speeds here, but he is agitated and is talking on the phone. Again, it's an apparent road rage incident, road rage suspect out of Oxnard.
Pull over, jackass! That reminds me, I need to record OPL tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, something a little bit different than the standard chase we get.
Making our way through Thousand Oaks now, still doing about 75, 80 miles per hour here. Not excessive speeds. Looks like an older work truck, fairly beat up there. It's a Chevy Express. Again, we don't know what kind of a work truck it is. The only clue we have is that ladder on the roof there. The suspect still on his phone.
Well, obviously gets high.
His phone for the last several minutes, as long as we've been able to.
Oh man, just think about that. Protests on the freeway. Just plows through them.
The sun goes down on a Thursday evening. There you see those California Highway Patrol units, no more than about 8 car lengths behind them. 4 units all together. These are LA West Valley CHP units pursuing him back into Ventura County here as we make our way through Newbury Park.
Yo quiero Taco Bell. So I'm guessing it's a guy who worked at a shitty place and he just had enough of all of it. And he's just like, you know what? I don't care anymore. I'm going stupid. That's what happened.
They still talking? Because I don't hear anything.
He used a ladder to beat that women?
The CHP. Got it.
You think he was some sort of pervert? I mean, he could have been. He could have been some sort of pervert, I guess. Yeah, that van definitely has seen some better days. That thing is beat up. Yeah, unregistered, uninsured van. They don't know who's driving. I can take some guesses, Biscuit. It being California, and it being a work van. Do I gotta say it?
Yeah, I think, Christina, probably another mile or 2 here, and then he's going to disappear into the clouds.
Oh, I think we're all thinking the same thing.
Getting over to the right here, maybe signs of either pulling over or getting off of the freeway. He is getting over to the right, kind of straddling that number 1 lane.
Those damn Norwegians! Them sons of bitches are at it again.
And as he continues northbound on the 101 freeway here, past this way station, you're going to start to see him fade into the marine layer, which is now blanketing this part of Ventura County. As we widen out, you can see the ceiling is very low. Visibility is just about zero at about 500 feet down there. And he is going to drive straight into those clouds where we are going to lose a visual here. And in fact, that's also going to affect any law enforcement helicopter. So it's ultimately going to be up to those ground units to continue that pursuit right there as he continues northbound on the 101 freeway. But that's going to pretty much do it for our ability to follow this chase. Unfortunately, yeah, just going to lose him right there. He's going to come around that hill and gone with the wind. Yeah, up to those ground units now to bring this to a peaceful end. Again, this is pretty much where this chase started, back in Ventura County. A road rage suspect able to evade cops in Oxnard. Went all the way down to LA County, turned around, a couple of pit maneuvers. That's going to really commit those units to trying maybe another pit attempt if he gets off the freeway here. But for now, that will do it for us up here in Air 7. For Ty, Rob, and Chris Christie here in Air 7. That'll do it.
Oh, damn it.
Talk to you later.
Well, that's the chase. I'm not sure he got away per se. But, you know, they lost him to clouds.
How do you lose them inside the clouds? Well, just like that. The suspense kills me. Yeah, me too. Me too. Move over back to Portland for a bit. Till they figure out what's what.
No, they're looking directly at me. Yeah, they're looking directly at me. Look to the left. No, they're just sitting there.
Okay. We're back.
Y'all still
No, I think they're still using this exit, so I don't know what happened last night. They just used this exit right now, so I don't know. We back. I missed a lot of you guys' comments. I'm sorry. But I had to get my stuff plugged in.
Excuses.
Right. So what do you guys want me to do? You guys want me to stay here? Or you guys want me to go in front of the gate? Let's do a poll.
I'm going to show support as well. Remember, keep it positive and supportive. Yes, Brina, I appreciate you. Can you pin that for me, Brina? I appreciate that.
TEDx Ball, what?
Portland,
Appreciate
Oregon.
you, Sherry. Thank you for coming in on stream. I appreciate you.
Known as P-Town.
10XBULL super chatted $20. I'm just tuning in, but I seen there was some crazy *** that happened last night in Portland. Party on Portland, Andy.
Last night? Night before last. Night before last, I think. Thank you for the 2021 10X. I appreciate that very big generosity banger right there, baby. Seriously, thank you very much.
Perez, Raul, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you.
Can't believe we got jammed up by a freaking marine layer. I think it was the night before last was the action. With the person who got tased, remember, and they fell in the face with the knives?
Thank you for tapping the screen, guys. I appreciate it.
Chris Bodo super chatted $19.99. Thanks for all your hard work, Andy. Have a beer on me.
I definitely will, Chris.
You guys are wondering where we
I need
are.
to go buy some beers, actually. I got no beers, but I definitely will, Chris. Holy crap. Another 20. Chris. Muchas freaking gracias. Forgot what I was doing all of a sudden.
You guys are killing it. Appreciate you guys' support. It means a lot.
They can't catch, so they got those Velcro things to catch the balls for them. What do you guys think about that?
Montana, thank you for tapping the screen. I appreciate you. If you guys are just joining up, this is the highest protest in Portland, Oregon. It's our 10th day streaming. 10 or 11, something like that. But,
Who's off McAdam?
You guys want to come down and join the group? More people, more power. It's the gate in front of you where the group is gathering, yes, and also over here as well. Roughly 50 people, 40 people.
Ceiling Cat 9001
What?
super chatted $20.
Holy!
This $2 challenge is getting expensive. Let's effing go.
The 20 ceiling. Holy crap, 3 20s in a row. Everyone got freaking paid today, baby. What the hell? Thank you very, very much, Ceiling Cat, for the freaking 20.
Where?
Damn, you guys. Thank you very much. I'll double check for some other streams real fast. Holy moly. Let's go with Cody, come on. We had a police chase earlier, Wazzy. Holy crap, Trailer Trash with 10 gifted subs. Holy shit. And giggles. And giggles. I said and giggles. Let's do some fat dabs. Holy crap. Thank you for your generosity. Trailer Trash. That's absolutely amazing. Congratulations, everyone who's a part of Gang Green right now. We made some new tunes, so let's just listen to some new tunes to get this party started, eh?
Let me know. I don't believe Pedro was doing. Oh shit! I remember. Yeah, long time no see. Nah, I just know it from. Oh God, I forgot. For a second, my phone, Chris.
We gotta turn all this down. That's what's going on here. Hey Don, how you doing? It's Fire Up this Dabber. Holy crap, you guys. Thank you for all your generosity. We're not gonna get some beer here in a minute. We'll see. Pretty much, Lau. Holy moly.
Appreciate that, Brandon. Let's keep it positive, Chuck.
I'm not doing no damn locos. You switched to kick, Timmy? Okay. Kick's a little slow with the chat, but they get notifications. Most people use the YouTube, but they use that for notifications. But it all works. Whatever works for people, man. The more people on Kick, the merrier, what I always say.
Why do you say something about the accounts? Heavy.
Holy fudgeball Snickers!
10xbull super chatted $50. It's not a challenge, but I'm looking at the screen and wondering which panty waist has the skinniest jeans. Call me hand.
Call you a ham?
Oink, 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 I'm the best piggy. Oink,
Thank you,
oink,
10x
oink,
Bull, by the
oink,
way.
piggy in the town.
Speaking of hams, let's go.
Piggy, piggy, oink, 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 I'm a pig. Oink, 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 I'm the best
Fat dabs,
piggy.
fat dabs.
Oink, 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 best piggy in the town. Oink, 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 piggy, piggy. Oink, 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 oink,
I'm a pig.
Can I get piggies in the chat? Piggies in the chat? I'm the best piggy. Piggy in the chat. Can I get some oink oink oink? Oink oink mother truckers. Oink oink.
Oink, oink.
Oink 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 oink. I'm the best piggy. Oink 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 oink. Best piggy in the town. Oink 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 oink. Piggy piggy. Oink 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 oink. I'm a pig. Oink 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 oink. I'm the best piggy. Oink 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 oink. Best piggy in the town. Oink 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 oink. Piggy piggy. Oink 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 oink. I'm a pig.
Thank you for the generosity, everybody. Getting this to our piggy, baby. Thank you, thank you. That's right, Mark. Cut it off, Dustin. Fudge it, man. I know how that goes. It was an early one, man. Look at how everyone was crazy generous. That's crazy. I'm sure they do, Nebby. I hate when that happens, Timmy. You're doing your best, Wazio.
I am so glad that my data and my money are safe with Tangap. I've tried 2 other mobile remittance services before, and so far, Tangap has been the easiest.
Oh, that's mean to me. You might be younger than that. Who
Thank you
knows?
so much for the heart claps.
Allegedly.
Green hearts in the chat. Let's go. What's up, Hillbilly Kid? How you doing, bro?
Why is there so many videos of people that don't know how to put a mag in an AK-47 properly? Tio, the media's back en route of that chase. Look, again, I don't smoke weed, but anything that makes you cough that much can't be good for you.
Might be time for me to get my inhaler back.
T.O. Chase might be back, buddy.
Gonna get real tonight? Yeah, I kind of feel it. I kind of feel the energy out there. The lungs, I know. I need to get my inhaler back bad.
Or because you apparently you have really bad asthma,
It's all this tear
maybe
gas,
stop
man.
smoking weed. Just saying.
I haven't needed my inhaler for like a year. Not a year, probably like 8 months.
I can't keep hearing the phlegm in the back of his throat. You're dying. Yeah, I don't know if you have asthma. Probably smoking a bunch of weed's not helping you, buddy. I'm no doctor, but I would assume that putting shit in your lungs while you have an issue with your lungs probably is not the greatest idea. Just throwing that one out there. You can do whatever you want, but apparently, since you're coughing and it sounds like you're dying of the plague, I would assume, maybe cut back on the weed. Maybe switch to edibles or something, maybe. Or jam cucumbers up your ass. Something. Well, I mean, according to the federal government, that's still a drug. They get very upset with you if you have guns and weed still. They get very upset. So apparently the left was trying to use an image saying before MAGA, after MAGA, and it shows a chick who is trying to be a dude, and then afterwards she's a chick trying to be a chick again, and she's now having to go around and tell people, no, I've always been a woman. Like I was thinking about the transitioning thing and now we're against it, but I've always been a woman, a biological woman, and now that I started going towards the right, I've embraced being a biological woman. And apparently the left is quite upset about that. Why? I don't know. Just saying. And I went out there. All right. We're waiting for the chase to come back. Vehicle stopped at a trailer park. Suspect is now in custody. So the guy that was at the trailer park, suspect is now in custody. Chase is now over. Back for more Portland Tards of the day. Oh no, are those the same? Yes, those are the same. Can't know if it's the ketamine queen or the ketamine king that are out there with each other. Taking syringes and shooting smack into their balls.
You smart son of a gun. Come to Woodburn? I think I've been there. I can't remember where that is, but I'm pretty sure I've been there. A strap around your leg, that makes it easy. That makes sense. That's fine. Damn, y'all, we are almost at 1,000 shares. Thank you guys so much for sharing the live, y'all. That's insane. Insane work.
My chat throws out all those shares. I don't need a counter to know it. I just know that they're always trying to get more people.
And I'm going to continue to be live as many days as I can be. If you guys are interested in more content like this, and you guys want to get notified when I go live, drop a follow. Also, if the live drops, you guys are secured, and you get notified when I go live again. So please follow if you have not followed already. Let's go. Thank you for the follow, bro.
I don't need a counter to know that my people are sharing and supporting the show.
Let's get back over there. Let's get back in the mix. I should not have put this back in there.
For the record, I am politically a little bit burnt out right now. I'm just burnt out on politics at the moment.
Have they been out recently? Yeah, they were just out here.
If you guys want to talk about them, that's fine, but
They've come out twice.
I am burnt out mentally.
Daphne, thank you so much for the heart me. The music? Yeah, it's a vibe. What's going on? Okay, let's get back in the front of the fence. My bad, y'all. We were getting that done real quick. We are rejuvenated and we're ready to get it going. Yo, Daffy, thank you so much for the heart, man.
Well, again, these people's bullshit, even on the, that is some terrible fucking music. Like, holy shit. Oh, God. That is disgusting.
Protection for my people, for these families that are being separated. I just ask to have mercy for what's happening in my community with my people.
We stand with you forever.
Rodney, I'm gonna shit on your chest. How about that, buddy? Here, hold my cauldron. I'll drink a gallon of milk before I do it, too. And I am very, very lactose intolerant. I've been having endless politics for like fucking months. I'm just burnt out. I just don't care anymore. She summoned the rabbi that will hook conch shells. Be careful. Ah, yes. What do I do for fun? What is fun? I used to go and do archery, but I haven't had a good place to go do it out here. So I haven't done that in like months. I haven't gone out to the range in months. I've been here. I keep hoping for like some really, really, really good like weeks. They can have extra money for ammo. I can take days off, but it hasn't been happening. Apparently the illegals are now pitching that the cart vendors are disappearing off the street. The illegal cart vendors are disappearing, And what they're noticing is that there's American teens actually doing it now and earning money with the blessing of gas stations and other businesses. It's going all right. That's right, Lois. I shit in unusual places. Or you mean he does? That guy does. Thanks, Brian. I'm sick of it just because I've been hearing about it for so many goddamn days and reporting on it. Like, I'm fishing? Oh, fishing's not a bad idea. Flushing? Water's been so tight I stopped flushing. Fishing's good. LA is a shithole. We have a bunch of lakes and like some good gun ranges. I need time to go out there and go to them. I had money. Like, I don't want to go out there and like blow through a bunch of ammo I might need. Trappers is good. Go to trapperoutdoors.com. He sends me stuff every once in a while in that department. I've only shot my Canic once. And my buddy who's just got done, I think, with bomb squad training Saturday or Sunday. I'm trying to get him to come on up and hang out, and maybe we'll go out to the range.
I couldn't live here. Right. I couldn't even live here. Like, I just got evicted, and I make $100,000 a year. Right. Yeah, how did I get evicted?
How do you make $100,000 a year?
Well, you know, my finances aren't perfect, but I actually was paying my rent on time. I had to pay some other things on time, but it's a crazy economy around here. It really is, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he sells pictures of his butthole online. By the way, I got another goddamn fucking gripe. I'm tired of everybody reposting people's dumb shit on the internet. Okay? This Sassoon, Baboon, whatever the fuck his name is. If you're one of the people that comments on the stuff and repost it, you're part of the fucking problem. Block him and move on with the goddamn day. You reposting his dumb shit is just giving him more likes. You know, or anybody else. David Hogg, who the fuck cares what he says? Block him, move on. Oh, well, there you go, Biscuit. I guess that's something. Trap is fine, but yeah, I can get pricey. My shotgun is pretty good for trap, my Benelli. But, yeah, same thing. Pricey. Yeah, he's a grifter. Well, like, why the fuck are people even reposting or even commenting on their stuff? And like all these other, like, again, political commentators. I want to be famous on the internet, so I'm going to respond to it. No, get fucked. You're part of the goddamn problem. Lewis, it is missing everything but the motherboard. If I feel up to it, I'll pick it up in a second. Yeah, it's 100% stupid. Like, and I know there's all these other people that want to be also political commentators on the right, but you just look like a jackass. Nobody cares. There you go. That's it. Got all the fans. Got the cooler. I got the, I know it's kind of hard to see. Got the power supply in. I got more fans. These 3 fans roll. So I spent last night with some isopropyl alcohol and some isopropyl alcohol and a toothbrush and scrubbed the fans clean and re-oiled them with some non-conductive lubricant and then spun them by hand for a little bit. Did your cable come in? Yeah, that's right here. The gang boxes are here too. I gotta just cut the hole. I gotta figure out, I gotta go in the attic once I get some time. Go in the attic, go up in there and see if I have a direct drop. I could follow down the power cable. Then I could just run it down with some fish tape and hook it right in. Otherwise, I'll go underneath the house and look up and see if I could see up into the wall. Can't see up into the wall. Then I just gotta drill a hole, put the fish tape down there, and then guide it through and then pull it. The underneath, I think, is going to be easier than going from top, but the top already has all the power cables laid out up on top. So it looks like when they built the house, all the power went up, all the water went down. So the two never touch. So. Went on a gun, let's see, him and Rodriguez girl. Let's see, likely an actor. I got fooled by a trap once. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I look forward to that day too. There's certain times I'm kind of interested in it, like, you know, oh, what's going to happen? What's going to go on? So. No, that was funny. You don't gotta apologize. Yeah, I didn't care either. It's just, there's so much about it, and like, now there's people on the right who are like, oh, Trump's the devil, and I'm just like, oh, son of a bitch. Like, either he's your God King Emperor or he's not. Like, I don't care. Like, to me, he's just a man. He's just a guy. He's just a dude. And then, like, when he fucks shit up, people can be like, oh, no, he never does. He's infallible. That's not true either. He's just a guy. He's a human being. Like, they make mistakes. I don't know why this is a hard thing for people to understand. I had people unsub because I said that. Right? They're like, how dare you? How dare you say he's fallible? How dare you not bend the knee? It's like, yeah, he's a man. People fuck shit up. Like... Well, if you're not highest draft pussy standard, you need to get there. Currently Biscuit is writing the draft. Need to catch up. Check out Road Trips app for cool. I had that app. I use that app when I travel across the country, actually. And then my travel for across the country next month, at the end of next month, I'll be flying, it looks like. So it's 2.5 hour flight to nothing. And then I can get back sooner instead of being gone an extra 6 days. Kind of worried about the cat a little bit. So, even though it's the neighbor's cat, like, maybe I'll keep the garage open just a little bit where she can run in and eat, run out. I don't know. No, two 2.5 hour flights. So it goes from here to Denver and from Denver to there. So. Yes. We've okay, so the story with the cat is, their cat, they said it was an outdoor cat. She's very sweet, very nice, very clean, no fleas, nothing, well groomed. And when she came by, she would like stay at her door and just purr and not want to go anywhere. And we're like, at first, like, who the fuck's cat is this? And, but very, very nice. And so we'd sit there and we'd pet her for a while. She'd drool, she'd crawl up in her laps and get all cuddled up next to us and stuff. And we're like, okay. So then we'd be like, okay, you stay outside. Pet herself a sucker. Yeah, exactly. And then winter came and started snowing really bad. She was still outside. We felt really bad for her. And she was like super skinny and like they were feeding her, but definitely not feeding her enough. And it seems she was fighting with the other animals because there is cats all over the place. It's spayed and neutered. But so it started smelling pretty bad. She came inside, and you know, all she wanted to do is she crawled up in my arms and just fell asleep and stayed there. And yeah, so she got weight on her now, and then like she brought us some dead mice as a thank you. Like, and now, so the week before we had a mouse in the house. I don't know where, and I think it came in because I was redoing the bathroom, and the floor was still partially open because you know you're redoing the bathroom, you're redoing the floor and shit. And I think it crawled up from in there and then ran in the house. And then you feels like there's a goddamn mouse in here. I was like, huh? And so we finally got the mouse out of the house, and then a week later the cat showed up. Like, I heard you need my services. I'm like, I do need your services. So she's been here ever since, in and out. So she goes in and out of the house. She goes outside, runs around, hunts stuff. Comes in at night, doesn't really get into things, just kind of curls up on the couch and sleeps, and then goes out. So that is and then so we're out there, and we like told the neighbor like, hey, is this your cat? And then they're like, oh yeah, that's lovable, she's great, you know, blah blah blah. And we're like, well, you know, she comes into our house and like hangs out and shit. They're like, oh, that's cool. Like, we're just like, oh, okay. All right. And then we told them, they're like, as long as she's being taken care of and she's happy, that's all we care about. Because I guess again, he saved her from a crack house or an abandoned house when she was a kitten, and then they kept her as an outside cat, but they spayed and neutered her, and they have like a bunch of people in the house, and since they have a bunch of people in the house, and like other animals, I guess maybe she gets super stressed out, so now she's happier, and she just again comes in, hangs out with us, and you know, kind of is her own person. We call her a freeloader. You feel call her the Bean every once in a while if you're watching her stream. This is an all black one, Lois. It's all black cat. So, anyways, that's the story of the cat. So she comes and goes and runs around and pretty much made herself at home. She has her own food and stuff in here, and you know, every once in a while I hear her fighting with another cat, and she comes running in. Because again, there's cats literally like everywhere here. So they do get a bad rap, but this is a good animal. We did have someone come in here and talk shit. They're like, how are you begging online and you have a cat? I'm like, well, it's not really my cat, and it's the neighbor's cat. We just take care of her. And I'm not a heartless bastard. So.
What's funny is they do not teach quality engineering in college. They teach like aerospace engineering, teach mechanical engineering. So the quality department's always having to go and convince people to be quality engineers. But most quality engineers are either mechanical.
That's a big cat.
Aerospace engineers, electrical engineers.
26 pounds. That's a hefty boy.
I did mechanical.
No, she now, when she's in here, when I get done with the show, I'll go lay on the couch and go watch TV with Yuffie. And while I'm watching TV with her, she'll crawl up on my side and put her head here and get all comfortable. And
Begin counting with the
trying to catch with the biscuit.
Yeah, but they
Climb that giraffe.
Like, a third of the rivets weren't installed correctly or something. It's crazy.
Red B on my hat, boy, I be around the way. Beat you with a bat, all I give is headshots. Shoot you in the foot. Now you
I don't know,
wear red
Elon.
socks. You can call me cake boss. I'm a Dusty's plate.
Hey,
I mean, I like dogs also. Like, I wanted a dog for a while now, but I really don't have the money for one. And we finally got the yard to the point where the dog would be cool. I want to put a front fence into the front of the house. That's gonna be buku goddamn money.
Don't get a psychology degree.
Let's see.
Welcome in, Jen. How you doing? Hope everyone's having a good night.
You shot a werewolf? I was there, a wolf there. 125 puppers. That's a big puppers. That thing's huge. It's more than Yuffie weighs. Couple got a strike for posting this.
Oh, shit.
No, yeah, I'm good. The man was trying to drift his bike and ran into the person in front of him. I thought that was crazy.
By the way, I still say this. The Cyberpunk or the Cybertruck is not a truck. Hell's douchebag. No, it's not. It's a Tesla car that is dressed up silly. It's LARPing as a military vehicle. That's what it is. Yeah, but I like Cyberpunk, the game, and the genre. But the truck is not. It's just a LARPing military vehicle.
Southwest Macadam Avenue, south of Moody Street, southwest of Portland Waterfront. That's roughly, I want to say.
Retired police dogs and stuff are nice, but a lot of the time they get bonded with their handlers and not some random guy that wants to take a hit. I have a Ram 1500. So my truck's a truck. Yeah, but you like it because their paws stink. You actually saw one with stuff in the bed? Was a box of lube and dildos? It couldn't be real tools, Lou.
Bro, if you're gonna blow, better figure this one out. Classy, you see, El Rey says it's classy. I believe El Rey.
screen. See if we can get 300 shares before 8:50.
You think if I recorded him and turned off his audio on the one we currently have, one of the Portland ones, and I literally just put it on repeat, it would sound the same every day?
Highway 99, Medic 77.
You mean like this guy, like John Wayne Gacy would carry him, or?
Let's go ahead and cross and continue to see what happens.
Did I see what the Whistling Diesel did? I don't know who that is, so no. I don't watch a lot of stuff when I'm off air, by the way. Actually, that's not true. I watch Meat Cannon stuff. I watched the thing about reborn babies dolls, which was creepy as shit. That's the kind of weird shit I watch when I'm out of here. I put my travel trailer with my truck, so my truck really does something. I load a bunch of shit in the bed for house repairs. So like lumber, like I've already moved concrete and lumber with it once. So I was like, all right. Get its use. I do dump runs in it. And Tulane Shepherd. Is that the picture of him in your image, Steely?
These three were the same three that shot.
And then it's, you know, it's got a tow package on it. I can't pull a trailer. And I was talking to my client the other day, and he was talking about like
something going on.
He's gonna pull a trailer with their minivan. Oh, he looks like a good pupper's there. He's gonna pull a trailer with his minivan, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have to move and stuff." I was like, "Moving's not the trouble; it's stopping." He's like, "Well, what's the worst that's gonna happen if you know it's too heavy?" I was like, "You'll jackknife your vehicle and probably kill yourself, or it goes through the back of your vehicle and it rips loose, or it kills somebody else." You idiot. I mean, yes, a Honda Civic will move something. Doesn't mean you want to tow with it. I miss having a dog too. My last dog was a Jack Russell Terrier named Ranger. That was named by my nephew. And he had cancer, and he lived a very long time. And I have pictures of him and the cat, who the cat has seizures. I have a video somewhere of those two playing somewhere together. But he was a good dog. He was a chicken shit, and but he would bark if anyone got too close to the house, and he would just want to jump in your lap and just stay there all day.
I appreciate you.
White man can't dance in number 4. Worst Moana cosplay ever. Moana. Sorry, Moana cosplay. That creepy old Dalton there didn't buy you those houses. That's because they're haunted by the devil. You have an American Eskimo with an attitude.
I don't know if those are, I don't see anybody in suits. I see the press information officers out there in a suit.
What's cringe, the dancing or the story about my dog and cat?
Thank you.
I hope you mean the dancing. The other one's pretty wholesome. Again, it's not just about pulling, it's stopping it. You don't have a truck that has enough weight. The trailer's gonna overtake you. Hey, oh. Hey, that's mean.
That there were 3 men that followed a guy into the store. They're left and right.
But if you have, but you know, you get these same idiots out there that be like, oh, I got my truck and put a disjoint. I was talking about how my dog and cat used to play together when they were both sick. I know you're joking.
Okay.
But the people dancing is question. That's for damn sure. I'm going the right things with Chuck. I just worry about pugs. Because I know they got like breathing issues and their paws get some weird like fungus. I always feel like their eyes are gonna pop out of their skull if they like poop
I'm
too
not
hard.
quite sure what is going on here. Sheriff's Department, it's got to be some kind of shooting. But I'm not quite sure.
Hit Corso female that likes to talk
This
a lot.
is Martin
Needs a
Luther
baby
King and
blanket
47th
all
Avenue.
the time. Aw. I would pull probably with my truck. Let me guess.
George 12's going to be tied up for
Let's see what I can pull.
minutes. So 11's going to take it, and dispatch 2 is covered.
It's almost 10,000 pounds I can tow. 9,920. So let's say you drop that down to like just on the safe side 7. So 7,000 pound trailer, right? So 7. That's actually like double what my Explorer could have pulled, which is pretty cool. Okay, so I can pull some pretty good sized like camping trailers if I wanted, it looks like. Yeah, pull both at the same time. I don't know if you'd want to. It looks like that's a little scary.
Can't do this. You did a code 14 for.
Biscuit, you now owe the chat $20. I have a Ram Bighorn 2500. I like my 1500, Darren. Especially I got it for like 25,000 bucks. With like 30,000 miles on it. I hate clicking on Camping World's websites. Places like a cesspool. Don't know if anybody's ever gone to Camping World. Those people will hound you till you die. They are the worst of the worst.
That'd be helpful. They can take that back just for the time being. I don't know if any spec packs
That's supposed to be a stripper? What is going on there? She's doing all the thing. Pay me money. Do all the thing. We're online strippers. Pay us the money. Wherever she is, she's gone now. Gone forever.
set up to the south of the house. Under the street.
On forever. I said I'm scared they're going, dude. That's what they did. Yeah, Lucky. They are terrible. I went there because it was the closest RV place when I lived in California. And oh my god, so the dude, I was like, yeah, I'm just looking around. I gotta talk to my wife about like different ideas for camping. He's like, well, you don't really got a collar, do you? And I looked at him, I was like, you're kind of a dick, aren't you? And he's just like, oh. Or you know what I say to him? I said, oh, you seem to be really hurting for a sale. He's like, I'm not hurting. I was like, well, for making stupid ass comments like that, you sound like it. Nah, bro. I was like, yeah. Get fucked, dude. Fish Tank Live is down? Oh, so you're here?
Hey, you're just going to be shut back on top of 1419.
Yuffie likes watching Fish Tank.
I have not seen a backpack on a
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, dickhead. Yeah, I'm sorry. I want to consult with my significant other about, large purchases. Since, she might also have something to say with the income. Just saying, dick. Because they do this whole, like, oh, well, you have to close all the deals you possibly can. I was like, yeah, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Good night, Randy. You take care, buddy. Caught up just now? What's up, Lucky? But yeah, Camping World is just absolute dog shit. Like, he was trying, I don't know, maybe he watches that fucking douchebag. I forgot what the hell his name is. He's this car salesman. He's like, you gotta be the most alpha male while you're selling cars. If you're not selling cars enough, you're not the alpha male. And, I don't know. It was one of the rudest fucking things I ever said, and I went and messaged their manager, and I was like, hey, yeah, if your guy ever says this to me, I'm happy, you know, it was me and not somebody that's just gonna go and, like, deck him in the side of the head. Yeah, always be closing, always. What the hell that dickhead's name is?
Yeah, that guy with the mower, he's over here trying to
and he does these, like, man seminars. No, I think they're mainly commission-based, and I think it's, like, high-commission sales, either you sell or you don't make money. Which California gets minimum wage, but, you know, so the thing is that you're selling luxury equipment, right? Which is also kind of shitty.
I would check all the backyards between 1443 and 1419, just their directions of travel, in case they ditched anything else along their way.
And because you're selling luxury equipment,
Silva, I'm not sure. The sheriff's department
don't want to be
doing
a fool.
something out here, but the most
Because
likely
it's not
way
like
it's set up
something
is
that
some kind of
somebody
a shooting.
needs.
Because the press information
It's
officers
just
out
something
here
somebody
as well.
wants. They want to be like, oh yeah, you want to get this? Here's all the cool stuff about it. Then they have like a fee they charge you.
Like a $2,000 fee just to get like your camper or something, like ready for you. It doesn't mean anything. It's just some bullshit. So I don't know. Ho? Mo? I don't know. I thought the guy was jerking it for a second inside the chick's face over there. I had to double take. I thought I had to drop the screen. New York sucks.
We have a unit with that van.
Yeah, you have to pay to get a discount. Yeah, exactly. And then you go on like RV Trader, and you can get the same thing for like 10 grand less. And then people worry about like, well, I can't get a loan for this. I'm like, yeah, you can. Go to the bank and go get a loan for it.
Here's my unit from 2. Yeah, Union 24, the van is right behind our big white van. Yeah, 5 grab text.
All right, somebody's getting ready to run through it.
Oh, and try to find anyone to help you find the parts, which they don't have any
they
to
gotta
order.
block the traffic.
Yeah,
They gotta
and
come
from
up,
what
they
I
gotta
heard
do a
too,
better
they even
job
charge you
blocking the traffic.
a surplus fee
They
too
just
for that.
ran. They getting run
So
right
I
through
mean,
the
they're
crime
just
scene.
the entire place is just kind of screwed up. Like I'm on RV country, right? After used RVs, and if you really wanted to, they got a huge one here. This is a Gulfstream 4Master, $30,000. I mean, the thing's giant. Leather interior, 2 couches. You know, somebody was probably living in it, but who gives a shit? My sister has one. I was looking at her RV. Super nice inside.
I believe that's Scissors.
That's how I always remember Whitney's name. Hey, Darlene, thank you very much for the $50 reduce. Appreciate it.
All right, Mo, have fun in the pool.
You all want to get behind that and do the same would be awesome. Thank you very much for the $50 reduce into the account.
Darlene has just tipped $50.
Call at 7270 Munson. The caller is CPS. They're on scene. They observed injuries consistent with.
When I want something to pull behind my truck, I'm not really going to get a camper to tow with. We were just talking about tow options, Mark. And we're talking about like if you're towing anything versus like trying to stop and something going through your thing. If I for my truck, I'm doing a pop-up shell that sits on the back, so it just looks like a regular camper shell with a very thin tongue in the front, and then lifts up. And I can still throw lumber and shit back there because it has the double doors. So it still works for a, yeah, I'm building it. And so that's what I'm doing. So I have double doors to open up. I can still throw in, you know, with the tongue, which is nice. Bed folded over. I can still get like an 8-foot sheet of plywood back there, like this, which is cool. Or a
We got
6 foot.
crime scene tape. The
So.
press information officer is out here. So who knows?
But yeah, me and Machinists are building out the camper shell. But, you know, towing is always an option, which is
They say it
nice.
started on the freeway. It looks like they're breaking down now.
Trailers for sale around rooms to the left, he says. So I have a 1990 GMC 4x4 Suburban. Oh, the tow stuff? Or the put 8-foot sheets of ply in. I see. I figured it was a song. Why is Chief Yellow Balls down there?
The windows are covered and there's a lot of damage to the body of the vehicle.
Well, he's over there with, you know,
Civic with the California license plate.
Padawan Suckaho, so, you know, when they go home. Camp, tow race cars. It's, oh, okay, then you need something a little bit ballsy for that, definitely. For towing the other cars.
Yeah, you can't stop anyone from the vehicle around us.
You can flat tow an F-150 4x4 behind a motorhome. Yeah, you can, Mark. Why are you doing all that? I just want the camper shell in the back of mine. It's going to cost like $1,000 to build. And then it's done. I don't got to worry about it. Losing power.
Yeah, I just did it, George.
How much weight is the stock car? What's up, God and Country? Oh, I know what the weight is off the top of my head. I get all I'm doing with mine is it's
Yeah, the police moved it.
all I'm doing with mine is just for camping, traveling across country, like just getting all the stuff ready to get everything ready for flying. The amount of bullshit I had to go through, I'm just like, yeah, I'm just driving again. Like dealing with my client to try to get shit scheduled for flights he still hasn't done it yet. No big surprise there. And I'm still waiting. Oh, 3,000 pounds? Oh, that ain't bad. Yeah, I could tow that. That's not bad. Used to tow his Jeep and the jet skis behind his truck with a cab over camper. It was a crazy sight. Sounds like it. Sounds dangerous as hell too. I hate flying, but I'm doing it again this time just because it's quicker. And because otherwise, like when I drive, I go see my family in California for a minute, and then I take off, right? It's a nice little pit stop. But he keeps demanding, oh, I want you to fly, I want you to fly. I was like, all right, fine, I'll fly this time, because you keep demanding it. Then he went and looked at where I live now and goes, oh, well, getting flights there is a pain in the ass. I'm like, yeah, no shit, stupid.
The three subject. Did you see which one threw the backpack on the roof by hand? So we're the one of the last two. Obviously taken for that.
Almost like I might have known this.
We were sticking with the bodies, and we're pretty wide to make sure they didn't make it up or the first.
I've taken the Amtrak twice there. It was fun. But yeah, it takes a long time to get there. That was a nice trip. You kind of just get a good book and just chill out. Which is, you know, not bad. If you're just kind of chilling and hanging out and not having to worry about stuff.
There should be a second backpack somewhere then, because they had two backpacks when they first took off with the van.
both on backpack.
It's fun. Good food on the train. I would say if you could splurge, get the room so you're not sharing a bathroom with somebody. Even though you have like your own little roomette with 2 beds in it. It's like a closet. A little bit bigger than my closet. Now I'm staring at it. But I mean, it's okay. It's all right. You kind of just chill out there and get a good book. And I just wish, I really wish that train travel was more streamlined, because again, we have all the infrastructure. We can make some great train routes and stuff and make high-speed rail a thing, but nobody wants to invest in it.
Let's get 25 more likes.
China trains are wild, so are Japanese ones. I heard the China ones get like, or India, everyone's like slammed in together.
25 likes.
People get ran over on the train. No one gives a shit. You want water? They're like, come by. Yeah, the water's for you. Throw it in the window at you. People stealing your phone and running off.
We didn't have any, Queen. We was out of the car, and nobody, and I didn't have no music, and nobody told me nothing.
Yeah, Mark, that's true. That is true. Flying into DC in a week, very expensive. Wish me luck flying around Independence Day. Oh, damn it, Travis, that's gonna suck, bro.
Likes now. Come on,
that's gonna be that's some money right there. Though, have you ever flown during fireworks and seen the fireworks out the window? It's pretty cool to see. Black workers sue Walmart for their employee background check policy.
All right, we need 21 more. Let's go.
Charles 33 and 32 to start cross on a 995 call at 741 Henrietta number 1. Fire is en route for a fire alarm, and also they revised the burglary alarm that was activated and then aborted for the alarm company, and fire is staging. 7401 Henrietta, stand 4 and 3 copy.
All right, we need 17 more. Let's do it.
I know China said they do, but I don't believe anything that comes out of China.
Thank you, Hank. I appreciate it, bro.
You know? Yeah, exactly, Gator. I'm sure there's some white people that got fired too. They're not actually commenting on or talking about.
Thank you.
We need 12.
They found out. They found that he was one of them sex offenders and lost his job.
Yep, it's a good crowd today.
Bojangles, just subscribe. Welcome to the family, Bojangles.
10-year-old or younger females were walking up to customers asking for money at AM PM. They look to be going to and from a silver or
This is Martin Luther King and 47th Ave.
The bandit talked to the male driver, but then the van left in an unknown direction of travel. Repeating
9 more.
The subject last seen in the area of 1949 Ardenway at AM PM approximately 5 ago. 2 10-year-old or younger females were walking up to customers asking for money. They were in a
9 more.
newer minivan, possible Chrysler. It was a male driver.
4 more. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're almost there. We need 4 more.
Non-existing operations in 3.
Three more.
Woo, day 20, and we accomplished nothing out here. In front of this building, we drew on stuff with chalk.
Medic 625, Medic Relay Code 2, District 25, 5137, Melbourne Way, Medic 625, Operation Day 2.
Two more.
Thank you, darling, again for their $50 reduce. Appreciate it.
From the backseat of the patrol car, if we could remedy that.
Commentary, please.
Somebody's posted from his Instagram from the backseat of the
on
police
road.
car.
Yeah, no, they're always on the road. Maybe sniping from out there.
They're not sniping. They're literally just doing overlook. Again, if someone who knows me watching through the show is here, when you see the person in a wheelchair, the fake cripple who claims they're an EMT,
Darling has just tipped $50.
thank you again for their 50, making this a nice full bar tonight, which is awesome.
Put the dancing lady in the chat. Put the dancing lady in the chat. We've got 300 likes.
Thank you. What's the address? It's
Your God doesn't love you.
4310.
That's rude.
Macadam Avenue, but I might be wrong.
Chat, when you go to garage sales, what's something you go look for? What is something you go look for at garage sales?
Ashley, thank you so much for the roses.
I have no
They've
idea.
already once sued for drug test policies, Fank. They did that in California, saying it was unfair to people of melanated descent.
Oh, the cops will come. Yeah, true.
You look for used underwear? That's disgusting. Figurines and books? Those are good ones. Fancy decanters? Oh. Clothes?
One person got maced, but that was about it.
I was thinking like cast iron would be good. Like good cast iron stuff, because it never really goes bad, right? Even if it's a little rusted, you can go in there with a wire wheel and some oil and make it good as new. You look for girlfriends at garage sales?
I plan on trying to be here until like midnight.
Tools are always good. Apparently there's a sculptor in China that will sculpt your boss out of clay and you can punch the shit out of him.
Make sure you guys drop a follow real quick. All I gotta
Tools
do
and
is plug my
furniture?
phone in.
Yeah, furniture I'd be a little weary about. I'm always worried about something crawling in it, living in it.
So you don't lose me. And when I go live, you'll get notified again.
Knickknacks and
I'm not
books?
getting off now. I'll probably still have a good 30 minutes. But,
Yeah, thrifty woman.
you know the vibes.
Uranium glass? That's what Comrade's looking for. My folks have some uranium glass, we found out.
Richie, thank you so much, yo.
I took the old black light and went to the green glass and I hit it and it glowed. I was like, that's radioactive.
I'm plugged in right now, but
Mom's like, stop that.
it's charging. I mean, it's not charging. It's just not dying. hella
Use that
fast.
for gas. Don't let people know.
It's dying, like really slowly. It's like real quick.
Back at me.
Almost at 20%, so we should be good for like 30 minutes at least. And then I'll just go plug in.
But if you see green glass, you bring a black light with you. Oh, that's the wrong setting. Bring a black light with you, and you hit it will glow. And depending on the glowing, you can see if it's radioactive or not.
Of course, alien niggas are coming in.
Emu Nazis.
Yeah, those are cops over there.
By the way, for people that don't know, that building, they probably can't hear dick all from the inside. Just when they're watching a movie.
Perla, thank you so much.
You guys are generic. Weak insult this week. You scream, she screams, you all scream for the ICE team.
Jesse, thank you so much for the roses.
917, engine 17,
A bunch of police cars with a bunch of crime scene tape. That's all I know. Unknown what happened.
I remember I went to a garage sale, and at the time I didn't know what he was selling. And now I knew what it was. I kind of looked back on it and kicked myself in the ass. He was selling dyes for reloading equipment for like $5 each. And the guy's like, yeah, it's the tools my dad had. I'm like, now I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. And I walked off, and now I'm looking back, I'm like, damn it. I should have cleaned that dude out of all that.
The crowd is probably about 30 people now, but I think everybody's going to come back. I think people are just walking around and protesting. That's what we used to do back in the day. We used to just
collectively sit in front of like a certain building, and then some of us will break off and go like make noise in the neighborhood, and you know what I mean, bring awareness to what was going on. So I think that's what they're doing.
So you go and you annoy the neighborhood and piss everybody off.
I think
Real
at
nice of you.
200,000 likes, we're probably gonna cut it so I can go charge my phone and grab some food, and then when the crowd comes back, hopefully we're at a good enough percentage.
Again, if you're out there all day, why don't you bring a charger?
So,
yeah, I think that's what we'll end up doing.
She's supposed to be out there for, I guess they arrested a bunch of Hispanics, and so she's out there dressed like a Mayan princess or a Aztec princess, being all fucking weird because reasons, I guess. But again, it's really funny because the whole thing is, and I'm very burnt out on politics today, but the whole thing is people going out there and going, well, you see, no, they didn't break the law. Well, no, they did break the law. Coming here illegally is breaking the law. But they're out there trying to like stop ICE, I guess. But they already came out and said like I thought somebody had texted me. They already said today, like, the amount of illegals coming in this country, there's been zero. Zero today. They finally had a day where there's no one illegally coming in the country. A bunch of people are bitching and moaning that, you know, their siblings or relatives or family members or whatever got deported, and now they're no longer allowed to come back to the United States no matter what, and they're pretty pissed off and, like, crying. And it's like, look, you could self-deport, you go back to your country, you can figure out how to come here illegally. And I know it's not easy, and I know it's a big pain in the ass for people, and sometimes they won't be able to do it, but that's not really our problem. You know, that's your problem. There was a woman that was on,
No. Zero came in. Zero came in. We have no one illegally has crossed the border today, allegedly. Yeah, I bet she's fake too. She probably knows nothing about her heritage. She's probably inbred and why she's so short. It wasn't for the Spanish coming in and giving new genes, they would have disappeared. That they know of, yes. That is what they're reporting, is what they said. Late-term abortion child sacrifices? She could be, Rusty. She very well could be.
Rusty Shackelford has just tipped $5. Are we sure she isn't protesting for abortion? I mean child sacrifice?
I need you to baby here so I can make sure that the gods are happy. Put them on top of my drum. Let me plunge my dagger into their soul. It's fighting back. Look at me dance. Look at me. No, she can't. She's also broke, so
she can't make it. 4745, Fifth Avenue, Renegade 42, Operation Day 2.
No, pero ahorita ya se acabó todo. Ya se acabó todo.
Yes, Samuel.
En estado de California, Romero. Aquí en Los Ángeles, California. Sí lo dejaron ir al compañero, aparentemente. O solo le van a dejar que se lleve sus cosas, pero le van a quitar el auto. Gracias. Muchas gracias. Gracias.
Wonder what he did.
Gracias por los que me siguieron esta noche. Muchas gracias. Gracias. Vamos creciendo.
The burrito or something? What's he got?
Paso a pasito, dice la canción.
What did he get? What's going on?
5 valientes que me sigan. 5, solo ocupo 5 para llegar a la meta. como 5 seguidores esta noche. Sí lo dejaron ir. Gracias.
It's just warming up, I think, David. We'll see, though. I don't know. We had a freaking police chase at the very beginning, but it fizzled out due to low-flying clouds.
Gracias. Craqueando. Gracias. Clementino, gracias.
Shot me in the vagina.
Gracias.
Nice one, Chris.
Ya se acabó.
Where's it going now?
Allá al otro lado hay dos gritones, ahorita los vamos a buscar.
Fuck your shit, homie. You ain't come to see it for a minute. Won't they tell it, though?
Gracias. El oficial dijo se llevaron entre 4 o 5, porque él estaba parando aquí, pero él dijo se llevaron entre 4 o 5.
I did, Bella.
Miguel. Tú eres el que te das, ¿verdad? Zavala es aquí en el este de Los Ángeles, California. Aquí por la Whittier y la...
Is he free to go?
Sobre el Freeway 60.
He just can't drive or what? What's the deal?
Compañero lo dejaron ir.
No way.
Man.
The doctor's free to go?
Lo dejaron el compañero. Sí lo dejaron ir el cobato. Se rayó. Se rayó el compa.
I have no idea what happened. I've never seen a DUI stop happen like this. I've seen a lot of DUI stops. Not it.
Este compañero toda la noche le estuvo gritando.
It's almost dark in Portland. That's a lot of their white balance that's fixing the light. It's darker than it appears. That's their white balance.
Thank you, gracias, Giovanni, gracias, Araceli.
Show me the Dr. Red shoes, damn it, bro. Dumpa, show me his compañero. Hey, Rusty, it's nice of you to say. There are some very, very awesome people.
They're gonna come for your family and friends too! What are you gonna do when it's your family and friends? Are you gonna stand by? Are you gonna beat the shit out of your family and friends, huh? When they try to protect each other, are you gonna beat them?
I'll be 100% honest with you, dude. Most of my illegal friends that I had growing up, they like made a family, they made businesses, they made a lot of money. They sent all that money back to Mexico. They built a beach house. and they're moving they move their ass back. They just came here for like 15, 20 years to get their shit done.
Just like you're doing to us. Is this how you want your family and friends treated? Is this what you want for your community? Because they're doing it there too.
I don't know, Casey. I don't even know if they hate it that much. I think it's just publicized more than it actually is. Oh, did someone see Dr. Red Shoes? I wasn't paying attention. Did someone see what happened to Dr. Red Shoes? Did he go inside the building or what? I wasn't watching. Golly gosh darn it.
The same shit you're doing to us, they're doing to your family and friends.
Nah, not too often, Peter. Using super amateur streamers is more fun. In my opinion. I like the amateurs.
You are the boots on the stairs that we warned our children about.
Where, Casey? What? Am I awake? Posting craziness on my damn Discord like that?
How do you sleep at night knowing this is happening?
I used them for I used the jack stands for putting on the running boards of the truck so I could sit them up there and then position them right. Yeah, Mark, I know people that use their electric tools now for on the job. And I was like, why do you use those? You know, because he was seeing I had DeWalt stuff, and he's like, why do you use those? And he's like, because they get stolen? I don't care. I was like, all right.
It's random.
He goes, they'll get stolen before they ever break. All right, bro. Makes sense to me.
This time. I don't know if Luna's still out here, but he be on. Sometimes they don't be on.
By the way, sir, I think I said I'm cheaper than you. I was saying I have Harbor Freight tools. Those are pretty cheap. Now everyone's going to be talking about who's poorer. No, I use Tenmu tool.
I think he's going to.
Yeah, but like if you need a freaking tool just for one or two jobs, who gives a shit?
Oh, okay. Did he have to charge his phone?
The amount of tools I used to use as a machinist in a machine shop that no one knows what the hell they were was goddamn ridiculous. Like I'll tell you right now, you know who the pickiest goddamn people are? Mechanics. And they work on stuff nowhere near as expensive as machinists. They'd come in there and be like, yeah, man, I only use Snap-on. Hey, you're an idiot. You take a wrench out, you check if it's magnetic or not, and you can weld on another wrench or another piece to it. Yeah, exactly. I have a multi-tool that works as a sander and a cutter, a bunch of other stuff. It's a great thing to have. But, like, a lot of the time, you know, let's say you're not, like, a professional plumber, okay? And you need some sort of wrench for, like, let's say put on faucets. It's the one with the strap around it so you can turn the faucets on. Get there, but Dad was a mechanic. If I had other stuff freedom, I would. It is slow as shit tonight.
No, they're too busy sitting up at the roof.
I'm waiting for the people down below to get tear gassed. I have never, in my entire life of owning tools, have ever needed a Snap-on or a Mac. And I can never justify owning one, in my opinion. But do they? Do they really? Are you gonna buy a box wrench that's gonna tighten up something better than another box wrench?
You could have lied. That's why you're in my life.
Are you gonna get a screwdriver that's better than any other screwdriver? No. Like, you're not. It's all the same shit. Klein, however you put it, tools are good. I have, who the hell makes my meter? I think mine's a Klein. Your brother built this house. It was a show when he bought it. Oh, damn. Lozo's Craftsman now? Ugh. So when we were in the shop, we used to use tap and dies professionally all the time. And I think they were from Nick Mastercar is where we used to get them from, and some other stuff. Oh, I bet, Lois. Here we go, Harbor Freight Yukon 46-inch 9-drawer mobile storage cabinet with the wood tops. I could bolt a vise onto it. $300. And I bet you I could go find it on eBay or somewhere else for cheaper. But that's a good starting price. Yeah, I have a lot of those too. I also have some other ones. But I mean, like, again, there's just certain things that I don't believe are really worth the hype and or the huge paycheck or huge price tag behind it. Again, if you have an entire drawer full of box wrenches and sockets, and as long as they go around the damn bolt, don't strip it and take it off, who cares? Power tools I could see being a little bit more picky with because, you know, you don't want them to strip out or die. But, I mean, most houses are built all with DeWalt tools. And every once in a while you get that, maybe the contractor himself owns, like, Makita or, you know, or something else. Best rock drummer? I have to go look. There's some drummers out there that are pretty killer. Yeah, exactly. Like, some power tools, sure. Like, but again, Neil Peart? I mean, Neil Peart was pretty okay. You know, what's the guy's name? Phil Collins. Phil Collins is a damn good drummer.
Oh, that's an Indian one. But Phil Collins is a really good drummer. People don't give him enough credit for it. He's a good all-around musician.
It is 11244 Willie Avenue. And if I can have another unit respond to Chatsworth and Deborah, just establish an area for this suspect that's outstanding.
There was a
A white T-shirt, long hair.
If I can have one of you guys respond to Deborah and Chatsworth, and have another unit respond to the location where
Thanks, Jane.
crime occurred, 11214 Woodley.
This isn't much better.
A shiesty. They call it a shiesty.
Here's the piece.
Randomly? That's amazing. You got lucky as hell, didn't you? Well, that was that. They got him. Left Oaks? Thank you very much. Go ahead.
They're all on the nod, all high on Zanny bars.
Gotta get those levels right.
Is what he even called himself. But yeah, he played everything he sung. Like,
hey Mario Yoshi, how you doing? Good to see you. Salutes.
If you guys want to see the performance art, burn this cursed painting. To tell you the story of the painting before I repeat it to the cameraman, working in mitigation, I was going into an apartment to clean it. The people had died in there. The corpses weren't in there.
Does the big beautiful Bill add a bunch of ICE agents?
It's like watching a goddamn
Tell me
fat
now.
try to do something. Jesus Christ, you fat lazy fuck.
Everything runs. And that,
10,000?
every wall in this bathroom painted different bright vivid colors.
Thanks, man. Well, I tried to do that in commentary and talk about what the hell's going on. Two cops were shot in Milwaukee about 30 minutes ago. Manhunt for the shooter is underway. Was an ambush. So it's another one that happened, kid. Yeah, there we go. We got a manhunt underway. I just wish there was more going on and we could watch. Like, I like it when it's bumping and we can be sitting here watching explosions. Salt Lake City arrested John Philip Liano, a criminal alien from the Philippines. He was convicted for attempted aggravated sexual abuse of a child. Oh, sounds like a nice guy. Take him out to the street and horsewhip him. All right, next. House passes a bill to ensure illegal aliens who drive drunk get deported. 246 to 160. So if you're an illegal alien, you get caught, you get deported. Whoop-de-dee-doo-da, whoop-de-dee-ay. Get the hell out of my country today.
And again, as everyone has said, does anybody here really hate illegal aliens? No. No, they don't. We just don't, sorry, let me rephrase that. We hate people who are here illegally. We don't hate legal aliens.
Sorry, trying to read and talk at the same time doesn't always work well for me. Yeah, if you're copying illegal, you get deported. So why not try to come here legally or get a green card and hang out, right? Then you're happy, everybody everybody, everybody's paying in, everybody's supporting the country. That's the guy filming. He looks like a prick.
We just did Fortunate Son. You missed it.
Who wants to take a guess? The guy on number 1 is a registered sex offender. Something about him tells me he's a registered sex offender. Don't know why. Part of his persona says registered sex. Yeah. Yeah, if you're here illegally, you can piss off. And it's very easy. I don't want you here because you're here legally. And once you start, paying into the system and being a citizen of the country, because if I have to pay taxes, you have to pay taxes. That's all there is to it. New Nestle has announced they'll be removing all artificial dyes from their foods by the end of the year. So mind you, Nestle owns Hot Pocket, Scuffles, Delicio, Nestle, Drumstick, Dryers, Parlor, Nescafé, Taster's Choice, Coffee Mate, Ralph Lauren, Diesel. I didn't even know. So Nestle owns L'Oreal, and L'Oreal they own 30% of L'Oreal. Sorry, let me rephrase. I screwed that one up. Nestle owns 30% of L'Oreal. Diesel and Ralph Lauren and Maybelline also own parts of L'Oreal, 30% each, give or take. Let's see, Power Bar, Gerber, those are all having all the stuff taken out of. Perrier, Poland Springs, Pure Life Water, Nerds, Laffy Taffy, Sweet Tarts, all that stuff. Kit Kats, Aero, Mac, Purina, all that stuff will no longer have artificial dyes in it. So anything, all that harmful shit is being pulled out. 13 hours ago, rocket launch from Gaza envelope, population 508. That was probably, I think, for the Houthis. Now, there are stupid things about, we should get rid of in the law, right? You know, one of the things we should get rid of in the law is?
Yeah, we got some good. We have
the thing that makes you all a felon if you put some extra on your pistol.
We got a few storm chasers that work with us that allow me to freaking use their YouTube streams and shit, so we put them joints up, give them props. What's tomorrow?
NYC is after. I just retired from City of New York.
And it's Friday?
Well, Dark Star, I would run like hell. I'll never go back there, buddy. Never go back to New York if you can avoid it.
Who lives in Alberta, Canada? Anybody? Anybody watching live in Alberta? Alberta? Big ups Albany. Love Albany.
No, I meant like if you put a forward grip on your pistol, it's not.
No one in Alberta tonight? Out of 600
in certain states. It might be federally, but I know what you're telling me.
They're trying to get you famous, Alberta.
List for pickles for all firearms? Yeah, retard music indeed.
Oh, that's not good, Aaron. Is it Aaron or is it Aaron?
So it's either that or we go back to...
Thank you very much, Portland, Andy. Thank you.
And this
very
music's,
much,
I guess,
Portland,
better.
Andy.
But
These are all great
the
people.
guy's voiceover creeps me out.
Thank you, Super Jeff Stanton. I appreciate that.
Sticker would be cool,
You know
though.
some people in Alberta and they're not happy?
Outdoors.com and get all kinds of stickers.
Bet you I can turn their
and stuff
frown
on your
upside
firearms.
down.
Go to Flavor Force and go pick up
You
some
want to
delicious
contact
spices.
them for me, DPF?
I guess they're talking now to each other. They don't need me anymore. I will
You want to
forever,
contact them
disappear
for
now
me?
into obscurity.
Here's what you tell them, all right? Write this down. Twisted Element Nightclub, 1006 11th Ave, 9:15 a.m. tomorrow. I know it's kind of weird going to a freaking club at 9:15 a.m. But if you can get there a little bit early, it's cool. Go in there. You can tell him Portland Andy sent you. It's fine. It might get you, won't get you nothing. But, you know, it'd be cool to say. Make sure you wear club attire, though. All right? Wear club attire. You'll be in a movie, short film, whatever.
Ursa. Like, we have some tarps and
Got that.
bags and shit like that. And it's not gonna rain again.
We don't have access to water.
If you want, I don't know if you want to stand up this, but because there are people who want to stay over.
I did not, Pikey. I hadn't seen none of that. I didn't see none of that.
Because I'm gonna stay over.
I heard she's moved around now. Her stream's all jacked up.
Outside, they might as well have a tent.
Why would you move around like that, lady? Two police officers shot in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
But I mean, in general,
What the?
we should
Good call on that. Jesus. I think it differently. I think it'd be better to have a bar where I feature IRL streamers on the TVs, and then have a keyboard attached to each TV, and people could chat under the bar name with the TV. They can interact with the streamers. Don't steal my idea, bitch. And you can have a list of different streamers you can choose from for each TV. You know what I mean? It'd be like Sunday on football, but it'd be like every day. You can just like, oh, let's, you know, there'd be like 12 TVs. And there'd be a list of certain streamers that we associate with. You can switch to. You have like, you know, you can have it next to different tables and shit. Then get fucked up or maybe have like Bluetooth keyboards actually. And have them labeled, or maybe not labeled. Have them labeled for which number people are watching, so they know who they're chatting with. This shirt, this is a Supreme shirt. And that's only one of my ideas. I have an idea for a different type of streamer bar. But I'm not even going to tell you guys about that. Because the other one I have is even more easier to make. And I think it can even do even better. But I won't let you guys have that much information. Good idea, Dixon. And the best part is, Dixon, if I have it correctly set up, right? What I could do is I could charge streamers to be on the network. Then we go global. And I can give people credits, right? If they buy X amount, I can give like a membership system. So when people come in and buy X amount of beers, I'll let them have X amount of super chats under the account. Unless they want to use their own account, which they can have the option to log into at any time. Pretty cool idea, huh? Green smoke, green smoke. Compa Galaxy. Bro, I'll get you tomorrow, dude. Can I send this dude a Galaxy? I'll be back, bro. You know I'm good for it, bro. I just want to send him a Galaxy. I'll be back tomorrow. Give me a beer and a Galaxy, dude. And then if you even want to get more advanced from that idea, you can use the same freaking business model and make an adult version of it, if you know what I'm saying. And have all the weirdos go there. You want to make money from a bunch of weirdos and shit? Be like, oh, we got an adult version of this. Pants are not required in our adult bar, though, if you know what I'm saying. Papa Top? No, dude, you wish. If you've been to Papa Top, I guarantee you that you know some people that I know. I know for a fact. If you know the words Papa Top, I guarantee you know some girls that I know. I had some homegirls that used to go there. I used to drive them there a lot. And if you went to Papa Top, what were you doing at Papa Top, Plukester? I know what you were doing at Papa Top. You weren't just buying beer, baby. I know what went on Papa Top, trust me. I heard all the stories. I heard all the stories. I don't know about no matches trick, bro. I know there's been some babies made in that motherfucker. Hey, Wack, how you doing? Happy Friday Eve, Danny. Good to see you. Because if you know Papa Top, and I'm sure you were around Sugar Shack and all those other ghetto-ass places back in the day, bro. It's a guarantee. Oh, that worked out perfect. Nice drop. Whoever hit that shot me in the... Oh, it was P-Dub. P-Dub. That was a perfect freaking sample on the drop. Did you hear that? Shot me in the vagina, then the freaking beat drop. Perfect timing, my friend. It doesn't get any better than that, truthfully. It sounded like it was a part of the song almost, you know what I mean? Never heard. Bro, I used to drive girls to Sugar Shack and home from Sugar Shack. Like, they're my homies and shit. I used to be like, that's my job during those years, Flipster. Sugar Shack, the one next to it, Papa Top. If you've been to them joints, dude, you was a dirty boy. That's what them. Those are those places. Those are those places you'll never see again in Portland. But if you went to them, you knew what time it was. And there's a few other ones after that, but they ain't the same no more. There's some more Portland streams. Let me see if I can find any more after this one.
And officers seem to be going back to north on 27. So if we can get Miriam back.
Doing some update on those officers shot. Kind of get some updates real fast.
Towards the original location where that search was centered. We also saw police officers, it seems, in the alley near Brown and 27 searching in their flashlights again towards that western area. So it seems they're still actively searching.
Yeah, we got some fucking degenerates in the chat for sure. 100%. That's my degenerate. That's my Portland, Oregon, old school degenerate check. It's like, oh, are you old school Portland, Oregon? Are you an absolute degenerate? Then if I say these things,
Miriam, just to go off a couple of landmarks here, as you move north on 27th, there's a large church off there to the right. I mean, what's the location in relationship with the church and the parking lot that's right there on 27th and Brown?
So we just saw officers pass that church heading back towards Garfield, and that's where Mike Biermeister was set up initially, and that's where that search started. Going the other direction south, the area that they were searching, I would say, is about a block and a half south from where that church is. So that is sort of in the center of where we've seen officers search in these areas, and now it seems that they've sort of spread out instead of centered around one specific spot, Steve.
Yeah, it sounds like they'd be spreading out to just cast their net again, since they have no specific address to focus on anymore. We've seen that a couple of times where they'd look at an address, they'd move to an address, and then they just move back on out into the neighborhood to see what they see.
Well, they're scoping all the places that he could be.
The church right there, you see those kind of two X shapes.
Standard
right
has
there.
just tipped $5.
That's the church right there at
Just wanted to say
27th
good night
and
all and
Brown.
hear Siri
So just
say,
south of that,
AOC is a
one block of
narrow-minded
27th and
dunderwelp.
Vine,
Wait,
where
did
we
he
were
call me
focusing
Siri?
our attention a
Stand
little bit
word.
ago.
Please don't insult
the
me.
top center of your screen,
That was
was
good,
the
buddy.
location of the shooting there on
You have a good
Garfield.
night and take care.
Where it all started, and really gives you an idea of how much this scene has kind of moved and kind of shaken from one place to another. But I'm curious in knowing what the officers, the type of information that they're getting in when it comes to dealing with this suspect. Is it a suspect on the run? They obviously know who
There
they're
we go.
looking
That's
for
tonight's
from
goal. Every
the
time you
reports
make the
that we've
robot talk, you have to
received.
talk
And
about it
so,
like you are the
they've
robot.
got these areas taped off where no one's coming in and no one's leaving out. So it will be interesting to see if in fact they walk away with that suspect tonight.
So it's a neighborhood that's just crawling with police tonight as they are searching for the person who shot two of their officers around 10 minutes after 9, responding to, as our Ben Jordan tells us, a domestic violence call. Our sources telling us it was almost an ambush where these officers never even had a chance when they rolled up on the scene. They were both shot, taken to Freighter Hospital. That's where we have our Ben Jordan. Ben is telling us biographical details of one of the officers involved. He's been on the job for about 6 years. One of them got to the hospital in critical condition. The other officer got to the hospital in much more serious condition, but we're hearing better things about him at the moment. But Ben Jordan, I'm told we're coming back to you right now. What do you know?
We just saw about 8 squads with their sirens blaring showing up here. Larger group of officers likely here to support their 2 fellow officers who are here getting treatment. This is the most movement we've seen ever since we've been here for about the past 45 minutes. Dozens of officers here now waiting outside of an entrance for an adult emergency entrance here at Freighter Hospital. So we're waiting to see if there are any developments coming out of Freighter. Steve?
All right, Ben, we're going to stick with your camera just for a little bit in case we happen to see if this is a caravan that's including like the brass from Milwaukee Police. Again, we do not expect to see Chief Norman here tonight. He is at a conference for police chiefs in Texas. He's a vice president in that group. He was there on business. But I'm sure he's trying to get back here to his department just as quickly as he can. The chief, even tonight, having to call in remotely to the Fire and Police Commission meeting where he was given a new term as police chief for the city because he was away on official department business. But again, the chief, I'm sure, is making every effort to get back to Milwaukee just as quickly as he possibly can. We do see in the Sallyport there a lot of the motorcycles, the motorcycle cops, some of whom were with the ambulances as they got to the hospital. And then there's this group of officers standing right here and others in and around the hospital. This is something we've seen before as officers in grave condition are treated. Everyone stands outside waiting for word on what's happened to their brother or sister in blue who has been taken to Freighter Hospital for life-saving measures. Again, one of the both officers we know were taken to Freighter Critical from the scene, with police leading the way on the freeway to Freighter Hospital. One of those officers critical. The other one had very grave injuries. We were told to expect the death of a Milwaukee police officer tonight from multiple sources. They've been able to do some remarkable things at the hospital, regain a pulse, we were told, and they are now actively working to save that officer's life.
Yeah, and we are just waiting for officials to give us an update, not only on their status, but also just to give us some details on what has happened tonight. As you know, Steve, officer-involved shootings are emotionally charged scenarios, and these incidents require rapid response, leaving very little time for deliberation. And so what could possibly be going on in the minds of these officers who are all over, those at the hospital, as we see, also those who are on the scene in the neighborhood where this all started around 24th and Garfield. But I think it's safe to know that they are all there supporting each other right now, just to not only find that suspect, but also to support their brothers, sisters, all of those who are in blue, and praying for the best case scenario.
Yeah, this would also be the makings of a procession right here if they had to follow the body of a fallen officer from the hospital to the medical examiner's office. This is typically what happens. You gather like this, and when it's time to go, everybody goes together, because that's why you've descended on the hospital now after midnight. We've turned into Friday morning here, the 27th of June, where two police officers fighting for their lives inside Freighter Hospital after they were shot just about 3 hours ago in the area around 24th and Garfield. And there are now dozens and dozens of officers outside the hospital, more arriving even right now to show their support. Don't know if these are people just getting off their shift or if they're coming in off duty to do this, but this is where they feel compelled to be tonight, and darn it, that is where they're going to be until they get word on what has happened. Meanwhile, back in the neighborhood around 24th and Garfield, remarkable effort by police to try and find the person who's responsible for this. You cannot go a block in an area about 4 or 5 blocks around 24th and Garfield without encountering a police officer, or a squad car, multiple officers, or a dog. Drones are in the air over that neighborhood right now as they're trying to find this person, not leaving any stone unturned.
Well, I have reached out to one of my police sources, and what we have right now, I think it's pretty much what we know. Milwaukee police are on the scene of this critical incident on the area of North 25th Street and Garfield. They're asking that you please avoid the area as there's still a threat to the public, and this is still an active scene, and officers are searching for a suspect in the vicinity. The details regarding a media briefing will be provided via a media advisory as soon as possible. So these are things that I think we pretty much knew, but definitely verified by an officer who is giving us an update on what they are looking at right now.
Again, what we're looking at right now is Freighter Hospital, where it's just a wave after wave of law enforcement arriving to the gangway outside the emergency room entrance. You see there the line of motorcycles. Some of those motorcycles likely involved in escorting the ambulances from the shooting scene at 24th and Garfield to the hospital right there. And there's just that line of squad cars on the that line of squad cars there on the drive outside the hospital as well. We're going to leave the scene here on the hospital and get back out to the area where this all happened.
Yeah, and we have Mike Beermeister, who is standing by, ready to give us an update. Mike, what do you have for us at this point?
Yeah, Andrea, we drove around. We were trying to find a better vantage point to see more of the scene, and we ended up coming back here to 27th and Garfield. You're looking down Garfield right now towards that 24th, 25th Street, And I have to say, in the past 30 minutes, I mean, this is completely changed. It's very quiet here now. People have all moved inside of their homes. I mean, there's only a couple of news crews, and you can still see police walking around. But again, a noticeable change from what we saw before here as police continue to carry out their investigation throughout this neighborhood and throughout this area. We had a number of onlookers here earlier, but now they have all dispersed. But it's noticeably different here. Just here, we're on the corner again of 27th and Garfield. You're looking down Garfield right now, where we believe this incident happened, 24th and 25th Street. They have moved us off at least 2 blocks since we've arrived here, all the way back. We're just outside of Starnes Early Childhood Center right now, but very calm and very quiet here as we give you a live look down Garfield.
And as many people probably would be in bed and sleeping at this point in the neighborhood, any of those onlookers share any information with you on what they heard, what they think, any information from people in the neighborhood?
And when I was down on 26th and Garfield, there was 2 women standing outside on the porch. They were watching what happened, but they told me that they had heard a number of shots fired. At first they thought it was fireworks, and then they heard more and more, and that's when they started to question. And that syncs up with some of the other people I've spoken to who have come up here to the scene, that they heard just a number of shots fired, which really made them think, what is going on here? What are we listening to? So that's what we're hearing from people here out on the street, but many of them have gone into their homes now.
Understandably so, and really they're being asked to stay in their homes at this point as these areas continue to be searched and police are kind of moving
I walked away to get the soda
this
and
whole vicinity looking for their suspect. From the reports that we've received, they know who they're looking for. They're using drones, their K9 units, and police appear to be determined to find this suspect.
And one way or the other, they will. I can't recall a situation where a police officer has been shot that they have not found their person here in the city of Milwaukee. They will turn over every stone to do it. But the tone in the neighborhood around 24th and Garfield has really shifted here in the last 2 hours. There was a frenetic pace to officers moving around the neighborhood, and now it has really changed.
Some not so good news, so we can get an update really to our viewers right now. Looks like something from the Milwaukee Police Association.
Yeah, the police union, the Milwaukee Police Association, we're going to read part of their statement here. It is with profound sorrow and outrage we confirm 2 Milwaukee police officers were tragically shot and critically injured in the line of duty tonight. Our thoughts are with these officers. They face unimaginable suffering and have long roads ahead of them. This senseless act of violence has struck the very heart of the department and our community.
Hey, MC, how's it going?
Breaking point. This is the police union speaking here, saying violence in our city is out of control. We've had 5 officers killed in the line of duty over the past 7 years, and dozens of officers have been shot at while trying to serve our neighborhoods. They say they're grateful to all the first responders, the doctors, nurses, and medical professionals who've cared for their officers tonight. We will continue to pray for their recovery and ask the community for their prayers. So again, the Milwaukee Police Union saying 2 officers shot and critically injured in the line of duty.
Yeah, and that is a key word, critically injured. They say that their officers wear the badge with pride and honor, but their officers need more leadership from the city to bring an end to this violence. This is what has been said. And so it will be interesting in the days to come on how we begin to approach this scenario that we seem to hear day in and day out of individuals with guns who most of the time shouldn't have access to a gun. So this is what we know right now. This is what we know. Critically injured officers at Frederick Hospital. We do have our reporter, Ben Jordan, there at Frederick. He has been giving us an update on what he knows, and if we can get back out to Ben we can see if in fact we have any more information.
Ben, walk us through what you've been able to see out there over the last 45 minutes or so.
Steve, just real quick, I just got off the phone with a spokesperson for the mayor of Milwaukee, and I'm told that a news conference will take place at the scene of the shooting when it's safe to do so, likely once a suspect is in custody. I'm told it will not take place here at the hospital, but rather at the scene of the shooting. Now, as far as the hospital behind me, we're seeing a lot of officers at this entryway, just standing there right next to one another, gathering in the same place. We've seen maybe a dozen squad show up within the past 15 minutes or so, joining this group. See another officer over here that in fact it looks like it might be a sheriff's vehicle, showing up over here at Frederick Hospital. So we're staying here awaiting any new details coming out of the hospital about these officers' conditions. Steve.
All right, Ben Jordan at Frederick Hospital. So we should not expect a briefing from Milwaukee police or other city leaders until the suspect is in custody.
I'm not very familiar with Milwaukee.
No telling when that could happen, but they say it will happen at the scene of the incident, when the scene
I don't know much about it, to be honest.
And it is not that at this time because the suspect is still at large in the neighborhood.
And Steve, getting back to
hit that like button, folks. Thank you.
On the Police Association's Facebook page about leadership, I think it's safe to say that leadership in this city, everybody wants a safe community, not only for those who live here, but for those who serve and protect. So as I stated earlier, it will be interesting to hear where do we go from here, because this is something that continues to happen in our city, and it's upsetting, it's traumatic, and I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah, it's been a very stressful time for law enforcement in this city with the number of officers they've had shot over the last few years, the number of officers who've lost their lives in the line of duty over the last few years. It's tough work being a cop. It's a tough work being a cop in the city of Milwaukee, and it has been especially difficult in the last 7 years in the city of Milwaukee. You go 2 decades without a death in the line of duty, and then you get 5 in the span of just a couple of years. And then tonight, 2 officers critically wounded in what's described to us as an ambush type situation at 24th and Garfield. It's really difficult work that they do, and it's understandable any frustration they have with the way the community and city leaders could view them. But right now, all our thoughts are with those 2 officers who are fighting for their lives at Frederick Hospital.
Absolutely. And we are looking at this scene that we've pretty much been with throughout the night. We're going past 3 hours now since the first call came in to 24th and Garfield. And we are continuing to see officers who are kind of patrolling. I think this is a patrol of the area, really making sure no one comes in to the vicinity that they're searching and that no one goes out. So this is what has taken place and has been taking place, like I said, for the last 3 hours.
A piece of information we can gather from what Ben Jordan just reported is if they're not going to give a briefing until a person's in custody.
Apparently China's making massive
except for that they've not been
in water solar farms.
One thing that popped into my mind is we've seen the posture at some of these scenes around 24th and Garfield relax slightly. Maybe they've got someone. I mean, that's a thought that does pop into your head when you see police stand down a little bit. Maybe they've got their guy and they're just not ready to announce it yet. But if we're hearing from Ben and the City Hall source there that a briefing won't come until they know they've got this person in custody and there's no timeline for that, that's another indication that they're still actively searching for this person in the neighborhood. But again, right now, there is no frantic scene of a search in the blocks around 24th and Garfield. We've seen it a couple of times. We've shown you tape of it as well, of these officers moving through the area.
Everybody make it to 200. But I'm going to eat this brownie.
None of that is happening right now. It is a very, it's tense in the neighborhood, but officers
I could use something
more
lighthearted.
relaxed than we have seen them at any point tonight.
In comparison
in
to,
comparison.
Yeah, absolutely. Wondering where Miriam is right now and if she can give us an update from where she is. I've seen residents out there on the street, what we're seeing right now.
And that's not advisable if you live in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's clearly being asked of residents to please stay inside. This is not a time to gather phone video or anything of that nature. They're asking you to respect what they're trying to do, as 2 Milwaukee police officers are fighting for their lives. They've been critically injured after being shot. They're at 24th and Garfield. Do we have Miriam anywhere around to find out her location and what she knows at this time?
Yeah, Andrea and Steve, it's pretty clear that the search has now moved into the neighborhood east of 27th Street. That seems to be where all of the officers and also the shielded officers, the canines, have moved. So as you can see, you mentioned that there were some onlookers. There were people sitting on their porch. There was a number of people standing near the intersection where that church is here on 27th and Brown. But as I mentioned, it's my understanding that this search has now moved east of 27th into that residential neighborhood. That is where we saw officers with their flashlights. We tried to move east into those neighborhoods. We were quickly pushed back as well. So it's my understanding that that is where that search is now being focused. And as I mentioned to you and Steve earlier, the officers have certainly spread out from this location on 27th and Vine to kind of get a wider range of the perimeter, as they are still what it seems to be actively searching for the suspect.
Miriam, would you agree with the assessment that it's still tense out there, but it's more relaxed than it has been at other points in the evening? I mean, these officers just really seem to be standing by waiting for their next assignment.
Absolutely, Steve. To give you an indication, we were able to pull up our news vehicle through 27th and park it a little closer to where we're standing earlier in the evening. When they told us there was absolutely no foot traffic south on 27th, that wasn't possible. So it seems that the officers have sort of cleared specific areas, are centering their searches elsewhere. So from where we're standing, I think it's just kind of a waiting game to see if they get any more leads or onto something else, and that's sort of when you feel the energy in the air sort of tense up a bit, to your point. So I think a lot of the officers from where we're standing are, again, just waiting to hear what's next as the search continues.
Thank you, Miriam.
Everyone everywhere just standing by right now. The officers in the area around 24th and Garfield, right here near 27th and Vine, as well as all the officers outside Freighted Hospital on the west side of the city, sharing border with Wauwatosa over there, where all the officers have gathered in vigil for the 2 officers who are inside the hospital being worked on as the medical team there tries to save their lives. They were both transported there in critical condition from the shooting scene on the north side of Milwaukee.
And needless to say, this
ambush in Milwaukee during the domestic dispute.
So many individuals. It's traumatizing to know that 2 officers are fighting for their lives, and it makes things very tense knowing that there is a suspect that is still out there, but police are committed to finding that individual, and they've told us that once they have arrested a suspect, then they will give us an update on what they know.
It's remarkable to see so many officers just arriving at the hospital in the midnight hour, just standing outside waiting for word. And that is all you can do at this point, is just wait to see what the doctors inside are able to do. Again, the motorcycles are there. Some of those presumably follow the ambulances into that bay with the officers inside. And then there is that line of squad cars that is parked in the drive right there. In the past, we have seen this turn into a procession for a fallen officer. We can't say that at this point, as the earlier reports that the officer had died, well, though they were negated by the medical team at Freighted that we're told was able to regain a pulse and get to work on that officer and make every effort to save his life. And this is that line of squad cars right there. Some of them are plainclothes cars. We see more law enforcement showing up right here.
Those look like members of the sheriff's department.
Those, yeah, I see the brown shirts right there. That would indicate those are sheriff's deputies. I believe they're wearing brown shirts now. I thought they went between black and brown there for a little bit. I'm not sure what they're wearing at the moment, but those do look to be sheriff's deputies. Hard to tell at night from this distance. But everybody's showing up here at the hospital to show support to one another.
Yeah, it definitely says sheriff on the back of that shirt. So law enforcement from different parts of the city, the county, all coming together. And of course, they all understand the oath that they take when it comes to serving and protecting. And when something like this happens, it is devastating. And I'm sure
number 2 needs to give up her food to number 1. Number 1 starving to death. Look how tiny he is.
Differently than
the other one looks like Ursula from Little Mermaid.
Yeah, hoping that the worst case is not the case in this instance, as the doctors at Freighter have been able to at least regain a pulse in the one officer we believe had lost his life and get to work on him. Back in the neighborhood around 24th and Garfield, 27th and Vine, it's again just crawling with even more police officers. They're also waiting for the next instructions. This is the scene closest to where those officers were killed, near 24th and Garfield. When you get a little bit further away, there's more officers standing near 27th and Vine. That is where they were really intently focused on a property earlier tonight. We know that they know who they're looking for. There's not an unknown suspect out there. They know exactly who they're looking for. From reading criminal complaints and other court documents, we know they can track cell phones. If this individual has a phone, he may be able to be tracked that way. They have drones in the air. They can look for heat signatures in the neighborhood if somebody's hiding in a place. 60-something degrees out tonight. A human body at 98 degrees will stick out like a sore thumb on a drone that's able to see body.
Sorry, Chad, it was too depressing. I had to make
right now, everyone is just
funny.
In a relaxed standby posture, waiting to see where they're supposed to go next. There is no intent focus on any one property.
Yeah, and we do know that this started out from reports as a domestic violence call. And that leads to where it makes sense that they know who they're looking for and all of those things that have followed. So
apparently the Beverly Grove apartments were taken over by squatters and now they have to demolish them.
That's the best way I can put it, extremely long.
Let's get back up to Ben Jordan at Freighter Hospital. Ben, what can you tell us?
Steve and Andrea, we are still outside of Freighter Hospital, where you can see a large contingent of Milwaukee police officers standing in a line behind me outside of this entrance to the hospital, praying for their 2 officers, their brothers in blue, who are inside this building getting treatment in critical condition. We've seen a number of officers show up within the past 15-20 minutes, but it looks like about 3 dozen officers standing outside of the hospital right now. We just learned from the City of Milwaukee Mayor's office that a news conference will not take place here. It is scheduled to take place at the scene of the shooting when it is safe to do so, likely after they have a suspect in custody. We are going to remain out here to monitor what's going on here at Freighter Hospital. Steve?
All right, Ben Jordan at the hospital with, again, so many members of law enforcement who have gathered there to stand vigil while the 2 officers taken to the hospital in critical condition are worked on inside by the medical teams at Freighter. Just to recap one more time, the initial reports we had from our sources in law enforcement was that one of the officers lost his life at the scene. Subsequently, we have been told doctors at Freighter were able to regain a pulse, and that gave them the green light to go ahead and try further life-saving measures on that officer they thought who had lost his life there at the scene at 24th and Garfield. So everybody's standing by waiting to see if they're able to pull this guy through.
Absolutely, and we do know from the reports that came from the police association that these officers are in critical condition.
Again, no news conference from police or city leaders scheduled for any time soon.
In a yard,
that will
in a
only
bush.
happen after a suspect
Have you been
has
able to talk?
taken.
A number of officers have gone by, and their job is focused right now on finding this person. Have you been able to talk to any of them off camera who have shed some more light on that? Because it's got to be absolutely harrowing to be looking for a suspect who, if our sources are correct, and I believe them to be, shot two officers in an ambush style.
I've only had a chance to speak with one officer. Our conversation was very brief, but he was just telling me, because I'm wondering, different things are popping up. Officers are, sporadically running different places. So I asked, hey, are all of these different things connected? Because at this point, this crime scene is expanding at least 2 to 3 blocks each way. And so he said, yes, this is all connected. We're doing our job, and we are conducting this investigation.
Before I get to the question, I was going to ask you, when you ran out of the newsroom, Bria, around 9-ish, you went to 30th in Lisbon, then you went to the 25th in Garfield. So are you saying now that you have confirmation these two shootings at these two separate areas are connected?
No, Mary, I want to make that clear. He was not confirming that. He was just confirming some of the other activity that was further away from the crime scene. I was wondering why things were so widespread.
Sure.
But it appears that they may be.
I know it's a sad thing, so I'm going to lighten the mood here because I don't want us all to be depressed and sad. But I've never had herpes. Does she have herpes up on her upper lip, or is that just me?
But to Ted's point, when to talk about the maybe the circumstance of the officers potentially being ambushed, from what you guys were hearing, possibly from sources,
Like up here on the left.
Everyone who just said they heard the shots described it being close.
I guess it'd be her left.
So
That's
this
right.
was, at least from what we're hearing from the neighbors,
Maybe fillers?
shots, or the gentleman who was cleaning up here at the school, mopping the floor, when he said he heard a boom and
Cluster of lip gloss, maybe.
the loudest shot he's ever heard in his life. So again, this is very close range, and this was a very from what we're hearing from all accounts from neighbors, this appears to be some sort of shootout.
Okay, Bria, we're going to just cut away from you. Of course, continue to work.
Maybe she rushed the lipstick.
We want to head over to 27th.
But it looks like it's like swollen up a little bit.
Who has arrived on scene, and Bill, still an active scene behind you. Have you talked to anybody? What have you learned?
Thank you, Admiral Akbar.
Well, Mary, I want to just make a slight correction there. I'm not far from where Bria is at 27th and Garfield. I can speak to what I did see at 27th and Vine as I was getting to the scene and cutting through the neighborhood. I saw between 20 and 30 officers heading east on Vine from 26th Street as they then were looking through yards. A canine was with them as well. They were looking through yards and appeared to be clearing yards, and following that phalanx of police officers as they were looking through these yards was one of Milwaukee Police Department's armored vehicles, and those officers then continued clearing one block and then heading down another block. And as I was in this area, police were taping off that street from, I believe it was Lisbon, to the south. So to give you an idea of how large this area is, or how much area officers are searching at this hour, we do know that north is just a block north of us, and behind me right here is Lloyd. You go beyond that, then you have Brown, and a little bit farther down Vine, and then Lisbon. So that area here along 27th Street, we know that the shooting happened a few blocks east on 24th and Garfield, and that police were searching a neighborhood 4 or 5 blocks south of that, where I saw those officers about 30 minutes ago when I was arriving here on scene. So that's the type of scale that we can at least see from this vantage point as to where officers are searching right now at this hour. Even as I was in that neighborhood, police officers were taping off that street. I was trying to get around, and once that street was taped off, I couldn't get through any further, so had to find another way around. So what we do know, again, Milwaukee Police Association saying that 2 officers were shot tonight and are at the hospital right now. So we're hoping to hear get an update from Milwaukee Police and get some information about what exactly happened tonight. For now, we're here at 27th and Garfield, and we'll continue to try and get more information as it becomes available.
Bill, the same instructions to you that we have all of our staff members. You see something, you wave us down, we'll cut in and go right to you. Mary, let's look at this scene on our monitor. Bill, thank you so much. We want to show the monitor. It's a growing contingent of officers at Freighter. Sorry to do this to you, Director, but I just noticed that shot as we pulled out. Even more officers
figuring
are
out where to go
gathering there
next.
right
You
now.
see a few right here, moving through with flashlights.
And Mike is there at the scene where the shooting took place, and that is where we're expecting a press conference to unfold once they do have a suspect in custody. So, Steve, you have many years under your belt seeing things of this nature. So when you see a scene become quiet, like Mike has described, what do we assume?
Oh, it's hard to assume anything. It's just such a big neighborhood that it's hard to find somebody at night in a neighborhood like this, and it doesn't. You know, they've done a really good job shutting down movement, but in the time between when the shots were fired and when police really got their nets thrown over this neighborhood, their suspect could have gone anywhere. The suspect could be outside this web as well. But as you can see, they are not leaving anything unlooked at. They are, shining flashlights in every nook and cranny here near 27th and Garfield, which is where Mike Biermeister set up. Earlier, we saw them really intently focused on a home near 27th and Brown, to the point where one of the officers is walking away with a giant set of bolt cutters, which you'd use to probably pop a lock on a house or a building that's boarded up or something like that to get in. So there's a lot of places to hide. There's a lot of places to look, and I'm sure they're going to look everywhere in this neighborhood until they find him or they determine he's just not there anymore. But then it's helpful. We're told police know exactly who they're looking for. And with that bit of information, they're going to go to family members, they're going to go to friends. This person's going to call someone, he's going to say something to somebody, they're going to know, and they're going to find him that way. It's usually how it happens. If there was a case 14, 15 years ago, they tracked somebody all the way to Chicago. I believe that was crashed into an officer and severely injured an officer in a crash, and then that person fled to Chicago. They found him there. They will find this person if they know who it is.
There's no doubt about that in this day and age with the technology that they have access to. Anyone that's watching that has any information, of course, is encouraged to contact Milwaukee Police to help them with this case as well. So it would be appreciated if you know anything to share that information.
Yeah, and I would not be surprised if detectives had already reached out to members of this person's family, their network of friends, people, known acquaintances, if there were detectives knocking on doors in other parts of the city as well, just to check. They're already starting to cast that net wide, person to person. I mean, they're moving.
Isn't Canada closer?
With guns and dogs right now, and they're doing a grid search here. This looks to be a little bit of a park right there with a couple of picnic tables in it. They're going to be doing this, and then the detectives are going to be out knocking on doors and making individual contact with people that this person knows. Really remarkable, though. I wonder if they're looking for shell casings or other pieces of evidence. Not sure what else you'd be looking for on the grass like that with flashlights. But trying to just
shell
dot every
casings,
I and cross every T in their investigation.
Something that they drop, all kinds of stuff.
No stone unturned, as they're now moving on from this spot right here. Hey, Mike, any idea what they were looking for?
Yeah, we just saw them searching around with the flashlights, but didn't get any indication of exactly what they were searching for, just making their rounds all the way around Starm's Early Childhood Center. We saw them go to the playground, we saw them searching underneath bushes, inside, so assumingly they probably were looking for if this person was hiding out here, maybe hiding around the school and trying to just, no stone left unturned, looking for every vantage point here to try and see if they could see anything or if they could find anything. But generally they were focusing on the bushes when we saw them making their way around the school. as well as the Jungle Gym just a little bit farther down 27th Street here at Starm's Early Childhood Center, but they have since moved on, and now, as you can see, they are waiting here just outside of the corner of 27th and Garfield.
Thank you so much for that, Mike. And wondering if we can talk with Ben and see how things are out there at Freighter. It looks like there are more and more officers that are showing up there on the scene. And if Ben can give us an update of just what he's seen and what seems to be transpiring there outside of the hospital.
Hey, Ben.
So yeah, it kind of looks like a funeral procession.
Steve, you're right. More and more officers keep showing up by the minutes. I would venture to guess about 100 officers are here. We've seen them move a little bit closer to the doors at the entrance of the hospital. From what I've learned from a well-placed police source is one of the officers who is in critical condition here has about 6 years of experience, and I've learned that this may have been a call for a domestic violence incident near 24th and Garfield. Let's take a look behind me here to take a closer look at all of the officers here. You can see squads lining this road right in front of us. We're at 89th and Wisconsin here at Freighter Hospital. I'm told that officers and the police department know who they're looking for, a named suspect. So they are continuing to search for that person, presumably well into this night. We're going to remain out here and keep monitoring this situation. Not much has changed over the past hour or so since we got here, other than more officers showing up. We're obviously too far back to see if any Milwaukee police administrators or public information officers are here. Likely just a lot of officers who are here to support their brothers in blue. Steve?
Nothing has changed, but the number of officers who are up and working at 12:40 in the morning, Friday morning now, as we have crossed nearly an hour into the new day. It was around 3.5 hours ago right now that all this began, with a team of police officers responding to the area.
Traffic, ring cams, geofencing for any cell phones.
They were both hit.
Anybody in the area when it happened?
Taken to Freighter Hospital, which is what we're looking at right here. It was believed that one of the officers would not survive his wounds, and that was the initial report we received from multiple high-ranking law enforcement sources. When they got inside the hospital, doctors were able to regain a pulse on that officer, which is why we have backed away from the initial report that there was an officer killed in the line of duty. And then we're told they're working on that officer trying to save his life. So everybody is now standing outside of Freighter Hospital with bated breath for the possibility that officer will pull through. Meanwhile, back in the neighborhood, there is a door-to-door search. They are using flashlights in parks looking for evidence. The suspect, they believe, may not have gotten too far, as police closed in very quickly on the area around 24th and Garfield. They threw up roadblocks, they've shut down streets, they put squad cars on every corner, police officers on every corner to make sure nobody could go anywhere without being seen. But still, they don't have their guy. They know who they're looking for, they just don't have him at this point. Still working the case, looking at every door, looking through windows, looking in parks for evidence, whatever it takes. They will find their guy, it's just going to take some time.
Yeah, and if it takes until the wee hours of the night for them to do that, that it appears they are determined to do. Just taking a look at this scene, you just described them walking door to door with the flashlights, and there are officers that are placed strategically on every part of that sidewalk, so people are not coming in, people are not going out, and they're asking residents to remain in their home, which it is, you know, almost 1 in the morning, so a lot of people probably wanting to get some sleep, but this is a very troubling scene. It's scary, and
well, tuck yourself in safe and just make
it's
sure
in
you're
Milwaukee.
safe, but go ahead and get some and try to get some rest. Police will be in this neighborhood until they don't need to be anymore. But we're also noticing officers, their posture has relaxed just a little bit. There are
Which is
pockets
in
of
Wisconsin,
where they'll do a search, where they'll be shining flashlights, but a lot of officers are just standing waiting for
So
their
Milwaukee,
assignment, told
Wisconsin.
where to go next, what to search next, what stone to turn over next, as they're
The only
searching
thing
for
worth
this
visiting
known
Wisconsin
suspect,
for.
who shot two of their officers.
Maybe the cheese.
Absolutely. And so we sit and wait, just like many of the officers that we've seen at the hospital, those officers that we're looking at there on the sidewalk. This officer's kind of stretching. Can you imagine?
Well,
being
Eric,
out
that's like
there
getting DP,
for
bro.
hours
I'm
at a
sorry.
time, just waiting to be told where to go and what to do. This is where we are right now, and we are going to stay here and keep you up to date as things unfold.
Yeah, I mean, the word we have from City Hall is no briefing until the suspect's in custody. I mean, I have to imagine they will brief. If it takes a while to get the suspect in custody, I imagine there'd be a briefing before then. They're not going to make us wait that long, but it's going to be a while before we hear official word from anybody about what happened here. So this camera is Mike Biermeister's camera.
Instructive's a word for it, buddy.
We have Mary McCarr out there as well. And then we have Ben Jordan at the hospital here, Freighter Hospital, where you see just that line of squad cars, some of them unmarked plain vehicles as well. And then just a gaggle of law enforcement. They at one point were all there at kind of the end of the driveway of that gangway. Have they moved closer in to the gangway?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just so many law enforcement here, just standing vigil, waiting to hear what the doctors inside have been able to do.
Could you just send that to me?
Just taking in the scene and giving people an opportunity to see what we've described, basically.
And again, the statement from both the police union and the police department is to
down North Avenue, just speeding down this area. And as we were trying to learn more about what was going on, we were seemingly
Don't call yourself a hoe, Love Clutch. That's terrible.
This one thing we do want to mention, we do know now that there will be a media briefing in the next 30 to 45 minutes. So we'll be following all of that, and we'll be sure to bring that to you. But again, just to reiterate, those two Milwaukee police officers shot and critically hurt at Freighter Hospital. That's where our Blake Eason is right now. You just heard him reporting moments ago just about the somberness of it, and I brought this up moments ago, but I will again. We were just speaking with a sheriff's deputy who was telling us that it's scenes like this that occur far too much that make this line of work now less appealing for people who want to serve their community. So a very somber, emotional statement there from the police association that you just heard moments ago, but also just speaking to folks in our daily reporting. You can tell from people who work in law enforcement that it is just becoming more and more dangerous here in the city. And as these summer months approach, those officers and sheriff's deputies, they are very well aware of it. So we're continuing to follow this. You see some more sheriff's deputies over here to my right kind of pulling into this scene to join this entire, these are Milwaukee County Sheriff's deputies moving in. So again, still a very active scene. We do know that media briefing should be in the next 30 to 45 minutes, and we will of course bring that to you live and on our website.
All right. TJ Dysart reporting live for us there. We see the mobile command unit right behind him. So again, we are waiting on that media briefing to happen right near the intersection of 27th and North. We're going to go ahead and stay on standby to hear from local leaders, local law enforcement. I'm not too sure. We don't know yet who will be taking the podium at this moment, but we'll definitely keep you updated when we get that information. If we can switch it over to the live look at Freighter Hospital, because this is a scene, this is a situation as we're seeing those officers there gathered at the hospital. You see them just kind of increasing by the minute there. This is a scene that we have seen too many times. It is common. It is something that, you know, we have gotten accustomed to. It's tough to say because it's not something that we want to say. It's not something that we want to admit, but here we are. And we're going to go over why that feels so familiar, why that feels so redundant, if you will. Take a look at your screen here. There have been 2
You kept saying Ohio.
officers shot in the line of duty. That is just so far in 2025. You have Officer Daniel Gonzalez, who was shot on February 12th, right near 27th in Wisconsin, while trying to stop a man waving a rifle. You see the snow there, officers canvassing through freezing temperatures. That man, that suspect, died in the shootout with officers.
Yeah, and just 15 days ago, Officer Sam Schwabenlander.
Is there more than
injured in a
Wisconsin?
He
Or
was
Milwaukee?
chasing a person into an alley
Besides
after police
Wisconsin?
came across 2 men who had guns. They took off running. Officer Schwabenlander chased this individual into an alley.
I thought there's
ordered
only
him to
one.
drop a gun. He would not. That person, according to police, opened fire on Schwabenlander. He returned fire. Both hit. That person, the suspect, the gunman, I should say, went to the hospital. Officer Sam Schwabenlander also went to a hospital. He's released. He is at home recovering right now. That was just a couple of weeks ago, I should say.
And this is something, Derek, that you and I have been talking about as we were reading the Milwaukee Police Union statement live on air as we were receiving it. It's something that gives you almost goosebumps as we are kind of taking the different perspective, right? The police union perspective. I'm going to go ahead and read part of this statement just to give you an idea of what the Milwaukee Police Union is feeling to
I'll take your word for it, Ted.
Again, when I spoke
I thought
to
there was only
Alex
one.
Ayala, the president of the union, just a couple of weeks ago when Officer Sam Schwabenlander was released, one of the things that he said, he was just like, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm scared for the summer. I'm nervous about what's going to happen to our officers. And here we go again, right? So that Milwaukee Police Union statement reads, it is with profound sorrow and outrage that we confirm that 2 Milwaukee police officers were tragically shot and critically injured in the line of duty. Our thoughts are with the officers, their family, friends, and colleagues. These officers face unimaginable suffering and they have long roads ahead of them.
And it goes on to say this senseless act of violence has struck the very heart of our department and our community. We have reached a breaking point. We've reached a breaking point. That's a critical part of this statement, saying violence in our city is out of control and those who protect our neighborhoods are increasingly in the crosshairs. Here are the stats that Milwaukee Police Association have. 5 officers killed in the line of duty just in the past 7 years. Dozens of officers shot and shot at while trying to serve our neighborhoods. Our officers wear the badge with pride and honor, but our officers need more leadership from the city to bring an end to this violence. We are grateful to all of the first responders, doctors, nurses, and other medical professionals who have cared for our officers tonight. We will continue to pray for the recovery of our officers and ask the community for their prayers. Certainly those prayers are coming from the police presence we saw there at Freighted, from people who are in our community. We are certainly praying for the best for these officers as well in this situation, but you can hear the emotion, the frustration, the outrage in that statement from the Milwaukee Police Association. And I would imagine that someone from the Police Association would be at this news conference when it starts. When we got that word, the estimation was about 1:15, 1:30 in the morning here, just a little bit more than 30 minutes from now, of when that would be. A police official, understandably, to give us information on the investigation, but I imagine we would hear more emotion from the police union.
Not yet, Christopher. They just talked about, I think one officer has passed away. I'm not sure about the second one.
27th,
but no updates yet.
In North Avenue here. Tonight, this morning.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Derek. And we've covered a fair share of these incidents, unfortunately, and I think it's my first time reading a statement as deep as this one, if you will, from the Milwaukee Police Union Association. The 2 words that kind of stick out most are the first 2, and that's sorrow and outrage. And you made a very good point that there are differences with those 2 words, and those words were probably picked with a purpose, right? They were strategically picked. Sorrow and outrage. You have the sorrow, which is the unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in. This is impacting not only the Milwaukee Police Department, this is impacting the community, the Midtown neighborhood, the residents who live near the intersection of 25th and Garfield. This goes beyond the badge. It's not just those who were involved in this critical situation, in this critical incident, that are going to be scarred from what happened here. It's also beyond that, right? So you have the sorrow part of the situation and conversation, and then you have the outrage carnage, which is kind of what the police union was saying here, that they have had 5 officers killed in the line of duty over the past 7 years. We've had 2 Milwaukee police officers shot within the beginning of the year. So definitely,
Andy, we can't help it. They're
that makes you
stupid.
even want to take a breath and pause for a little bit, because it's astonishing to hear those numbers. And we're talking and saying those numbers out loud. These are people, right? These are individuals who have families, who have children, who have dogs, who have what have you. They are someone important to someone. So definitely something that we talk about a lot, but we also have to take a moment and realize that this is an actual person that we're talking about.
And that really fuels part of that message from the association, saying we've reached a breaking point. How many ways can you say it? Enough is enough.
Yeah.
It's time to cut it out. Let's get it together. We've reached a breaking point where you don't know really what is going to happen next as a result of this, because this has kept on happening again and again, and we're barely into the summer. It's now June 27th. We still have 4th of July next week. We still have other events that come through the city of Milwaukee through the summertime and the fall time. And a trend that unfortunately we have seen each year is we've seen shootings, we've seen violent crimes. It seems like they increase during the summer months, but particularly with this situation, it seemed like we've seen an increase in violence toward members of law enforcement.
Could it be that your people in charge are pushing it?
The statement of we've reached a breaking point. Obviously,
maybe
all violence is bad. We don't want to see anyone in our community have
push
to go
anti-police
through
rhetoric
like
for 5 years. Surprising cops get killed.
To our community, who come to work, who live in our community, who come to work day in and day out and serve this community with the best intentions and the goals of keeping this city safe and making this city better. They really have reached a breaking point of seeing their members come under attack, men and women in law enforcement who risk their lives for the service of this city.
Absolutely. I want to go ahead and send it out to TJ Dysart, who's joining us live. Okay, we want to send it out to Blake Eason, who's joining us live outside of the hospital. A scene, Blake, that you had mentioned was almost eerily calm.
Yeah, Deanna, that's really the perfect way to describe the scene. Where we are right now, you know, we're kind of a ways away, and so you can't quite see the intimate details on the faces of these officers, the men and the women who are gathered outside of Freighted here tonight. But I can tell you, we have seen many officers, the moment they arrive here, immediately embrace one another. They're giving each other hugs. And I want to point out one thing in particular as we step to the side here and kind of get you a little bit closer to the scene. As you see here, these officers gathered, not any of those officers are on their own, right? They are all in either a huddle of multiple officers, or perhaps they're in this one large huddle to the left there, because as you all have mentioned all night long, Derek, Deanna, this is a brotherhood, this is a sisterhood. It doesn't matter what district they serve. They are all police officers. They all put that badge on with pride every single day to serve our communities and to keep our communities safe. And none of them want to end their night or end their shift right here gathered outside of Freighted Hospital, holding on to hope, praying for the best possible outcome. And I would even argue, to go out on a limb here, that there are probably officers gathered out here tonight, Derek and Deanna, who might not even know of the condition of those two officers right now. They are just here, and perhaps they might not even know who those officers are, but they're just here to support.
I don't know, Christopher. I haven't got an update yet.
Men and women who, you know, relentlessly serve our community, and I know you all have been reading that statement that we have got.
I'm looking for it right now, but I'm not seeing much.
You know, I think the thing that sticks out to me is we have reached a breaking point, and when I read that line in the statement, I think about where we were 14 days ago. This is where we were. There was another officer-involved shooting. It led us here to Freighted, and thankfully we were able to see Sam Schwabenlander leave there, but obviously a long road ahead for him and for his family, and so we certainly hope that will hopefully be the outcome here tonight. But as we gather out here approaching 1 o'clock.
These people complained about Donald Trump before he got into office and said all the thing he was going to do, right? They're like, oh, he's going to do this. He's going to do that. And they cried about it, right? And then he got in. And then he got out, right? And now he's back in. And they're still crying about it. They knew it was coming. They knew it. Like, he's a man of his word. He's fucking done everything he said. They knew it was coming. Why does everyone seem so surprised?
I'm looking at you on the screen. I'm watching you through YouTube app on Roku.
You got the delay.
Yeah, but I'm watching you. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. You know.
It's like, what did they expect? They act so surprised, like, oh, I can't believe he's doing this. It's like, motherfucker, 8 years ago you said he was doing this, and so why are you so surprised? Calm the fuck down.
Well, you know, you look at the people that you have, out there, at the federal building there in Portland and LA and everything. I mean, these are pretty sick people we're dealing with here.
No, they're very sick people.
Yeah, So,
they're on drugs. They're on not only like prescribed drugs, but they're on unprescribed drugs. They have mental deficiencies like you would not know. Yeah. I know these people personally. I know these people.
Yeah.
They're hurt people. Yeah. Some of them are very hurt people. They're very hurt and they have issues. And they don't know how to address their issues. You know what I mean? And so they find the best way to address the issues. And because they're nerds, dude.
Rosa. What's up, Rosa? Well, they
you've never seen. I've seen.
They're easily persuaded to do this shit that they're doing.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was getting to. I've seen gang members my whole life. I've seen shit. I've seen military my whole. I know how shit works. And these are like the dorkiest people who decided to join a gang. And they're all together in this gang. And they think they have this power. And it's fucking, and it's so like built up in their brain. And they don't realize, bro, you guys are a bunch of dorks, dude. You ain't doing shit. Let's be real.
they have some kind of need that, you know, they got to belong, you know what I'm saying? And they found
Right. No, you're 100% right. But the thing is, right, there was people who needed, like, people who feel that way. There was people who felt that way, and they got picked like first, second, or third in kickball.
Yeah.
These people feel that way, but they were the ones getting 9th, 10th, and 11th picked in kickball. And so we got all these like kickball players who are like 9th, 10th, and 11th picked, all on the same gang. You see what I'm saying?
You know, yeah. Like I was saying, I'm down here in South Central Texas, and we take barbecue brisket very seriously.
I know you do. So what are my tips?
This guy got transported.
Motorcycle hit the fatal. Yeah. Motorcycle hit the shopping cart.
Oh, you did?
Right?
I don't know what happened. I was going to. There was a shooting on Venice and Burlington.
Yeah, shot the shoulder though.
I thought this was maybe related. I was on the way there and I seen the helicopter floating. There's a dead body over there. Oh yeah, with the shopping cart. I think he was just walking down the street. He got involved. There was a car they just moved right here. And the motorcycle. I think the motorcycle guy got transported in an ambulance.
Is there one deceased?
Yeah.
Where?
The guy over there, like you see the shopping cart?
Yeah, the guy is dead,
He's
right?
right next to the curb. I guess he was walking with the cart and ran over. They got the sheet over him.
Yeah, so the guy is dead.
That guy's dead, yeah, right there. Huh?
Sport dead. Riding with him. He's dead riding, right?
I don't know, yeah. When they got to him, they pronounced him dead. Did you guys see the motorcycle rider?
Yeah.
They took him in the ambulance. So it looks like the deceased here was probably walking with a shopping cart and a backpack. They covered up his body. So this is not, looks like it was not related to the shooting. Oh, he's got a backpack. I don't know if he was homeless. He could have been just coming back from shopping. They're going to push the tape back. So the victims have been transported. The guy on the motorcycle, looks like that guy went to the hospital with the ambulance. Pull up here. So that's it. That's the whole scene. It looks like a guy was walking, possibly with a shopping cart. He was hit. A motorcycle went down, and another car.
Partially hit the roadway, down on the ground. As well as RAs needed. Call 3 and 447.
And another car. I don't know if
I leave around 5:30, sometimes 6. It's about 92 miles.
Partially County 7938.
Happy Mother's Day.
Sedan 4422 RD 1233. Ambulance overdose of overnight landmark. CDPR male, 36 years, wearing blue shirt, correction black shirt, blue pants, under the influence of massive code 2 incident 4471 ready 1991.
Our specific location for a critical incident. It's 9 Roger.
I guess we're going to go to where the shooting
Northbound
is.
Vermont from Olympic, and 1 unit to block southbound Vermont from San Marino Street. 5176, Sam 3, major front end damage, blocking the roadway.
Let's see if I can get any more details here.
Thanks for the unit. We're not juvenile located, CDPR mother.
I mean, we pretty much know what happened. See if maybe there was another car involved that took off.
Kennedy.
Time down, code 30 ringer, 101
crash with
Street,
injuries.
and 4249, RD 564.
Person injured in crash. Vehicle accident with motorcycle.
Traveling southbound Eagle Rock past Avenue 36.
Poor guy, dude, when I seen him and I pulled up, I knew. When the firefighters act like that, I knew that he was dead. Man, poor guy, dude.
Unknown trouble, 100.
I don't know, sometimes people use the carts. I didn't see much in the cart. To do laundry, go shopping. For those tuning in, it was a fatal accident, Vermont, and I don't know what that cross street was. If it was 8th, it was just north of Olympic on Vermont. It looked like it was a car, a motorcycle, and a pedestrian involved, from what I've seen.
1842.
Pedestrian died fatally. He was pronounced dead, and they put the sheet over him. It looked like he was possibly pushing that shopping cart and a backpack. The car was like, I don't know, 200 feet away, and they stopped. And then a motorcycle was like another 250 feet away from where that guy was. And according to the people on scene, the motorcycle rider got transported in an ambulance.
14 on 90 is 14 John Lincoln 3.
So I don't think the motor. At first, I thought it was probably the motorcycle rider. You know?
436.
Right now, it doesn't look like it.
830
You can't always trust what people tell you on scene.
Michigan, cancel your possible form of 9 suspect down at 10027 Owens Mile, visit in 4442, cancel ITR.
Well, you didn't see that car that was parked sideways in the street with that lady? She drove it out of there, but unless she just happened to park it weird like that to try to help out. I'm assuming that's what caused the accident, was the car versus the motorcycle. I doubt the motorcycle ran over the guy.
All units 44651 Sunset, district in custody.
Alright, so we're gonna go to where we were going. We were en route to this original call here, and it's in Burlington. Someone got shot in the shoulder here. So it was pretty close, so I thought maybe it was tied to that.
Thirty-six RP 102 clear, incident 4368. City Wilshire, Unit 450 man on the roadway, Wilshire Boulevard and Wilshire and Hauser. Subject is male wearing a blue shirt, gray pants, partially in the roadway.
Gene Craig, thank you for the super chat. Floor goes due to a heart condition. I don't know. Yeah, they tested my heart. For that. Sorry about that.
Just occurred 8th and Western, the PR.
Man, we were doing so good tonight.
Location.
Unit. Registration only, for information only.
No, uncolored shirt and shorts. Uncolored pants.
So this is where the shooting happened.
RD 1065.
Outside this liquor store.
Actually, line of visual information is 4496. Roger. 1533, take your safe. One female Hispanic blue shirt, numbers 223, no further description, spray painting walls. It's good, just incident 4499 or D. Regard 77.
For a timed out code 30 ringer, 101 West 2nd Street. Before signing outside the division.
Hispanic blue shirt, no further description, number 223, no further. Spray painting walls at the location, code to incident 4499 or D 1325. Anyway, I see the possible shooting just occurred 5854 Castor Avenue, 5854 Castor Avenue. PR heard 45 gunshots, vehicle heard leaving at high rates of speed. Northbound Castor from location. Code 3-450 already 949.
5854 Castor up. Castor is in the valley.
5858
502 RD396. Any air unit come in on Van Nuys frequency for a possible shooting just occurred 5854 Kester. Front. 4260 via Arbolada. The subject is now in a black 2015 BMW SUV blocking the parking lot exit on a common traditional 4491. Stand by.
Van Nuys Control Air 16 with a delay.
Dude, my Instagram ads.
Running with the delay.
I only get 3 types of Instagram ads.
711001 Odessa Avenue.
I get learn how to use AI over 40. I don't know if you guys get that ad. It's like teenagers are making tons of money with AI. We've made it so you over 40 can understand AI in our 3-week course.
Roger. Show us around.
Then I get Rose Sparks fucking erection pills and hair transplant. Hair transplants or
Bye, Roger.
what's it called? Rogaine, or there's a pill one. Monofidil, I think. Those are like my 3 ads I get all day if I'm on Instagram, dude.
26 Roger.
That's what the algorithm thinks of me, dude.
77 415 5761 Alviso
A bubbling, balding, limp dick buffoon that doesn't know technology. I don't know, dude. Do they have a fucking camera in my room or what?
The U-Haul suspect male Hispanic by 7 wearing all black, accepting gas at the location code 2 incident 4510 already 2888. Any Spanish demonstrator unit B17X7 11001 Odessa Avenue. Down northbound traffic, Chester and Khalifa. 11-5-11, are you clear? 11, Roger.
Signal 66 on code 6, I'm blocking northbound traffic at Hatteras.
Demonstrator female officer me 17A99 at the register station for a search.
Oh yeah, Case Connect. Case Connect. Hey, Jessica just won $300,000 for an accident she had 7 years
29
ago.
traffic stop, 17 west of Hill on Black View, plates.
And they say
Regarding Chester and Khalifa, identify only.
they say win. Like it's like a game you could play, you know? She just won, whatever. I think they said a couple $100,000.
Units on 12-867, 12-867, evidence traffic, Century and Western, code 3, and
You're over. Cool.
It's a place light, man.
citizen reporting speeding. Correction, no. For 9XL66, a citizen was reporting a vehicle was last seen speeding north on Kester. The suspect vehicle was a light-colored, unknown make or model sedan, white or silver in color.
6 Wisconsin, Dade Street.
Dude, what is it? Did I miss a fucking arrow? You know what?
31 SP320, code 6 with the Metro red line.
I think this is God guiding me to the Starbucks.
You need to be ready next to Rectangle, Granada, and Olympic, James M. Wood, and Vermont.
Get my response to 1044678. Show me around to 10447.
31 MP37, your status. Grande Vista and Estrada.
You have the number when you're ready.
For 1, last name found 3rd for 10851 DC occurred in Thousand Oaks. Nothing in the area of 3rd and Hoover. Information incident 4517 or D231.
Yeah, cough. I actually went to.
DNA 73. I have the number when you're ready.
I went to the GI today, and they agreed that they think
33 rescue 11
they think
transported one patient to
coming
California
up.
Hospital.
It's coming up from my stomach.
8718.
So they just said to continue the medication because I just started a new medication like 5 days ago.
Code 2164372.
And they were going to schedule another scope.
6 Roger.
But then she changed it to check something else. But not till August.
Any Olympic unit battery just occurred 920 South University Drive. Code 2164522 RD 2042. 963 Roger. 272 Roger. Handle a 415 site at 5761 Alviso Avenue and 422 at 4406 RD 1231.
They ain't figuring out shit, dude. Basically, anything GI, they got like a scope and another test they can do. After that, it's just antacid pills. It's either omeprazole or the shit I'm on, which is Pepsid. And, the new one I'm on is called Pamp something. I don't know what it is. I think it's like it's like a omeprazole, but it's a little different. PPI blocker.
14867, 14867, cancel incident.
That's like the only thing they have for stomach issues, for GERD, all that. either they go in your stomach and they find a ulcer or something worse. Besides that, they just give you a omeprazole and some type of antacid pill. She literally told me that today.
Can you show me around 214-73's location?
Oh, hell no. Starbucks line is too long tonight.
Wait, let's cancel the request with
How making us cancel the request for the blue check on the Vista and Estrada? Now 130, Roger.
Roger 22. Can I get the MVR line for one temporary plate? Edward Adam 09 X-ray 18.
Carry the male, black, 60 to 80 years, fedora hat, dark bandana, orange or red reflector vest, black shirt, refusing to exchange information.
I'm hoping it gets better though. I had a different type of GERD before, and I was on omeprazole for like 7 or 8 months, and then I got off of it, and I was good for a while. Until I got antibiotics again, dude. I can't handle antibiotics, bro.
XW28, Roger.
I wonder if I had a bunch of them when I was a kid. I can't remember.
51 Roger.
5 RD 1751. Washington, Alameda. Suspect vehicle say white port door, unknown make model. Suspect female Hispanic, gray top, black pants, armed with a gun. Took 2 pairs of shoes from PR. Warner calls for additional code 24533 RD 13.
Microsegmentation provides.
Saturday night, Roger.
Ninety-five 11 895 additional on your mail with mental illness 5956 Echo Street. The subject is having a mental breakdown, threatening to harm himself in your states. The subject has history of attempt suicide, incident 4480.
Bandana, orange and red reflector vest, black shirt, was armed with a hammer, vandalizing his own vehicle. Additional incident for 512. And license plate 21924 Edward 4.
Good. Because I'm not going to, golly gosh darn it.
Good.
I'm not a freaking paid whore on the internet. Unless
Wonderful.
I'm ripping my shirts off for $25, then maybe I am. But that's not today.
Good.
That's only on Sundays.
Sunday, Florida.
So what's good? What's new?
Nothing. I don't know. I just watch your channel.
Why'd you call?
Because you said call.
Oh, so you do whatever I say?
Well, I was trying to be polite and engage with everyone. I was trying to.
I better be a nice guy and just stop where I'm stopping. Danny's gonna get pissed off. All right, I'm stopping, Danny.
Oh my goodness.
Won't go any further. To my engaging conversation. So how long have you been watching this show for?
I can't remember exactly, but I think it was before the Canadian shindig that happened up there.
Oh, so you watch a Canadian shindig?
Yeah.
What'd you think
The
about
trucker
that?
shindig. It's pretty much happening all over. Everybody has the same opinion about what's going on.
Wait, what? It's pretty much happening all over?
Well, the U.S. and Europe and Canada.
What do you mean?
Australia. All the
I like
riots
this.
and all this
Let's have a good this sounds like a very good conversation I want to have now. You've intrigued me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the riots are going on all over the place.
Sure. I could give you. Well, I love history, so
And what was riotous about the Canadian shindig?
wasn't it about the COVID and all that jazz?
No, but what was riotous?
The riotous, is that a word? Riot. Riot.
Well, riot is a word, but riotous is an adjective.
It's a adjective. Exactly.
Yes.
Well, I
Because
thought it was
you
about
said they were all the same. You said they were all the same. And so and then I choose to push back because I have a different opinion.
Okay.
And
Well, maybe
you
I don't
and
remember correctly.
well, you said you watched the Canadian shindig,
Well,
and
I
that
thought
was
it was
like
about the COVID.
that was
It was
like
in the cold
30.
winter.
How many days was that shindig? Chat, how many days was that Canadian shindig?
It was what? A while, like a week or two, or 2 weeks or something going on.
Yeah, it's a couple weeks, right?
Yeah.
You're doing fine.
Well, I'm in Ohio right now, so that lady was the previous was in Ohio.
So we're gonna have an Ohio meetup.
I don't know. Could be.
We could, but we have to go to.
Well, I live in Destin.
Is that far from Cleveland?
Where I live an hour. Well, I think I live 3 hours from Cleveland, or 2.5 hours from Cleveland.
So what I'm thinking, because Howard Lucan just got out of the hospital with his heart attack, or he's back in the hospital, but he's doing good. So what I'm thinking is when Howard Lucan gets released, we can have a Portland Andy meetup at Howard Lucan's RV. Because he won't be able to go anywhere, you know what I mean? You'll he'll be chilling, right? So let's bring the party to him.
Well, I don't do that, but I can watch.
Hey, he likes that actually. That's exactly what he likes. Perfect.
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, I don't do any of the. I don't drink and I don't do pot, so I'm like totally opposite. So
So why do you watch the Portland Andy show?
I don't know. It's pretty fun. I like it. I like all the engagement everyone has, and pretty fun people.
You don't know why you watch, but it's fun.
No, I do. I said everyone's fun is engagement. I like it. I like that.
I'm learning. Only reason I ask these questions is because I'm learning about. I'm trying to take feedback. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I like all the different personalities, and I like how you do your show. And
Who's your
I
favorite
like how
personality on the chat right now?
Well, I don't think she's on there now.
Who?
But I don't want to be. I don't want to be mean because I don't know everybody. Because I don't really.
Who cares about everybody? Doesn't care about everybody. Cares about who you
I
like.
Evie. I like Evie.
Evie, yeah, we love Evie. Evie's the best. Why do you like Evie?
I don't know. She seems very sweet.
She is sweet, and she's boisterous and sweet at the same time.
Yes, she's feisty.
Feisty, sweet, and boisterous.
Right.
Do you
I just
see
don't know
those?
everybody's name.
Do you see those same traits in yourself?
I'm very reserved, but sometimes.
Okay. Tequila, right? Let me guess.
No, I don't drink. I've never drank. I've never.
You've
had
never
alcohol.
drank in your life.
I've never. I don't cuss, and I have never done no drugs ever.
Are you a Mormon?
No, I just don't do it.
Are you religious?
Yes, but I don't care other people do it.
No, I'm not asking that. No, I'm just asking. I'm trying to learn about you. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, that takes a good person, a certain type of person, to say no to all that stuff, because I'm sure it throws at you like throughout your whole life. You know what I mean?
Well, I worked in it all my life, so that's why I don't do it.
What do you mean?
I'm retired now. I'm retired.
You don't sound retired. You sound like you're 30.
Well, I am 50. I retired early because I could.
Okay. Oh, got that 401k hype. I like it. You're speaking my language now, girl. Oh shit.
I used to work at
shit.
a casino one time.
Do you gamble?
Yes, I love it.
Oh, okay. That's where it is. Okay. I knew it was something. Okay,
But
okay.
I'm a winner.
Of
And
course you are.
I can tell you how to play slots off the line. I can't tell you how to do it because I used to work at a casino, so I can't tell you publicly.
I know how to play slots. Don't fucking play them.
There's a certain time to play them and when to play them.
So are you trying to entice me with a phone call offline so you can tell me how to play slots? Is that what you're trying to do right now? Oh my
I'm
gravy.
just saying, if you worked at a casino, you know.
I never have, but I want to know though.
No, I don't want to say because I don't want to get in trouble. So.
Are you working at a casino currently?
No, I'm retired. I worked at one long time ago.
So why would it matter?
Well, because I don't know. So,
And do you think they still implement?
I'm a well-known person, okay?
Do you think they still implement the same like slots information that you had a long time ago?
Well, it's better to just play slots that are not on the strip. I know that for a fact. Don't play those.
Baby, were you working at the slots when they were still giving out fucking quarters and shit at the machines?
No.
Is that what you're trying to tell me some shit? You're like back in my day.
I work when they do the tickets. Who wants to have quarters hit the thing and have to carry those in a bucket? That's ridiculous.
That's the best part.
I hate that. I used to count all the money at the end of the night and balance it and everything too. That sucks.
Yeah, I guess that would suck. That part would suck.
That does, yeah. You know.
All right.
I'm really good at poker, but
what's the most you ever won in a poker hand?
45,000.
What?
Yeah.
How did that feel?
Good. I used to go play games all the time, and
what's the most you ever lost in a poker hand?
I think 12,000.
Not bad.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of money. 12,000. That's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
So when's your next poker tournament? Can I come by and watch you and film you?
Well, I used to play a lot when I was up here in Ohio. I used to play a lot, but I don't play anymore.
You quit. You retired.
Well, I had a table flipped at me one time, so I quit.
That's all it took?
Well, I had 4 kings, and he wasn't too happy, so.
3 kings and a pair of 9s. That's where it's at, dude. And you won, though, right?
Yeah, I sure did.
You took us fucking money home.
Mm-hmm.
So why did you stop? Fuck that guy.
I don't know. I got burned out.
I hear that.
Yeah.
I'm getting burned out.
We know that one of the officers who has non-life-threatening injuries is a 29-year-old male officer. The other 32-year-old male officer, that is the officer who is in critical condition tonight, who is in the ICU right now, still getting treatment. Something that the union president was mentioning, that we he said in his words, we almost lost him tonight.
Yeah, and something really just struck me just really seconds ago as you were reading the statement about what happened and listening to what Nicole Waltner was saying, in the fact that these officers didn't have time to react. They were met suddenly with gunfire, hit, and they could not even return fire. And listening to that again, I was thinking back to the situation we had a few years ago before I got here. Officer Michael Mahalski, who was looking for a subject in a building, walking upstairs, and he was ambushed. And I remember seeing the body camera video, and he had no chance to react. He was killed in the line of duty. It made me think of that same scenario where you have officers who are responding to a situation, a tense situation, a person
I'll probably be heading out in like 15 minutes.
And immediately,
yep, I'm still on. I got to make that money.
We lost Michael Mahalski in that situation. Alex Ayala said we almost lost this 32-year-old officer tonight. That officer
every chance I get,
in
man.
Critical condition as we speak.
6 to midnight.
It just really made me draw a parallel between the two situations where, unfortunately, here in Milwaukee, over the last 6, 7, I've been here almost 7 years, and this happened before I got here, the last decade, where we've had an inordinate amount of violence on Milwaukee police officers and law enforcement officers, really here in Southeast
Good night,
Wisconsin.
Winston.
Absolutely great perspective there, Derek. And I think the biggest thing tonight or this morning is that, you know, how are those officers doing? We're obviously wishing and praying for a speedy recovery for both of them and hoping that they're able to walk out of Frederick Hospital and be able to return to work, share their story, be a role model in the community, what have you. But the other part of the conversation, too, is the suspect or suspects, right? We know that that was a big question that we all had tonight for those local law enforcement officials, and they tell us that they do have one person that they know of that they're searching for. However, no one confirmed in custody, right? So that's still something that 12 News this morning, the team that's going to be walking in here shortly, that's something that they're going to be pressing for answers as well. So I know that Sergeant Efrain Cornejo, the Milwaukee PIO, was walking away when TJ Dysart was asking if there was still an active threat to the community. TJ, we couldn't necessarily hear his response. I believe that was your question to him, though, whether or not this was still an active situation. What did he say to you? Or an active scene for neighbors?
Fucking voicemail?
No, I don't.
I didn't know.
I don't know.
You said you weren't taking
I
calls.
don't call. I don't call people.
No, I'm.
How the fuck would I know what a voicemail? How would I know what a voicemail sounds like? I don't call a motherfucker, dog.
Hey, bro, I've been trolled before. I just thought it was a voicemail. I thought I was getting sent a voicemail, so I was like, hello? I thought I was getting trolled, dude. Hey, I just wanted to say I was laughing my ass off, dude. That's all. I just wanted to say I was fucking laughing my ass off the whole time. I know you were trying not to take calls, so that was my bad. But yeah, bro, I appreciate you. I think you're funny as hell, and I know you're not trying to take calls, so I'll keep it short and sweet, bro. That's really it.
How long have you watched this motherfucking show?
Man, I've only been watching for probably a week. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not gonna glaze, bro. I ain't gonna say years.
Wait,
yeah, I ain't gonna say years, bro.
Press 3 in the chat. I thought you were somebody else. Press 3 in the chat.
No, bro, I'm not gonna tell you I've been watching you for years, bro.
No, fine. Oh, Lau. That's you.
Yeah, I said.
Yeah. Okay. I thought you were this other asshole, dude, who answered before you. Oh, okay. I got you now, dude. I got you now. That's why I was giving you the ringer, bro, dude. Because someone was trolling when I said that, right? No. You feel me? You feel me?
Dude,
wow, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you, bro.
I muted the stream and I was like, wait, am I even on the call? So I couldn't hear shit coming off the computer, bro. All I heard was a call. I'm like, wait, is this a voicemail? Like, I was genuinely confused, bro.
Gotcha.
No.
Good call. Hey, Ian, good troll. Good troll in the chat, brother. I appreciate you. Good troll in the chat. You got me. All right, Law. What up, Pimpin'? How you doing, baby? How you doing? Now I know who you are.
I'll let you get back to the stream.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Where are you going?
Oh, are you trying to? I just thought you weren't trying to take calls anymore, bro. I didn't want to like intrude on the vibe. Is there anything going on right now?
The vibe is you, baby.
Hey, bro, no, it's you, bro. You talking to ladies out here, bro. You killing it, dude.
No,
These ladies
baby,
out
the
here.
vibe is you, baby. Calm the fuck
Hey,
down.
but
We
these ladies trying
chilling.
to take your donations, bro.
We don't
What you think about that? They're
donations.
trying to take the 2020s.
No one cares about donations, baby. We
They
don't do
trying
this
to
for
take 'em, bro.
donations. Who cares?
No, I'm
We
not
don't.
worried about that. The
We don't
ladies
do
out here
this
trying to
shit,
say, "Oh, I've been watching for years."
right?
Hey, bro. I could tell
You
you
keep
this
it
and that
real.
about this.
You keep it real,
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
right?
I was like, if
And
I've
now,
been watching you for a
once
week,
I
dude, but
realized,
I've been enjoying myself.
once I realized who you were, I'm like, oh shit, this is that loud guy. We live.
Timing matters, especially in the market and the bedroom.
No follow through, no volume, no surprise.
But when you start learning real strategy, using real tools, everything changes.
Now that was a full breakout with volume. Chef's kiss. Mwah.
Verified investing. Trade smarter. Perform better. Not five.
Pulling up like 5 streams at once and popping in and out, and then I found you one night, and I was like, oh, this saves me so much time, bro. This guy's a genius.
Gotcha.
So I started watching you.
So you do the same thing.
Well, but not even streaming, bro. Just
No,
watching
just
at home.
just
Like,
watching.
I saw
Yeah,
everything was going
that's
down.
how I did it
Yeah,
too.
I
That's
saw
how I
everything
did
was
it
going
too.
down.
That's how I did it too. Yeah.
You got TikTok though, so that made it a little easier because I was like, oh, I don't got TikTok, so that was kind of hard,
Right.
bro, finding any streams or coverage because no one wants to talk about it, bro.
Right.
So I
Okay.
was like, I'm either about to drive out to Portland or I'm about to watch Portland Andy. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Fucking Kenny
100%.
and
I know what you're
Andy, bro.
saying. I know exactly what you're saying. Trust me, dude. I've been doing this shit since 2018, and dude, trust me, I know.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just,
I
I'm just
appreciate
trying
it,
to
bro. I
learn.
mean,
Like everyone
and
shows
I
up in
even
my
saw you
chat, and
go
they
up there.
go ahead, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry, there's a little delay. I even saw you go out and do like IRL stuff too. So I know you're just not like, solely sitting here.
Right.
Which is cool too. I've seen that you're switching it up.
Yeah. No, this whole live stream is about IRL. The only reason I do this, like sitting around stream, is because nobody was doing it, and it had to be done.
Nah, bro, for real, you tapped the market that like, bro, even when we were, so this was before I was chatting. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I was pissing my pants when we were watching the LA stream and that chick was in the window and they were looking down the street where I was like, but when you said at the same time, you're like, this is hard to describe, it's like this is a point in history that I think we should all appreciate. The fact that we can sit there and watch 2 different sides of one angle from people that don't even know each other, from a dude who doesn't know any of them.
February 12th, as the snow was falling, as
Look,
that officer
we
was
went from
shot
weed
by a
oil
man
up someone's ass to
That's
butt chugging
nailed
Grey
it,
Goose.
dude.
And welcome to the 25th century, bro.
Right. This is the internet, dude, when you can do this shit. And that was exactly it. It's like, holy shit. Like, I don't gotta freaking, like, say nothing about, like, we're seeing this, and just watch them together and see what happens. It's the truth.
No, yeah, even that Kenya coverage, bro, I don't even think you realize how important that was because about 30 minutes after you got off, they ordered all live coverage to be cut.
Really?
Yeah, and I started hearing live shots going off, and I wouldn't have known about that and if you hadn't covered it, so I would keep doing what you're doing.
Dude, the
if
Kenya
you,
shit was
hear about
nasty,
things.
bro. No, I
Yeah,
agree.
bro, like,
I think it's important what I do. I just wish I was able to do it better. And it's hard to explain to do it better, but I just wish I was able.
Because like the music, everything, bro, I've been enjoying it. Like, don't even think like that because, dude, you wouldn't even. There's so many streamers that are in their heads, bro, about like what they're doing, and like I love the vibes of the music. Like, when it's chill, you got your music going.
Yeah.
Like
When
it's
it's
a vibe,
serious,
bro.
you watch it.
You got your
Right.
vibe.
Well, thank you. I
So
appreciate
I
those
wouldn't
kind
even.
words.
But yeah, don't get burned out. I guess like do what you got to do. Take
Hell
your rest.
no.
I would go deeper, bro. Go harder. Go harder.
I'm taking
You're doing a great
I'm
thing.
taking a couple of days off. Like it's been like 2 months. I had no date off. I'm taking a couple. I won't be off, but I'll be pretty much off for like Sunday through Tuesday or Wednesday. Like I'm gonna take some time
Yeah,
off,
bro,
man.
definitely make a schedule for yourself, right? Like, even sometimes I should need a break, even for your own mental. Bro, it's a lot. It's a lot listening to these people, dude. Like
And
the squeaks and the shouts, and
all
like
of it.
my
It
girlfriend will be
takes a
sitting
toll.
here, and she's like, that's so annoying. And I'm out here with my headphones on, like, she's sleeping. I don't even sit in
Right.
the same room with her sometimes, bro.
And the fucked up part is though, right? If I want to take a day off, right? It's like, what if something happens and I miss it? Then I feel some type
No,
of way,
exactly.
right? It's
Exactly,
like,
bro. And like I
fuck.
said, if you didn't go online with the Kenya stuff, and that's where I appreciate you because, I mean, you really are making a difference to people, and I know there's people from Kenya in here, um, which is crazy.
Right.
So yeah,
And the
it's
UK,
like,
bro. Like the UK, I did the same thing with the UK people, the Canadian people. I just want to give
yeah. Do you
everybody a
cover the
voice, dude.
Palestine stuff, dude, out in the UK lately? Like I know that's been going on for like a year, but have
Yeah.
you covered that?
Dude, I got so many UK dang viewers, bro. You don't even understand.
Oh my dude, they actually recently made the protests illegal
I
out
have
there, dude, which is
thousands of
crazy.
UK viewers, bro. They love me and I love them. There's some real ones
Yeah, dude,
out
they're
there.
happy that the parliament just passed that bill to ban the protests. I think it was 2 days ago, dude. They were like, no more of this Palestine. They viewed that plane attack on the Air Force base as a war crime, and so now they don't want anybody protesting in the UK anymore for Palestine. So
Yeah,
it's over,
really?
bro.
What?
We won. Yeah, yeah,
Are
dude.
you sure?
Breaking news. Yeah, you
I
could
mean,
verify that. I saw that the parliament verified that about 2 or 3 days ago. They said that the Palestine protests in the UK are banned, and the cops went from like marching with them to pushing them back.
what?
So yeah, bro. Yeah, everyone was like, "What is going on in the UK?" And now the UK isn't playing games, bro.
I didn't know about that. And you ain't from the UK, are you?
No, I'm from
You're
your
tuned
pond,
in.
bro.
You're tuned in
I'm from
though.
your pond. Yeah,
You're
no, I
tuned
just do what
in.
you do, dude. I'm very like I try to like keep up underground. That's like I said, that's how I found you because it was hard for me to do, bro. I mean, especially with the information we're covering, it's very hard, and I think you get that. It's like you're not really even explaining that to people, and people don't appreciate you enough for how hard it is to find this information, bro. So again, like, um, yeah, you're killing it as far as finding it, keeping up with it, and like even when
I
the streams go
appreciate
down,
you.
bro, finding something new.
Yeah. Because I think of myself more of like a documentarian. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
I
bro,
just want to
exactly. And I know you're
document
out there
what's happening.
you've been there boots on the ground so people can't say like, oh, go make your own content. Like,
Right. Like I go boots
yeah,
on the
bro.
ground. I can do that, but then I figure out a way to like make it even better, to where like I can incorporate real world situations, and now I don't gotta be boots on the ground. I don't gotta travel to Kenya. I can show these people's
Yeah,
fucking
bro.
struggle. You know what I'm saying?
You're not
I
trying to
can
end up on
show their
Guantanamo
struggle,
Bay.
dude.
You're not trying to end up in Guantanamo Bay like these dudes outside of ICE, dude. So I'm gonna give you guys a fun fact too. I'm sure a lot of us know this, but these people are not messing with police, right? They're messing with federal agents, and that kind of brings a whole different level of.
That's different shit, dude.
Yeah, bro. You don't want to mess with the
You don't.
NSA, right?
You do not want to be charged federally. Trust me.
Yeah,
If
no.
if
99%,
a
bro.
federal
Convicted.
prosecutor has a charge on you, they got the money, the time, and they have the information. You're done. You're fucking done,
no,
dude.
bro. It's kind of like Japan.
And if you're
It's kinda
not
like being
done,
charged in
if
Japan
you're
or
not
Korea.
done, it's gonna cost you tens of thousands of dollars to prove your innocence.
Right.
Like it'll put you
Yeah,
in the
so-
ground.
Yeah, I'd recommend for any of these people is just like stay safe, and if you have something to say, do it the right way, and just don't ruin your life, I guess, because I feel like a lot of people are underestimating the people that they're going against, and
They're fucking insane,
it's a whole
dude.
different
They're
level.
brainwashed. They don't understand what's going on, dude. They don't understand what's going
Yeah.
on. They
Yeah,
think
like
they.
we support this in some way. It sounds like, but it's also like you start to cloud your judgment or your opinion based off your actions at some point as well.
They're loked out, dude.
So
Attacking federal officers Dude, I
Yeah,
wouldn't
no,
even.
bro, I've seen the
I
footage over
wouldn't
and over. It's
attack a
crazy.
fucking local officer, let alone a
Bro,
federal
I
officer.
would hardly attack an insect, dude, unless you're in my house, bro.
Right,
Unless you're in
right,
my house, it's
right,
like, you know, yeah.
right.
Imagine trying to imagine trying to harm someone that has I don't know, what do you want to call it, judicial impunity. So yeah, I feel like a lot of people need to kind of read the Constitution, maybe catch up on their laws, and that would do more for the world than maybe hurting people,
I
so on and
agree with
so
that.
forth. So
I agree with that
yeah,
100%. The laws are written for a reason.
right, bro. And even going to City Hall, like
And
nobody forget that you can
if
go
you
to City
execute
Hall.
your laws to to the extent you can, to how they're written, you have as much power as anybody else.
Right, yeah, and you can go to City Hall and you can get something taken from City Hall all the way up to Supreme Court.
100%.
So
Yeah.
I think people should start to wake up and realize that you do have power, but it's not attacking and hurting people and
Right.
like actually maybe diluting your message in the long run. So
Maybe I mean,
hey,
you say
possibly,
maybe.
bro,
All right, you say maybe.
possibly.
Hey, that's your words. I understand you. I say 100% and diluting the message. You know
Hey,
what I'm
but
saying?
we're on the call
I
line,
see
so I
where you're
can't be
coming
too
from.
biased.
No, I see
I'm
where
on
you're
the
coming
call
from.
line.
That's what I say. I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming
I
from.
gotta
But
have
I
my
say those things dilute the message 100%, man.
yeah, no, and I don't want anybody to be upset, but I also want people to say things the right way, and it's just sad to see the world the way it's going because we have countries like even Kenya. I think that's a great example of very similar police brutality, but you see how they're reacting to it, and you see how long they've been fighting for it, and the
Yeah.
result. Because after 3 hours of their protest, the cameras got shut off live, and we haven't heard anything for almost 4 days. The last I heard is that a bunch of people got shot with live
Yeah.
ammunition. I heard it and saw it on a lot of cameras. So I think people should really start to understand that we
I
live in a
think
country where
they reported
we
like
can even
10 people
protest
got
against our
killed.
government.
I
Oh yeah,
think
it was up
the
to 20
report
last I heard too.
20. Yeah.
Yeah,
Who
yeah, 20
knows, right?
shot.
Who knows what they actually report,
Exactly.
right?
If they say 20, it's 200.
Right.
So,
Who freaking knows,
um,
dude?
it
That's
kind
a
of was
wild
reminding
thing.
me of like an 18 or 1980s like communist protest where the officers are carrying batons and AKs. It was scary. So, I mean, this is 2025, right?
Have you also
So I
understood
just
that
think,
there's also these people who are not police doing the same thing like alongside the police?
oh
And
yeah, I heard about that, bro. Like
yeah,
the I don't know what you want to call them,
they call
the
themselves. I
protectors
mean,
of the
they're pretty much. They think they're.
Kenyan state.
I mean, they might. I mean, they'd be called patriots in our country,
They're
right?
like the opposite of rebels, right? Yeah,
They'd be called
they're
patriots,
not rebels. Yeah,
right?
yeah. But
And they're
who are they
fucking.
standing up for in
And
terms
they're
of
beating
because the
people.
people
They're
that are
beating
protesting?
people, and they're fucking doing all nasty shit to people too.
Well, it's crazy because the people that are protesting against the police think that they're patriots because they're
Right.
like
Right.
so it's like I feel like right now the whole world is going through this change, whether it's Iran or forget the country names or forget the people or the race that we're talking about. Clearly there's something going on, and
Yeah.
maybe the trumpets will sound in the sky, whatever the analogy is. But I think a lot of people need to break down the events that have happened in the past and maybe look at them as far as why are they repeating, and not how much time has passed since they've repeated, but how can we prevent them from repeating in the future. So that would be
I
my
agree with
message
that.
if I had to leave something behind for the world.
I agree with that 100%, man. 100%.
Hey, and I will say too, bro, I laughed so fucking hard. Excuse my language, I know we're on stream.
You're fine.
I laughed so hard when you stun locked that woman with that question, bro. You asked her, I forget even what question it was, bro, but you stun locked her into oblivion, dude. She said, for the next 3 minutes of your call. After you said, what did you say to her? You said, you asked how long she's been watching the stream. No. You said how long have you been watching the stream, and then you said what stream do you remember first, bro?
Right.
Stun. You see that stun lock, flashbang. That's what it feels like to get flashbang.
Yeah. I've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah,
I
bro.
know. I know who watches. I know who doesn't watch. I can tell from the first.
Bro.
I can tell from the first 5 minutes of a phone call who's been watching me, who hasn't watched me.
Yeah, well, I can tell you're faded too. That's what's funny is like everyone's like, oh, Andy's messed up, Andy's this and that, but like you're just like you're on it, bro. So
I was on it, baby.
yeah, I appreciate you. Like I said, and
thank you, man. You had we had a good call. I appreciate you. But nice try to end this call. I do appreciate that. That's very nice of you. But that's not how this fucking. That's not how this show works. If there's anything else you want to tell the chat before I let you go, what would you tell chat?
I just hope I'm gonna tell the chat this. I hope you guys all are safe. I hope you're well. I hope you're fed. And I hope that you all wake up tomorrow feeling blessed.
Bam. I love it, dude. I love it. You stay blessed too, my friend. Keep it easy.
Thank you, sir.
Golly gosh darn it. How do we send this to... Boom, there we go. This dude is one of the most nicest, smartest, generous people I have ever met. I am not lying. He is much taller than I thought he would be. That's what they say about me, folks. That's what they say about me. I'm keeping an eye on the stream. There's nothing really going on. Check one more place. I do got one stream. It looks like one person's there. We'll let it chill out for a minute. We had some nice phone calls. If you're calling, whatever, it's fine. I will, Big Green, don't worry. That was a good-ass calling show. Thanks to all the callers. I took way more than I was supposed to. If you're calling and you don't get through, make sure you leave a message. Make sure you leave a message. Good conversations, right? They're tweaking out. Look at them tweak out, dude. That person is tweaking out, dude. Look at them. It's not raining. They have an umbrella. And it's inside out, dude. If you see someone do this on the street, they're tweaking out, dude. Oh, you can't see shit. Alright. Alright. There's a tweaker. I'm sorry. I thought I had it on the other channel, dude. Sorry. Watch the person with the umbrella. They're tweaking out. I'll be right back. gosh, bro. It is hot, bro.
Brown curly hair, wearing a striped tube top dress. She was last seen going on to the 99 on ramp. Affirmative, Met 5, Control 2. Met 5, I copy black traffic. Where would you like to use attention 5? Rusty's Pizza Parlor, 1500 Weibel Road.
Back.
Met 5, copy 9 out.
The level mix sounds pretty nice.
All right,
actually.
guys, I got a question. Do you
I
guys
have
want to
headphones on.
continue?
It sounds so much better with headphones than it does with freaking speakers.
Do you guys want to continue watching this?
It's unknown at this time. They just stated the on-ramp to the 99 from Ming.
Do you guys want to continue watching this to see how this is going to play out? Or do you guys want to go cruise around?
None of them have jobs? I bet you some of them have jobs, maybe.
Or do you guys want to cruise around?
I need better speakers.
There's currently
It'll
nothing
cause
else going
feedback
on.
into my microphone.
I've heard a couple other calls, but they're not too serious. They're just the same as this situation right here. We could hang out here and watch this.
You gotta understand what's
or
going on.
we could drive around. You guys want to stay? All right, cool. We'll stay.
On Metro 2, I'll show you en route to the rescue. Make contact with the RP occupying the gray Honda.
Chat, how you feeling out there? Feeling all right?
Yeah, there's
Good
nothing going on.
calling,
We would just drive around. As
yeah,
we,
boy didn't even call one
have been
time. That's
the last
cool.
4 hours.
And interesting. You can only do trolling.
All right, cool.
On
We're gonna
voicemail.
stay.
That's cool. Gives me hope for you guys in the future. Good job, Craig 30. And no rapping either, that's true.
415 heard, possible 245 with a vehicle.
You could tell the new people who never called before, though.
Wow.
They had no idea what was going on. They thought they did, but they had no idea. With my cybersecurity, I mean,
all right, guys.
Unless someone's trying to hack me, I should be fine. You hacking me, bro?
Central 4, copy control 3, possibly in contact with the female on the on-ramp to the 99.
Oh shit, gonna lay down and watch some TV, Jessica?
All right, here goes.
Oh shit.
Let me put my sexy voice on for you, Jessica. That you're laying down.
Stand 1, copy.
50 is the new 30.
1 North 3, you can send 20.
I don't have
still
time for a
squirting,
10-step
baby, that's what I
skincare
say.
routine, and this is my saving
50
grace as a
still
mom. The
squirting.
2-in-1
We're good.
serum formula. This is a power-packed formula that has everything your skin needs. We're talking visibly firmer skin,
Ain't that right,
smoothing
Sonia?
the wrinkles, boosting radiance, and refining the pores. I use
It
it
is.
morning and
Heather.
night. It leaves my skin
Oh
feeling
my.
so glowy. It's also perfect as a primer under my makeup. The Clarins Double Serum brings everything I need in just one step. I could not be more obsessed. Trust me, you're gonna love it.
I leave around 5:30, sometimes 6. It's about 90.
It's okay if you're a scammer. It's fine. You can't post links in my chat. That's right, Elon. It's dab time, baby. You never banned, brother. Get out of here. What do you mean I'm banned? Get the fuck out of here. What was the joke? What's the joke? Oh, 50's still squirting. I mean, don't trust me, but trust the ladies. They tell you. They're still rocking it. I would never know, but I'm sure. I'll know one day. They squirt more at 50. What? Like a damn ripe grape or something, dude? A fucking ripe grape? It explodes in your mouth? What? What? Gonna need some new sheets. Good thing they're not my sheets. Sonia is so confused. It's okay, Sonia. Relax.
Okay, now what?
Put me on the big screen, baby. You're good.
Now they're gonna talk to her. I don't know.
Stops expired in 2023 and a 2013 Dodge 4-door with the registration in progress and a pending master file out of Bakersfield.
Oh shit, dab
So
time.
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's not the driver.
Contact code 4. 11042 in contact code 4. 104, confirm you're making contact with Control 3.
I want to see the face on the dirty feet one. Yeah, they're gonna pull him up next. It looks like she's demonstrating something. It looks like she's demonstrating something, right? On how somebody or something happened. Yeah, right. Yo, Fox, what's up, man? I haven't seen you around in a while. How's life treating you?
Almost done.
Come on, man.
quesadillas, and then there's Zaxby's giant chicken finger quesadillas, packed with their famous chicken fingers, cheese, and a whole lot of sauce. We're gonna need more napkins. Zaxby's giant chicken finger.
All right, it looks like we're gonna have our next contestant. Damn, they might have went swimming or something.
1 Central 4 and route to Rusty's with 11014, that's starting 0.
0020. Respond to the audible 459 just received to Bethel Academy. Activations to the BAA office classroom 3 door. Heavy unit touching traffic, you recovered.
It'll be 10 a.m. with the next one.
2050, 10-4.
Oh shit! Twitch got the 2 so far. Twitch has got the 2. That was called suspenseful music while we're waiting for YouTube to count to 10, but they couldn't even get past 1. Alright? Have you ever watched Do You Want to Be a Millionaire?
Where the hell did he come from?
Do you understand how production value works?
Arabia, when I was there, we brought back 5.1 trillion between Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and UAE, and all three
Jeez Louise.
leaders, they all said to me the same thing. You know, it's amazing. In 4 months at that time.
Oh shit! They got the 3. Twitch has got the 3. That's nope. 4. Nope. Not 4. Don't count. Strange World. You can't do it. You can't do a number twice, and you can't double number up. I double count it up. YouTube did not get the 3. Let me check. Twitch got the 4 at least. YouTube did not get the 3. It's a lie. Don't lie to me. I scrolled up. YouTube can't get past shit, dude. Alright, there's 3 for Twitch. Yeah, Twitch can get the 3. Alright, the rules are everybody stop typing, stop chatting, stop chatting, stop chatting. Stop chatting, stop chatting, stop chatting. You have to get 1 through 10 in the chat in a straight line. One person can only use 1 number. So you can't have 2 numbers for 1 person. 1 person, 1 number, 10 people,
10 numbers in a row. Figure it out. It takes a lot of freaking. You guys got to work together. You have to work together. You guys have to have someone who like talks to you guys. You guys need coordination. You're the best, Macy. Let's take one more voice call. Who wants to call in the chat can call in right now. One more phone call. Yeah, who this?
Yo, it's Ian.
Ian who?
Fucking Ian. How many Ians you know?
I know an Ian.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, what's up, Ian? How you doing, buddy?
Yo, what's up?
Where you calling from? North Texas?
No, Florida. Where all the
Florida?
best people are from. The East Coast, the best coast.
I thought the best people were from North Texas.
I don't fucking know anyone from North Texas.
So who's your favorite person from Florida?
Oh.
Wayne
I just recently learned
Gretzky?
The island, the
Wayne
island boys are from
Gretzky?
Florida. No, island boys.
Wayne Gretzky? I
All right,
will
I guess
agree.
Wayne Gretzky.
Wayne Gretzky is my favorite person from Florida as well.
I don't fucking even know who that is.
I don't know who the Island Boys are, so touche.
They live right by me. What do you mean?
They always get arrested, don't they?
I don't know. They kiss each other too. It's pretty fucking gay.
Wait, how do you know that?
I've seen it.
You watch men kiss each other on the internet?
I don't know if you call it the internet, but yeah.
You watch men kiss each other in person?
You've been to the Keys. You've never seen that?
That wasn't my question.
Well, yeah, I've seen grown men kiss each other. It's fucking gay, but
And you look
I mean,
it up?
wait. Did I look it up? Holy shit!
Yeah.
I mean, I could. Should I?
You do look up gay. Do you look up men kissing each other on the internet? Is what you're saying?
I mean, I could.
No, you do.
I mean, you want me to?
No, I'm saying you have in the past, correct?
I mean, I've probably seen men kiss each other on the internet. Yeah.
No. My question was, you looked up men kissing each other on the internet before, haven't you?
I don't think so. I mean, you could look through my searches. I don't know about that.
How did you find the Island Boys picture?
He lived like 5 minutes away from me. What do you mean? How to find him?
How did you find the picture?
Who hasn't seen them kiss? What?
I haven't. Sonia, hold on. Let me ask Sonia.
Well, you should look at
Sonia, hold on.
Shit.
I should look it up. No, I'm not going to look up growing men kissing on the internet. Maybe that's something you do.
Search that. I said.
You just said that. You just said that.
Search the Island Boys kissing.
Yeah, which is looking up growing men kissing on the internet.
Makes it insult.
I am not going to do that. But I understand. That's in your search results.
All right. You don't want to see my search results.
That's not in my search results.
I mean, I don't know. It could be. I haven't seen your search
All
results.
right, so tell me how much cooler Florida is now.
Cooler than most of the country right now. It's kind of weird.
It sounds pretty weird.
Yeah, it sounds like geoengineering.
What does?
Why is Florida so cold?
Florida's not cold. Is it?
Well, it is right now.
Oh. So
I
you're
don't
trying
know.
to
You tell
deflect.
me. No, I don't know what's going on.
Obviously, you have no idea what's going on.
Never.
You think you run the chat, don't you? When you're in there doing your little thing.
No, I didn't. I thought Nuke runs a chat.
Why are you laughing?
What do you mean? All right. We're being serious now.
We're not being serious, dude. We're not being serious at all, dude.
All right.
We're not serious, dude.
When's the last time you've seen me be serious?
Have you ever tried to look up me on the internet naked or something?
No, should I?
I'm just I mean, you look up a lot of things that are different than I would look up on the internet. You look up gay men kissing, obviously. You look up.
Have you ever seen VP
You look up.
Have you ever looked at that?
Actually, now that I think about it, you look up incestuous homosexual men on the internet. Is what you've searched.
Homosexual men.
Is what you've searched.
I've never searched Howard before.
I know you haven't. I didn't say that. That's not what I said at all. But thank you for proving my point. Ian. Why did you call in, my pimp? After trolling for so hard, you thought it was going to be so easy to call in?
I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
Yeah. Golly gosh darn it. I appreciate you, pimping, though. You a good viewer, though. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm a good slut.
What?
That's what you just said.
What did you say? I didn't hear you. I think I heard a beep. I'm sorry. My volume cut out.
Oh.
I apologize. What did you say?
Shit. That sucks. I said I love chat.
Oh, I love chat too. You're right. You're right. Damn, Ian. We're at a freaking little spot here, aren't we?
How's that?
How do you troll them so hard and then still love them at the same time?
Something about Jesus loved everyone, or something.
And so Jesus trolled people? Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah, dude. He was flipping Jews' tables. He was pissing those motherfuckers off hardcore.
So you're thinking my whole chat's full of Jews? Is that what you're saying?
I think there's some in there. I mean, why wouldn't there be?
You're flipping my whole table full of Jews over? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I said. I'm not Jesus.
Then why would you compare that to what we're talking about right now?
I don't know. I just thought it'd be a good comparison.
Why? Do you have long hair?
No.
Do you have olive skin?
I mean, if I'm in the sun long enough, I do. I'm from the Levant region.
Was that Minnesota?
No, it's not Minnesota.
Oh.
No, I don't have gummies.
All right, Ian. You did your best. Is there anything else you want to tell the chat before I let you go?
Booger yang.
Hey, Ian. Oh, man. He hung up on me.
They just
I was
restrained
going
him,
to
bro.
continue the conversation
I had 2 more breaks.
What the hell did he do, dude?
Questions for him, but you know what I mean?
This was.
That never works.
Bro, let's go.
Can you help me get home to my mom? I'm sorry. I got you, man. I'm sorry, bro. Help me, I'm sorry. Take some deep breaths, man. Everything's okay, bro. Everyone here wants to help. I'm here with you. Sorry, no. Sorry, I'm sorry. Can you help me? Just take some deep breaths. Everything's okay, man. I need to escape home safely. Scary. Help.
Is this your homie? Just walking.
Scary, I want to go home. Alright, you need to relax, okay? You need to check you out. Okay? You need to sit up. Okay, guys. I promise I'll be good. I'm so sorry. Help me.
Hey, there, man. All right.
I'm scared, freaky. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just want to smell your breath. Ow! Please, help. Please, I need help. We're going to help you. That's what we're doing. I want you to help. We're going to help you. Relax, okay? I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. What's wrong? Right here. Everyone look at you. Turn your head around. Everybody's here. I'm scared of what's wrong. That's not good.
All right, here goes BPD. Well, I'm gonna check on my car. I'm gonna grab my mount. That dude's tripping, huh? You know what? Never mind. Let's just hang out right here. Oh my gosh, of course. What the heck? Heck no, that's BS, dude. What a way to block the shot. Now we have no other choice but to get out. Can you guys hear the music? Testing, testing, testing. Can you guys hear the music?
Why wouldn't I? He's a gusher. It's been like almost 3 months, Sonia. What can I say? I'm fainting.
For like 2 months. I'm fiending. I'm on edge. You hung up on me? It happens. Hey, I don't blame you for hanging up on me. It all happens, bro. I've never hung up on anybody in my life, P-Dub. I'm sorry to say that. That never happened. It's all good, 100%. It never happened. Never happened.
Oh, yeah.
The Portlandy Fan Club.
Sorry.
Don't forget, chat. If you're ever out at any of these streams, any of these protests, take out your Portland Indy sign and put it in front of the camera. And you'll get moderator. That's how you get moderator, baby. You want to know how you get moderator? That's how you do it. Coming to a city near you. Portland Indy. Right in front of the damn camera. And as long as we have it on stream, you get mod. Easy as pie. Easy as pie. A challenge? Hell no. It's a reward. But we gotta see it on stream though. It's happened before. It'll happen again. That's all we need. What time is it? Oh my God, it's almost 1 a.m. 5-hour long stream. What the? Yes, I can, Ian. The funny thing about me, between me and you, Ian, I can. And you can't.
Get a new Honda CR-V hybrid, only $389 a month at Friendship Honda. Boom. Sorry, folks. Looks like the Wi-Fi is down.
Oh, great. What am I going to do for the next?
That's a good call, Ian. I appreciate you. Good call. I appreciate you.
There's no Wi-Fi. The game's not going to work.
Relax. Royal Kingdom doesn't need Wi-Fi.
Doesn't? No. Should be cool. Yeah, it's a cool game.
Way to roll with the punches, baby.
Oh, you think it has ads? You're hilarious.
Wait, it doesn't have ads? No.
The Loonies.
Download it because there's no Wi-Fi.
Later, P-Dub.
I'm going to let you...
Appreciate you.
Thank you. I'd rather read the emergency instructions.
All right.
This song right here reminds me of some old shit right here. Like this song I made.
Oh, wow.
Like every time I hear it, I'm gonna rewind it. Every time I hear this song,
To your phone now. I'm killing it.
you know what it reminds me of?
I'm in the middle of something. All right, you want me to put it on
Teach me how to Dougie. 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 That's what it reminds me of every time I hear my song. Every time I hear that song, it always reminds me of that. I bet you are, Macy. Only the real Dougiers understand, dude. The Dougie was a real thing. It was a real thing.